can see there's a whole lot of 1 and 2 records. Obviously, round differential separating them, but a lot's going to change this week. Shopify Rebellion plays Moist Moguls later in the week, so that could affect how things break down. Oxygen has.
I just realized that I was fucking recording instead of live. That's really frustrating.
This week, he currently has the best round differential in an undefeated record. So,
we're good now.
Turtle Troop's round differential might get worse, as they could go to a 1 and 3 record with an even more brutal minus next to their name. But there's still possibilities over in Group A. Group B did get shaken up a little bit after we saw the Guard lose that series against TSM, and the fact that they lost it 2-0 and still have a plus 23 is somewhat surprising, kind of illustrates how strong their round differential was coming into that week. But here's the schedule for the week.
I mean, I think it also kind of talks
DSG, that'll be our first game today. Then we're going to be jumping into TSM versus
even though they didn't look great last week.
Definitely taken their fair share of bumps and bruises.
I mean, they only lost by a total of 7.
Turtle Troop, the Guard versus Mad Lions,
rounds, you know what I mean?
The Moist Moguls, and then you've got FaZe versus Oxygen to close out the week. I mean, Tanner, looking at all of these, there's a lot of matches on the schedule that are incredibly important, and this first one is no exception.
I think this first one is the one that I look at the most. Everything else, I don't want to say relatively padding, but relatively padding for the most part. We have kind of expected winners, but when we look at the match 5, that Shopify later in the week, I believe on Friday versus Moist,
Friday's games are really good,
this one here,
and this one's pretty solid.
This matchup to me is upset potential, the most upset potential in it. And listen, I'm weird, but M80 are so fast. And Disguised are so slow. This right here, quite literally, are complete opposites that are about to collide in the server. I'm so excited for this first one.
It does. Looking at M80 versus Disguised, obviously, I think everyone came into the season prepped to see M80 walk away as a number 1 or number 2 seed in this group. Again, it was like kind of a coin toss, and it is fun that it comes down to the final week when Guard and M80 will finally play, and we can see.
I think it's funny because I wrote them off kind of in my pick'ems, but I really wouldn't be surprised.
Kind of,
you know what I mean?
Since their first loss, and has proven themselves to be a pretty strong opponent here in this group.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we look at the M80 side of things to kind of just respond to that point that you made. Like, Nismo and QualiNoob have lived up to the hype as far as, like, being very strong when it comes to statistics, very strong when it comes to getting those opening kills, particularly, first bloods and things of that nature. He's really kind of lived up to that name. But then we had EU, who was a monster last week. He went plus 25 in their series last week, and he's currently sitting in the top 5 in most major individual statistical categories, including like top 3 for ADR and things of that nature. So he's kind of proven his value in that regard. And it's kind of just evidence of what we already knew, which was that M80 is an incredibly well-rounded team that has very skilled players in every single role, and they can get fragging from a lot of different places. But the flip side of that is kind of what you already alluded to. Disguise is starting to find their footing.
Yeah, I feel like they've started to look really good the last couple weeks. Or not last couple weeks, like the last week and a half even.
And clearly has the skill ceiling, but I just feel like he hasn't quite gained that experience yet, and that like finer decision making and like those chaotic mid-round moments, like when he should aggress or when he should maybe kind of fall back and let the round kind of breathe a minute. But I think as he gains experience, he'll only get better.
And so when you look at to kind of backtrack to what you're talking about, Dust, in EU, right? You see the stats right here. This is a guy who quite literally, so either top
and then we got what?
1 or
TSM
top
or
5 for basically every stat across the board. And if there's ever a moment that somebody, I think the name that we kind of look to, especially after week 2, even coming into week 3, we really hyped up QualiNoob. The only time Koala plays slow is when he's playing on the Sage. That's the only time that we've really seen it. It does not happen often. And when it does happen, you have players like this in EU that can basically get it done. I always talk about the Nismo QualiNoob dynamic duo. EU's doing it by himself. Not that he doesn't have help from his team, but this guy is insane.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like EU, right, as you're looking at the numbers here on the page.
Forgot to post that we were live, chat, my bad.
Ones that are like setting up
get that posted here.
Also
I also realized, man,
right, and then you have
I'm a mess today, man. I really apologize.
And I can be in the
I didn't get my video up today. I got
post-round
the video for this week up late. Man, I'm a mess, chat. Straight mess.
Everyone seems to compliment each other.
Hopefully everyone's doing good, though, man. Happy Wednesday. Appreciate y'all tuning in.
Different areas. Maybe EU is kind of thriving in overall stats, but someone like QualiNoob, because of the support that EU gives him, is able to thrive in some of those first bloods per round and things of that nature, right? So it just all kind of connects. But again, as we pivot over to Disguised, this team is starting to pick up traction. You know, you can see the potential on paper when you think about Steel's in-game leading veteranship, in North America. And then again, like Ziff has been kind of this nice mixture of being able to play some duelists, but also playing some sentinel roles for this team.
Do you think we see any more, or do you think we see more or less really Lotus and Split
ceiling, particularly on the duelists as far as
the season progresses?
Things, it's just once he can get that decision making down and more fine-tuned,
I feel like less, right?
He'll only grow.
So I feel like teams are showing they're prepared for it.
The problem for Disguise is something that reared its ugly head last week in their series against OR Esports. It's easy to look at them and be like, oh yeah, Disguise won. I don't think people remember how close that was. Map 2 goes into overtime after Disguise kind of fumbled away the lead. Map 3 also goes into overtime.
I feel like that's also a little bit more on OR than Disguise, to be fair.
14-12 was the score in favor of OR Esports on the second map, which was Haven. But it's important to remember, like, that series got a little bit scary. Now, they started off with a big win on Split in that series, but it was just consistency of their attack and defensive sides. It seemed like they had a problem connecting the dots. They would go in with an advantage in the lead, an 8-4, which was the half score, both maps, and both times, Dust, they let that slip.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely is, something to be said about maybe just needing to polish some of their, like, mid to late round moments. But remember, this team has not had a whole lot of time together, right? Like, they aren't one of the teams in the league that had, like a 3-man or 4-man core that they were just able to kind of put pieces around, like the Guard was able to do, or like M80 was able to do. They basically, kind of like some of the other teams, like OR Esports and Moist and so on, basically had to build from scratch. And really the only competition that they were getting to play together as a 5 was the qualifiers for this event, and then what we've seen so far in Split 1. So I think that's just stuff that kind of gets ironed out over time as they get more scrims in, as Steel kind of builds some of the protocols and foundations for the team. But what I will say that's promising for this team is the fragging that we are seeing out of a lot of their guys, right? I mean, Exalt has been mega consistent.
I feel like this guy has shows promise
on the screen right here.
And again,
like
I still feel like
in very many categories, and he's third in ADR.
It says more for OR than it does
again,
Disguise how OR bounced back.
Occasionally like a raise or something like that.
I thought OR had a chance to beat Disguise going into last week.
That's one of the better initiators in the league.
I wouldn't have been surprised if they walked away with a dub, honestly.
Yeah, I'm really liking
what about you guys,
from Disguise and the trajectory that they're on.
And I would argue that Ziff is
I think Disguise is nasty.
Playing supporting roles, right? And having those top stats, like you mentioned, like we just saw on the screen there. I also want, coming into week 3, that we have this huge layoff between week 2 and week 3. A lot of moving parts. We see some new maps kind of enter the pool. And I think in this team, like Dust mentioned, where you have a lot of moving parts.
I think I probably have them at 4th in the league right now.
A solid core. They didn't have this incredible.
I think that's where I had them
together.
in
so
my
now,
power
after
rankings,
you look
right?
Great in week 2. They beat the brakes off of Mad Lions. The team's feeling great about it. We come into week 3. Now you're looking at Vito's a little bit differently. Your scrims are a little bit different. Clear still trying to find his rhythm on specifically the Jet. And map 3 or series 3 or week 3, excuse me, Steel just admits it, right? That was sloppy. We should not be playing like this. This is the worst that we could have possibly played. And there's nobody that I trust more than this mind of Steel to really kind of buckle in when it matters most, especially here in week 4.
You mentioned the mind of Steel. This team is going to have to use that mind to expand its map pool, and that's the same for M80s. We haven't seen these teams play on specific maps, which is a perfect time for us to transition into the map picks and bans for the series.
Let's see the map picks, baby.
I am concerned that we're not going to see anything
All right,
new.
Pearl Haven Ascent.
There's the expectation. Icebox remains the ban for Disguise. Lotus continues to be banned for M80. That was their ban in the previous week as well. Then we're going to go to Pearl and Haven. Familiar territory for both teams. Then it will be a Fracture and Split ban, also echoing the bans from previous weeks before we end up on Ascent.
Yeah,
Chat, let me know if y'all don't mind how the sound
played out of almost any team.
It looks like it should be alright for right now.
Qualification process, and they didn't play.
I always get worried
on
on
all-season events at the end of last year, and smaller cuts really this year either.
Broadcast,
and so really the only 2 maps that we've seen them consistently play and be good on are Icebox and Haven. And one of those is going to be in here. It's one of their picks, right? Now, Pearl, on the other hand, is a map that they lost against OR Esports in kind of upset fashion, but they were able to beat Mad Lions in a very dominant fashion last week. So it's kind of a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation for M80 when it comes to that map, and I'm not sure what version we're going to get. Whereas on Disguise, when you're looking at this map pool, certainly I think that they're very confident on Pearl. They should be. They haven't lost that map yet, and they've beaten several teams that are in this league, whether it be during the weeks of the split or during the qualification process. And they've also shown a lot of comfort in Haven, which could be the 3rd map. They lost to the Guard, but prior to that, they were on a 9-game winning streak. And Haven's been pretty good for them too. They're 4-1. So I think that both teams are going to be pretty happy with this pool. It's just going to come down to like whether or not Disguise lives up to the potential that they have, or whether M80 just continues to do what they've been doing all season long, which is just wreck people.
And I wanted to mention that this is probably the best that the Veto could have gone for Disguised. It's very comfortable maps. Haven, a map that could quite possibly be 5-0. They could be undefeated on it after losing to OR Esports, obviously a close one last week. That's tough, but it could be an undefeated map. I think what bodes very well for this DSG team is M80 likes to play fast. M80 likes to go
They
insane.
can sometimes
And
play aggressive.
a map that we've already seen M80 bleed on. And Disguise
That's a good point, actually.
on it, right? They don't run the duelist. They play a whole lot slower. They play more methodical. And I think that this could be the style that slows down M80. And I could be wrong. I would like to be wrong. I always want to be wrong when I say stuff like this, when I kind of maybe get outside my shell a little bit. But I think that it's the best map for them to start on and the best play style to really try and stick it to M80, get an early map lead. And then I would assume that if that does happen, we're going the distance and Ascent looks good for them.
Both teams have lost on one of these maps. M80 lost to OR Esports. Who did Disguise lose to? Also OR Esports. Interesting that their picks are also potentially their kryptonite at times.
I'm telling you, man, I really don't think OR Esports is that bad. I think OR Esports is underrated. They just got a really shitty draw.
Yap. You can hear Tanner Metro saying, like, I know everything. I'm an analyst. And then, but, you know, I think who we really want to hear from is the players. And we had a chance to sit down and talk with them about this matchup. Let's take a look.
Well, my name is Drake Brandley, also known as Exalt, and I play Initiator Flex.
Okay, so I'm Joseph Allen, also known as Clear, and I play Duelist for Disguised.
I don't know if we feel overlooked. I mean, maybe, I'm not sure. I mean, after the 2 games that we played, I guess with Guard, I guess people were like, yeah, I mean, Guard's like, you know, considered to be the best and stuff like that. And I feel like we showed some promise, but ultimately we got ran over. But I think with our Mad Lions performance, I think we showed that we are very capable of being a unit working together. And I think after the Mad Lions win in the fashion that we won it, I think teams are kind of looking at us now and be like, okay, like, hold on.
I think that's fair.
We're advancing super quick. Like every practice, we're improving.
I don't really know.
People do also have to remember it's a newer team,
for the rest
right?
Of challengers. I think we're just very confident in ourselves, and we're improving every week, every single day, every match. And I think for now, we want to make playoffs. We want to make the face-off event. We want to do what we can, and I think we are very, very capable in doing that.
I don't think we have any high expectations. Just probably ending in the top like 30. We play our game, and we'll see where we end at.
I think I want to play M80 the most. I'm very, very excited, and I want to see.
I mean, right now, statistically speaking, they're better than TSM.
The M80 matchup may be like slight nerves, but overall, I think that's a matchup.
The problem is TSM will have a better record than them.
We just have to
probably
study M80, figure out what they do, and try to pick them off piece by piece wherever we feel that there is an opening. The confidence level for M80, I mean, it's high. Every matchup, I think it's definitely going to be high for us. Like I said, we're very confident in our game plan.
I love their very original
very
and
good players. I call them like
they're very
team.
unique.
You one, you got 3 more raid bosses you got to go after. I think everyone on that team is the full capability of just
the very
4K,
unique.
Your whole team, the round is over. Anyone
Logo.
on M80 that I kind of have to look out for. Let's see, Nismo. That bald guy is too good. He's too good.
Like it would just probably only be Crawler Noob. Even when he was on Ghost Gaming, you can see he just had games where he's just hard carrying his team, where he's just like an insane player overall.
Is there a team out there that I fear? I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm not afraid of any player. I'm not afraid of any team.
Just because I'm playing a certain team, I'm not gonna just like not peak. I'm always.
I feel like though when people
I don't fear any player, even if I don't perform well,
ask that question.
So my message to M80.
There's probably a better way to ask it.
Ooh, I'm coming for you, Nismo. I'm coming.
You know what I mean? Like maybe which team are you most excited to play, or you know? I wonder if technically already have the maps up for the other one? No, they don't. Darn. Oh, they don't even have the maps up on Wikipedia right now.
My conversation is energized. The revolution will be televised.
Chat, hopefully everyone's been having themselves a good week, man. Appreciate y'all coming through, vibing. Happy hump day. Chat, I'm so excited to see 2K League starting up here soon, man. Actually, looks like some games starting tomorrow already. We ain't gonna watch that over here, by the way. Don't you worry. That's just like a guilty pleasure of mine. I know as soon as I started throwing it, I was like, man, he's... No, don't y'all worry. Don't y'all worry. Although we got ALGS starting up this weekend. That's going to be fun. I believe I got to wake up Friday for some casting, if I'm not mistaken. So then what I'll probably do is after I drop Blow Man at school... I'm gonna probably take a nap. Let me go refill my water here real quick before we get this started, actually, chat. What are you saying? Ew. Ew, you. What up, Moon? How you doing, buddy? Happy Wednesday. But yeah, I think I'm actually I'm gonna say it again when I get back.
Well, all right, we're jumping right into the agent select here. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Bach. We get to say hello to our two teams here in M80 and Disguise. We already know that we're headed out towards Pearl, where Disguise likes to play a little funky dust.
Yeah, Disguise definitely one of those teams that can go with maybe one of those compositions that doesn't necessarily feature a duelist, which is a little bit different than some teams that like to pull out the jet. Or something along those lines. That's kind of where DSG kind of separates themselves. But obviously, both teams still, playing that double controller of the Astra Viper. That's very popular on this map. Both teams bringing out the KO in that initiator phase, which, I mean, obviously, Nismo's always been known for KO, and Exalt certainly up there for that agent as well. No surprise there. Ziff deciding to go for the Sentinel, the Killjoy. Again, he's been playing a lot of Sentinels lately, so once again, Don't really see anything there that's kind of too surprising, whereas it's kind of a sentinel-less composition on the opposing side to get that double initiator with EU being on his trusty Sova, which honestly, he's one of the best Sovas in North America, period, not just this league.
Yeah, and I mean, when we look at the changes, I wonder if this is a change specifically to try and deal with this Disguise team that does like to run down the clock. Now you have more tools to do so, right? John Cutie no longer on that Killjoy. In EU, we already saw what he did on the Fade, obviously just as proficient here on the Sova, but a really interesting change here from M80 coming into week 4 as they start on the defense, and we know that their defense typically looks the same way their attack does. It's aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
Here out towards A main. Exalt's gonna be the first one up, unfortunately the first one to fall, and this is M80 just starting things off the M80 way as EU will grab an orb and, well, maybe hunt for more. Fortunately, Zip trades it back, but it's only Zip and Clear here in the pistol.
Yeah, Koala Noob is literally the personification of the tip of the spear comment, right? Like, this man is always going after first duels. He does have the highest first bloods per round in the league, and I think it's also because he's well supported. Like, he has that faith that people have his back. Like, right there, you saw him able to dash out, and EU's able to follow up and get a third frag before Koala goes down. So, just a great little combination of jiggle peeking there from M80's dynamic duo on this A main position, which is still being well maintained right now. Disguise keep wanting to fight for it, though. They're trying to play through the nebula, but Clear just gets spammed hard.
Yeah, M80 refusing to give this one up. Clear does collect the spike, but pays for it with his life, and it was only Koala to fall here in the pistol as M80 up to a good start.
Well, shit.
Yeah, just exactly the way M80 wants to do it. You'll see that quite often. They are a team that does like to use their initiation utility to really try to challenge for this orb over at the long A side and kind of just like have faith in other team members to hold.
Well, looked like that went pretty easy, huh, Chip?
A little bit more solo,
My bad.
or be a little bit more focused on the B link itself. So again, you might see that a couple of times throughout the game. Whereas of course now M80 gonna be able to weapon up here a little bit. Full save for the most part here for DSG.
I do like seeing
Maybe
that
just
since the
spending money
change,
on
no one's
utility
really
with
using
one
the
share, and
stingers.
that's it.
You know what I mean? Agreed, Moon?
Okay. All right, EU. Guardian in hand, looking for some spam. Unfortunately, did not get it. Recon Bolt dealt with. And the orb retrieved. Oh, DSG also doing things the DSG way, playing slow, looking to play the entirety of the map. But look at that Viper wall on defense, right? Immediately taking away that space out towards B. And I'm wondering how that's going to affect DSG. Maybe not here in their anti-eco, but...
Well, what it does is it allows M80 to just be way more flexible now with rotations. So, like, the fact that Koala Noob is this deep with this much information really lets them just, like, reinforce the speed link area, as well as have 3 men playing on that A side and, you know, have quick rotations to assist that middle if need be. EU's going to be tested first here through Art. Prowler coming his way. Smoke blocking him.
They're about to all mob up on him.
Something. Maybe stayed a little too long there with that weapon. Gets caught by Clear.
That's one rifle now in their hands.
Just behind it, Nismo to take a couple of shots, but it's only damage thus far. One player falling the way of M80 puts DSG.
I do like this though.
I mean, there's
do you
still
think
a lot
they
of time.
rotate to
They still have 30
B-Link
seconds
here?
here on the clock. Playing around the middle part of the map means you can still make the rotations, and it seems like the call.
They're doing it
out towards the B
fast,
side,
though.
unfortunately.
Which means everyone's gonna
Wall
hear
is
him.
still here, so a defender to worry about, and he falls off at maybe one
Just
of
let
those
it
awful
rip.
timings as one pushes through the toxic screen. Clear dealt with. Exalt able to trade that one back,
Okay.
and that's what the
I think you got a dink on that one,
they
right?
picked up from earlier here in the round.
Oh!
Unfortunately for Disguise, so they're running out of time. But
I guess it's not
M80
technically a dink,
are
just a
running
tag, but
out
you know what I
of
mean.
defenders. Now Nismo gonna try his hand as he pushes on up, finds the first, can't nab the second. And Exalt with 18 health. Gangsta, a bit worse for wear. And a very healthy steal will work against Xander. The Guardian in hand here in the 1v3. This anti-eco going poorly for M80, and the round goes the way of DSG.
Yeah, it's really a combination of DSG's ability with that slower, more methodical play style to be able to poke and prod and create pressure at different points and still have that time left over to kind of fall back once they've manipulated the rotations of their opponent. But what I will say is I didn't really like how M80 overstayed their welcome on that aggressive angle on Art with a Guardian. That's just not the weapon that's really going to get it done when you're getting swarmed by a bunch of people at close range. It just felt like
Obviously, this go
the
around.
wrong weapon choice to kind of play that aggressive. I think that DSG was able to really
DSG's got the
expose
advantage
that,
big time round.
then just bounce back to B and eventually overwhelm Koala Noob, who just had a Marshall in the back halls.
And this really shakes things up. The economy in an awful spot as once more aggression. Name of the game. Fragment.
I like pushing up close there. That was a really smart play by Exalt.
Almost immediately as Exalt happily grab their second steal. Also gonna hop his way into the kill feed, and John Cutie against the world here in round 3. It's not looking great. I don't think they're they're gonna quite find the outcome they were hoping.
No, I mean, this is one of those rounds that was kind of a foregone conclusion. I mean, when you get wrecked like that in round 2 and you're forced to take
that second round was really tough for them, honestly.
Gamble push or gamble stack and hope for the best. In this situation, they tried to make the big push up A, but DSG was well prepared for it, able to handle those frags, no problem. They wound up taking the flawless here to go up to.
Remember, this is
early,
DSG's map though, so
M80, so that means full rifles across the board.
They're comfortable here.
For Noob.
Can't be too surprised, right?
Just kind of strong anchor on B and free up M80 to be a bit more aggressive elsewhere on the map, but you can tighten it up because obviously losing that second round was not really the start they were looking for.
No, not at all. Like you said,
Exalt's already got that
punished.
ult online as well here.
Round 3 here.
You don't really have anything available on M80 side.
We get a different Viper wall out towards B. Not going to be area the DSG want to play around. It's been all A. It seems like they just want to try and match this aggression that they're expecting from M80. In the last couple of rounds, they got it. This time, nobody home. It's a bit more measured approach here from the defense.
Wonder if
yeah,
they end up
just kind of trusting in Noob to kind of solo B for now with that long range angle.
probably end up pushing towards door, right?
Trying to play a little bit closer out in middle. Owl drone going out, putting some pressure on Exalt, kind of forcing him back and getting a little bit of info. But at the same time, Nismo not looking to overstay his welcome, starting to draw back. He's getting EU for assistance now. Trying to play maybe a bit of a bait and switch on the door. All command coming out, though that really pushes EU back.
Forces him all the way back, but it's right into the welcome arms here of Nismo, who will look to find the first, but it's Exalt. The Nano Swarm will keep the rest of the team at bay. The operators now here,
Koala.
and Zip, unfortunately,
Okay,
is
Koala.
not. The res comes through, and Exalt
Okay, Koala.
2 times in the round. No way, Koala got another. Some way, somehow, and a beautiful recon bolt will secure the round for M80.
Yeah, that was really well managed by M80. I mean, yeah, sure, they're getting really pushed back on the null command. It basically takes EU out of the situation for a moment, but really great work from Nismo to immediately get down Exalt, and then that freed up Noob to bring the operator over and start hell battling in B link, and then EU could start to kind of find his way back into the fight. So really good
eyes
team
on
play
hand
there
available
from
for
M80 to
Koala here
absorb
this
that
time
B link
around.
pressure and handle it effectively. That'll tie things back up.
Ganks has almost got his up though.
Fully bought out. Only all
Got
on the board.
I mean, I guess you could say
Koala
technically
Noob,
close
but
right
it's
here
gonna be
below
reserved.
2,
He's got
but
the operator. No one really that close on DSG to an ult yet, except for Gangsta. One would get him the Nightfall for a good site take. Maybe they might look to challenge for that AOR to be able to do just that. But as it stands, we got a little bit of a pause. It's kind of early days, so not too much to hash out here just yet.
No, yeah, I would, if Koala was doing that to me in B-Link, I'd also punch a hole in my monitor. So I get it. I'm swapping the monitor. So he's looking at 2 people.
I like this.
And he gets one of them before dying. His 3rd kill on the round. That is, I mean, that's cause for a smashed keyboard or something.
Yeah, it's good to see him get the op fired up that quickly in this game. Again, I mean, M80 certainly dropped the ball in round 2, but at least recovered pretty nicely after they got their economy back to keep things at even at 2 apiece. Again, this map, Pearl, is a map that's been kind of a mixed bag for M80. It's really hard to read where they're at on this because they've only played it twice, and once was a loss to kind of an underdog team, and then once was a win. But again, kind of under one of the weaker teams.
I feel like
in the
OR
league.
is getting sold so short, man.
Squads on Pearl,
you know?
And as they come into this with a 1-1 record, it's just kind of hard to pinpoint where M80 stands.
That was M80's, right?
You know, a little bit more you know, time on this map, you know, have won all 5 games they've played on it, including beating 3 of the teams that are in this league.
Yeah.
So they have a little bit, I guess, more of a proven resume.
It wasn't like OR like random or nothing either.
Again, honestly, I think that's more due to just M80 not having the officials on record for us to be able to look at, because they are just such a new
oh, you
team
talking
that
about for
didn't play in
Tanner?
qualifiers and didn't play in any of the kind of like smaller events at the beginning of the year. They really just kind of focused up on preparing for challengers.
Is that what you're talking about, Moon?
So they were kind of
because yeah, technical is usually something else.
But we kind of just knew by looking at their roster on paper that they were going to be a force to be reckoned with, just based on what some of these guys were doing individually last year, whether it was, you know, the Ghost core that makes this team up, or you know how effective Xander was.
I mean, I think M80
1, or you know,
is probably the best team in NA Challengers right
last
now.
year in VCT. playing for NRG. And honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that Crashies exist, he'd probably still be there because he is that good to be playing in the partnered league. Like, no doubt about it. But Filler now no longer.
Y'all hear that train behind me or no?
It's every week
today.
for Dusty. Gets his hand on an EU matchup, and it does not cease.
Who will be OR?
EU is a beast. EU is a beast in his own right. And
to be fair, I've been saying that since day one. Like
that is true.
Or not OR, M80. Sorry, M80.
To the table. But let's see here. DSG is looking to load up fast at B. They're got way deep too of pillars.
And this is their own smoke, by the way. They're going to push right through that. A star down, though, and a gravity well from Xander. Will find Exalt 6 feet under that robot back to the factory. And unfortunately, that was your spike carrier. Steel also going to get taken off to spam through. It's a bit too far forward here on the front foot for DSG. They just want to continue to test this angle. They want to keep trying, and they're playing the
I'm not sure.
But they're losing every single one of them, and Koala will continue to make sure of it.
That's a good question, actually.
Investor flawless the other way.
Because I did notice that.
I mean, not only flawless, but almost no hit points even suffered in that situation. That was almost total.
But even on like their Twitter,
Xander is kind of bobbing and weaving through some of that utility, able to poke some holes in that attack right away before he can even really get onto the site. And starts getting that follow-up from Koala, who decides to bring out the Blade Storm this round and give you a little bit of something. Try to get at Flashy. Will take the lead. DSG, though, still able to full buy, but those credits are very vulnerable now. If they lose this, they're saving, and that's where M80 can start building up a pretty big lead on this game.
I don't know.
Bring them down.
It's that same A aggression here from DSG. Once more expecting it from M80. Nobody home, though.
It's interesting because they also like advertise on their page like for
relatively vacant, a couple of occupants.
Non-NA like casting
the leasing
times.
office. Let's see if this is a place that they want to stay, and it does seem that Koala Noob and EU will call this place home for now. They back themselves away. DSG also doing the same, and you see the the anticipation, right? That something is going to happen.
I'm trying to see what other
because of this wall we see from John Cutie. So clear,
like game games they're in. All I can see on their page though is Valorant stuff.
They work mid once more. This is the DSG way.
I mean, this is just the clearest default that you're ever going to play on Pro, right? You're kind of leaving some presence on the extremities of the map, but you're looking to get a little bit of mid control, but you got to choose which one is it going to be. Is it going to be R or is it going to be B-Link? Seems like B-Link is what's being tested right now, but Nismo trying to counter it there with the fragment as he backs up into the spawn area.
I mean, their announcement was that they're going global a week before they picked up this roster.
This is where the operator of Koala Noob resides, and this is where things get interesting. Oof. Oh, that timing, bro.
The timing just narrowly missed. I don't know who survived there. Was it Koala or was it Zip? By the way, both still alive. That shot misses, uncharacteristic. And Koala Noob was dealt with. The operator down as Exalt wants some more. This is
I thought
the
Exalt was going to be the third there.
For 2, but he's traded out with the spike planted. Gangsta backs away, licking his wounds, and he might not even make it to safety as Zip decapitated. Long-range shots from EU. And M80 have already worked their way onto this site. Steal completely unexpected, and John Cutie happy to close out the round. M80 grow their lead to 2.
I mean, here's the thing, like, you can give some praise to DSG on how they handled that attack. They threw a really big feint at B, putting a lot of pressure on Nismo.
When he turns there?
Pivoted to Art for an A split. They got the Opper off the site, and then they set up some pretty good little, like, crossfires on the post plant, but to M80's credit, they come in with some incredible team play.
I wish OR had a Liquidpedia so I could try and do a little. I guess I just do a little research on
move past Exalt. As they come in, they're there to respond with their own efficient trading. They were just a little bit more efficient that round. I think that's the key premise. And that puts them up 4-2. DSG, though, with that spike plant, is able to put through a buy here, though it does mean a Bulldog for Gangsta. Have a couple of ults in play as well.
In the economy, surprisingly for DSG, right after winning that anti-eco, going flawless into round 3, it's been good. It's unfortunate they haven't been able to find.
I was looking in
the
the background that OR Esports thing. Because now it's
so
sitting in the back of my brain. You know me.
I think the biggest
sometimes when things like that happen, it's just rolls.
Position quick enough to have that.
You know how it goes
with his closet player. Like he just happened to get caught on his way transitioning. That made the world of difference. But now we see lockdown being used on A. to put the pressure there, but it could just be a fake. They may not even really look to split it. They could still go B link, but as it stands, they are looking to attack Art and split this
This is
inside,
kind of a slow push though, right? Because like no one's already on site.
Cosmic Divide out just behind, so no bullets through. But utility aplenty as Exalt takes the first duel and he wins it again. Exalt really having himself a game here on Pearl. That Hunter Shuri goes through it, splits the uprights for shots 2 and 3, and John Cutie trying to clear his corners. Well, he's met by clears. Exalt looks to get aggressive on the opposite side of the pit, which is going to keep him
invested so much in this round,
that
though.
does not want to get into the mix. The spam
You
on
gotta
through
make sure you
Exalt.
pick this up if you're
Delwyn
DSG.
gangsta. Maybe next up, low HP on both the Fade and the Viper here as the spam is through, and it looked good.
Oh!
Unfortunately, on the opposite side of the
Steal
wall
with
was
the good.
clear. That pit still stands, and the rest of the members for M80 can't quite say the same. Steel plays the backstab here. If they don't find the kill on this Astra, these weapons won't be going into the next round. Nismo gonna creep
bro.
on up. There's the next now. It's the operator. Koala, are you good for it here? Of course he is. A dash away, but stays within range of the spike and loses
Big
the op
old
in the round.
ripperonis for
that's a
M80
tough
there,
one. He
man.
definitely wanted to be dashing away from that to keep the op in play this next round, but he still has the credits to buy it, so it's not the end of the world.
So they
But
still have an
what you
op
saw
and they've
there
got
was just
3
kind of
ults
like
on
a
their side
textbook,
here now this time
well
around.
drilled out execution
You know?
from the IGL. It's that combination of the lockdown, the push the defense back. You then trap him behind the Cosmic Divide to kind of force them to stay back for even longer, allowing you to deploy that Viper's Pit. So it's just like that perfect ult combination that kind of gets you around. But yeah, it's a huge cost to be able to do that, right?
Couple
3
of light
ults
shields
just
over
to
on the
get
side
that
of
one
disguise
round.
here.
But it was really well orchestrated.
And it is aggression finally out towards A main for M80. 2 players push that way, not Koala. Koala's kind of been on
I know
B
you're
duty,
digging it,
right?
Moon. I know
Hey,
you're digging
you push
it.
up
I see.
aggressively and see what you can get for it. It's completely taken off, taking late rotations off the board for this DSG squad as we get that same 0 point out towards the spawn. It'll find John Cutie.
Toxin screen down.
Ooh, and this might be
He's
where
a
Quality
smaller
actually
one?
is going to get tested for the first time on this aggressive B angle. He spots a barrel, he gets his frag, and he's going to be able to get out of there. He even has a toxic screen that could provide a little bit of coverage if he needs it, but he's just kind of slowly backpedaling. Prowler will clear up close, but Qual's already done his job and got the heck out of there. Now this hit gets way harder for DSG being a man down, and all commands spent to try to help him.
I'm just gonna
And
throw
Koala
that back to clear the
saves
back
the dash,
hall.
unfortunately won't be able to use it here. Haunt goes out, fragments keep the jet at bay. The shot goes wide once more. Meanwhile, out towards mid, bodies are starting to drop, and it's not looking good for DSG as it's all up to the IGL. He'll take 1 of 4, but 3 still stand. And M80 will find a 5th.
It's one of those situations where they just did not have the trade potential on that
So you
first
like
exchange.
more
Like Quality
that
was able to get his
size?
outshot off and just literally walk away. Didn't even have to dash out of there. There was really no immediate response from DSG. They decided to force the attack
Thoughts,
anyway because that's the only map presence they really had was
DSG
B
timeout.
link and through long. Try to get that null command used to kind of make things a little bit more difficult for Qualanu, but when M80 rotates into B link, they win almost every battle there, right? And this gets them those overwhelming numbers to close the round. And that's what M80 is just so good at. Their team play in those little tight situations to know when to peak. To, you know,
I think
make sure
that's
that
where
the
like
spacing's perfect for
like
trading.
Tanner
They're
was
just,
talking about.
again,
Like they
efficiency, I
place
think,
it
is
very
the key word
fast
for M80 all the
and
time.
very precise, right?
And it's because
So like
they get-
especially
you
when
get
they push
fragments from
onto
almost any
site,
role on this team.
it happens very quick. You have to make sure you're
And
organized
when you take a
countering
look at
it
that
or
last
playing
round
against it, I should say.
specifically, right? Round 8, where you see where Koala's playing. Now
You know?
DSG know exactly where Koala's playing. So
Or
where does the
otherwise
util
you're
start,
just
right?
SOL.
Where do you have
like-
to hide behind a wall to then start throwing out the
Ooh,
turret
and volume's
keeps,
good,
the
yeah.
prowlers, right? The flashes. It's
It
basically
looks like it's
from your
good.
spawn. The way that M80 has just been able to corral this DSG squad. They've essentially been giving up mid in fighting for A main and fighting
think,
for B
right?
main. And then, like you said, they just win every single fight that goes that way.
Yeah, they seemingly when it comes to rounds where there's not a big utility difference, like for example where DSG spent 3 ults on an A attack, which got them the dub. When it's come down to just like the more basics, it does seem like M80's just been a step ahead in the trading game. And a lot of that's because Qualanu's been able to find some opening picks, but it's also just been because how players are responding in B-Link area. Like defensively, M80's been very strong in B-Link.
That's big too because he probably saw that spike, right?
And they mix it up. They say, hey, we're playing the A main, we're playing the B main.
So you
this
know
time
that's
we
where
wanna
they're
try and
at.
play mid, and they've got
Not
the
just
op on
them,
the
but
angle.
also the
Fortunately,
spikes
a
at.
nebula smoke from Steel will actually Allow Koala to stay on this angle with the dash available. The operator just continues
Shut
to
up.
ring
Oh,
here. We see Aces in this position, and of course Koala wants it, but EU takes it away. Of course it's EU to do it.
No, I'm an EU fan, but I am going to have to smite him for that one a little bit, man. Let your man get the ace, all right? He's out there. He's hungry. And yeah, it's an eco, but, you know, still some fancy fighting from Koala Noob here. Just using his dash perfectly. A great follow-up third on the steal. Definitely some flashy aim in that, despite it being
Absolutely
the eco. Also,
gross.
have 4 ults on the board on the M80 side, some of which could be very strong for just holding a position on the map and giving freedom for other players to rotate that Viper spit or putting it to use in some type of retake situation. I mean, Koala's just a freak, dude. Look at this.
Yeah.
He's everywhere on the map. I think he's picked every angle at least at one point in this half. Oh my god. And he's got the support though from EU, so it's not even that risky.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, a bit delayed in that push from Art, but yeah, eventually there would have been a trade should it been needed. Cosmic Divide, though, trying to split this site. Another shot missed from Koala, but...
Yeah, but if you lose this round here, it's disguised your SOL.
Try and make a play. It's Exalt to trade out a kill on the Nismo. A Rezible.
That was actually pretty nice.
Robot. But it doesn't seem likely. Next unclear. Now gonna try and work their way onto the site. They'll have to do it through a Nebula smoke, and Xander just sprays him down. M80 just on top of everything here on Pearl.
I mean, that's just so awesome to see Nismo use Null Command to be able to go out there as kind of like bait, knowing that he can get res.
Now I don't feel so bad for writing off this game. I said going into this matchup, I felt bad for writing off this game, but now I don't feel so bad.
You've already been able to stick EU essentially an attacker spawn and cut off the rotation from the flanker. And then at that point, you're just crunching B because you got the numbers. I mean, again, it's just the efficiency from M80. It's a team that you can tell has put in a ton of time to build their protocols and to kind of build their little set pieces and to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
And Disguise has gotten better each week. They just have looked very quiet here.
Chalk it up to bad luck, right? Zips on that angle. Koala Noob's pushing it. But when you take a peek at it, right, EU was pushing through Art the whole time, so they know that nobody's market. If they're trying to lurk out towards mid, they have to be up. Top mid. And that's exactly what happened. So Koala just continuing to wreak havoc, this time out towards A main. Won't get any value for it. Last time on the Ecos, we saw 4 kills with the operator. We'll see how much they can find here as Nismo splits the team. Koala gonna be good for 1. The rest of M80 finding their way into the kill feed. And Steel. Oh, I think one of the only times we've seen Steel. Last one alive. It's only with 7 HP. It's only with the Frenzy. It's just incredibly daunting here.
Yeah, not much he could really do there. But again, M80 just such good team play on that anti-eco. They have...
I mean, at least they got rifles for last round.
Is able to kind of pull the forward angle on Art, get that intel, fade back, drone.
Honestly, I'm okay with the short night tonight.
He gets that rotation from Nismo to drop the frag on the entry point. And then again, they're just running.
This
DSG
weekend, we're going to be
blender
busy.
where they have 3 people ready to go, knowing that long A is safe. They could just focus their full attention on the short side, and now they're up 8-3 with 1 round left to play in the half, and they still have 2 ults available for this final round.
Bring them down.
I'm wondering where we see, or if we see that pit of Steel.
He's a freak. I said it earlier. The man's a freak. He's one of the most aggressive jets in this league.
And he just doesn't get punished for it, right?
I know they're a newer team.
Unfortunately, here on the defensive
I
side
think
Pearl
they've looked better each week. But I didn't expect them. I didn't expect them to beat M80.
Takes a life with him, tosses down a snake bite, looks to grab some more.
But I also wouldn't have been surprised if they came out with the
server.
upset.
It's all up to Koala. Talked about him before. Exalt's trapped in the corner. More to worry about. Through the smoke he goes, and I don't want to say it again, but Koala is doing freaky things here. Just needs one more half angle. Oh my god, Koala keeps doing it.
Koala's just different.
Tanner, I'm gonna let you know a little secret here. All right, just between you and me, okay?
Yep. Mics are muted.
Yeah, there's no way NAB should have won that round.
There's no...
Like, the moment that John Q decided to force the issue off his snake bite inside B Link and dies to Ziv, and then Ziv catches another coming through the other side, that should be good half 8-4.
Oh, no.
Your man Koala Noob, just an absolute unit of a human comes through and clutches that thing up in the end. 1 versus 3, I believe it was.
I think they already are, Moon.
Ludicrous when you're getting away with that on top of all the like more fine-tuned team play you saw throughout the course of the half, and then now you get the individual antics from
because there's
to be
two
like the exclamation mark at the end of a very bold statement of a first half.
0-3 teams.
Like 9-3.
The 2 undefeated teams are already technically qualified.
That's a big one.
And when
Again,
you
that was
look
between
at
just
this,
me and you. But no one
right,
else.
yeah. Now we're back.
Yeah.
Production mics are hot again. When you look at where we're at right here, you would almost think,
Sorry.
you know,
That's the
if
reason
you
why
slow down
M80
Koala
is
Noob,
in.
that's how you beat
Anyways.
M80. But nobody's been able to do that. We've yet to see that. I think that this comp
G2
for
is in on
DSG
the other side
should
because top
thrive
4
here on
from
the
each
defense. I don't know if it's going to be
bracket.
Exalt by himself here, falling asleep on the angle. Can Koala just to do it again, completely seized up. The guy's got no health dust, and he does it again in the pistol.
Gross! Jesus.
I mean, again, I don't know how else to describe it other than that he's just a literal freak. He just does things that other people aren't doing.
Just
I will
not
say,
human.
In that particular situation, the first duel was just a heads-up battle. He wins.
That man is
but
not
he
human.
beat the timing on that first batch of utility with that dash. He kind of got a little bit ahead of it and was able to get a second frag because of it. The third
M80
one was
isn't
bonkers,
correct.
though. Like the third one,
As
I don't
is
know how that
G2.
happens. He's just a guy. And there's
Oh,
he's been
DSG is
looking
in.
for
Give it
all
to him.
game. He's finally gotten it.
He's finally gotten it. He has to push aggressively by himself, make sure that
Sorry.
EU is nowhere near.
I believe that would be correct.
And eventually, Koala allowed the investor ace. And like you said,
See,
yeah,
he
just
beat
beat
that
it.
timing. Yeah.
The thing is, though, is I want to give props, right? The C's, the immediate double tap from Gangsta, understanding, whoa, this dude just dashed on top of me. I need to put the C's down right now. And had he let that go, Koala completely beats it. Now, it didn't matter at the end of the day, unfortunately. But, you know, Gangsta did things. Koala just did them better.
Gangsta just...
Again, just beats the timing big time, and now they're going to have the weapons advantage to start pushing closer and closer to map point here on the pick of Pearl. I believe this was DSG's pick as well.
And show me the OR team that beat M80 on this map.
Oh my
Show me-
god! What? What is that?
Yeah.
Back it up.
It's getting to be that
Wow.
time.
Jeez
Starting to move
Louise.
towards that moment. Granted, this was around that you couldn't really expect.
Yo,
much in
someone
disguise.
check
They
his
don't really
PC,
have
bro.
anything invested into it. It's just kind of the repercussions of losing the pistol.
Golly.
But looking like M80's about to waltz into a pretty easy 11th round. They're clearing the side of the map that is very much empty. So they're going to very easily get a free plant here in a moment. There's just not really any retake power
That's just insane.
for DSG right now, the utility and weapons they have on the board.
Like, I don't even see how...
They're really only hoping to do some economic damage. Some aggressive forces here in the Vandals.
Koala, shut up.
Flash comes through, sees right behind it. Koala's just so good on the timing. EU this time will help him out. It is going to eventually...
Hey, yo,
end in
just
that
start the
investor
second
flawless
matchup,
for
man.
M80. They're second on the game.
Ain't
Koala now
no
has
way
Blades online.
M80's going to
Vandals
Haven and
still
losing
fully
if they're doing this
intact
good
here for
on
M80.
Pearl.
These guys are going to be backs against the wall.
Right
this
now.
is the best
Just
time
ain't
to
no
start
way.
this comeback, right? 11 to 3.
Well, it has to be now. I mean,
Yeah.
without this, your credits are in the can, and your opponents are at that point. So this is now or never, essentially.
That's insane, man.
Looking like we're going to see a little bit of activity at A lobby early from both sides based on these Astra Stars.
Man, gravity wells both ways. Oh, no way. Koala hitting a bit outside of himself. Thought he can make a play through Art solo.
Koala
He
overheating?
does not account for
Maybe?
Zip's
Just a little bit?
position. So that's the raid boss down. This is DSG now in a comfortable spot here. A player ahead. Nismo backs away. They got to clear their way all the way through their spawn with 2 to positive inside A main.
I like
Not
the
out of the
theory
woodworks
that.
just yet, but
Like
it's a
they
good
knew
start.
that they were kind of forcing those players
Right
back
there.
into A site right into his arms through Art. But yeah, like you said, just didn't calculate for Ziff's position. But EU, he's found a pick on the steal. He's even things back up. Gangsta, though, is very quick to respond. Xander trying to do the same, but not able to quite land the shots there. Granted, he is only on a stinger. Able to at least kind of use a Nebula there to be able to pick the Vandal up. So they had 3 rifles going into B against just a solo defender of Clear. And his rotation's pretty far off, man. So there's still a chance here for M80 to get something going.
30 seconds
At least a spike plan.
Ooh.
And they're calling for it right now. Clear, able to get out of dodge, fortunately.
Well, you said
Like
one
you
back
mentioned,
hauls for
nobody
sure,
here in
right?
time to stop this plant. That spike will go down. Util available for Nismo. Should he want to try and play the post, still has.
Did you figure
fragment
Xander's
in
gonna
hand.
clear the
Meanwhile,
opposite side at the same
towards
time?
mid, they're gonna clear their way through Link.
Yep.
And all three players of M80 gonna take their positions here. Gangsta shows himself once more with Util in hand, and he's met by John Q. Fragment to stop the push onto the side as the flash comes through.
He didn't
Exalt,
see him.
unfortunately,
Nismo didn't
did
see
not
Exalt.
connect onto Nismo with that in the Nebula. Block the angles here. Complete
Exalt's got two.
concealment, and now the
Exalt's
1v1
got three.
to
He's
commence,
disgusting.
and it's Nismo out on top. Will finally get his time to shine. It's the nail in the coffin just about here on Pearl.
Yeah, that was really well done by M80 to take such firm control of B-Link. They know that
Gross.
no one's there, so they realize that everyone has to be coming through heaven or low side. And once they figured that out, Nismo and John Cutie able to run them through the blender. I don't think DSG was expecting them to all be holding from that spot. They probably anticipated at least one guy was back hauls or, you know, way deep long B or something like that, so they would get maybe a little bit more room to work, but that was not the case. M80 never let him really cross the threshold of the site.
Hello?
And now M80's at map point here.
Yeah, watch party. Sup?
And the buy is, as you would expect for DSG, clear once more, playing the jump peaks, this
M80
time a bit
versus
closer,
Disguise.
and
NA
once
Challengers.
more find his way off the site. This time a bit healthier in doing so as Koala. I mean, this guy's on a solo
M80's
mission. He's playing a
kind of
different game.
smacking
This is
that
not
ass, though, if we're being
5v5
honest.
tactical shooter. This is a single-player game that Koala's playing. And
Oh,
this guy is
Koala.
about to 100% it. He's getting all the trophies here.
To be fair, there was a lot of utility that helped him get into heaven safely there, so that was a little bit more pre-planned than just Koala throwing a haymaker into heaven. But I like how he retreats back pretty quickly here. He's going to get some coverage from the smoke, but Exalt still finds a frag.
Exalt to be the one that
Nismo?
slows him down. However, Nismo
Nismo?
and EU just battle back almost immediately. There's not a moment of respite here for DSG as they work their way back onto this site. Tagged up and
13-3.
taken down. And if you
Attackers
blinked, you missed it. Map one's over. It goes the way of M80.
Yeah, there was a brief period of time at the very beginning of the game where it was a little bit back and forth, and I think a lot of that was due to the fact that M80 just dropped the ball in round 2 and lost an eco. But after that, once they got their credits back, I don't think they really lost another round. Like, they lost 2 in a row, rounds 2 and 3. They lost 1 more, but ultimately dominated the game, right? And honestly, if they don't lose that second round, this very easily could have been like a 13-2 game or something like that. Like, this was just M80 all day. They always seem to step ahead.
Yeah, and honestly, that second round seemed kind of like the barometer of whose day is it for M80.
Yeah.
He hangs out, gets a little too aggressive, gets punished for it, they lose that round. EU at that point, it seems like he steps down.
100%
He says, hey, guys,
agreed.
It's not my day. Somebody else. It's somebody else. It's their time.
I think it's
to shine
100%.
here on Pearl, and it was Koala Noob.
Facts.
And what hurts the most?
Big facts.
is when there's
Snapple top
literally
fact
nothing
even.
else we can do
FAX.
here on the desk.
Facts
guys,
that thing,
except for
facts.
watch
You know what I'm
Koala
saying?
Noob just run everybody down. It's hard, right? Especially when you're trying to
Huh?
find moments, a light at the end of the tunnel, anything
Too
from
much.
DSG. And any time that we talked about it, Koala Noob shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where Koala is just fearless, right? And that's something that you need in an entry fragger. You need that guy who's willing to sacrifice everything to take that space. Even if he goes down, he has that confidence that people like EU and Nismo are either going to help guide him into position with utility or be there to trade when he falls, right? It just so happened today, he didn't really need a whole lot of trading from them because he was just behind the frags himself. But again, he was well supported by people who are very nearby, throwing good utility, and he caught some really good timing. So, you know, props to him because, again, it's one of those things that we've discussed on the Death pregame. M80 can get
Kiddo
fragging
will
from
tell
a
you
lot of
he's
different roles
starving,
on this
so.
team. And it just so happened to be that today it was Koala Noob's time to shine and just kind of take things into his own hands a lot of rounds and just push it as much as he could. And, I mean, he got away with everything, basically.
Got away with everything. A pretty strict diet of eucalyptus for Koala now. Toast on the menu. So starting to balance out this diet is Koala Noob and M80 as a whole. But I am still expecting a 3-map series. Obviously, the first one does not go the way of the Sky's Toast. And now they just have to rest and refit and try and reset as we set our eyes on Haven here in map 2. And it'll be right after this.
Okay.
Do you want to ask your favorite player a question after their match? Or get their in-game settings? The Fan Zone encompasses fan banners, a player's settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join and gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions, and rep your team properly.
To some, this is nothing more than cardboard and ink. But to those who know, these are precious metals, rare gems. A full set it took 15 years to complete. Low-pop rookies, hypnotizing hollows. One of only a handful in the universe. Or an heirloom to look after for the next generation. No matter what you collect, raw or graded, to have and to hold, or to crush your opponents with, what matters is that it's real. Introducing eBay's Authenticity Guarantee for trading cards. Our third-party authenticators inspect every detail of your card and compare it to the listing to make sure it's the real deal or no deal. Because we know just how much your collection means to you.
Yo, Moon, you coming with me if we go to the 2K live thing? The end of March, start of April? $25 for a 3-day pass. Who are you biting at? Why you gotta be such a turd? The kitties. Well, the hunter extraordinary. Yeah. The one that sleeps during the day so he can keep you up at night? Yup. That guy? It's one of the two usually. He was going nuts in there for sleeping last night. Yeah, I mean, like, he was in there making a ruckus at like 9:31. I'm like, hey, I'm cool. Like, staying up and watching Xbox on full night. Yeah, we need to chill it out, man.
honestly very early.
That's- Chat, while we're in between videos, if y'all haven't got a chance to check out the most recent Challengers video, should take you to the right one, right? It doesn't take you to the right one. Don't go to that one. I mean, I guess really at the end of the day, go to that one if you want to. I don't care. I need to change that command. Hold on. I thought I did. Boone, did you see the pick'ems from the Challengers video last night? I know I kind of dropped it a little late. I wasn't sure if you got a chance to see it yet. All right, here we go, champ.
Apparently, it was Speed Run Pearl, easy difficult, any percentage for Koala Noob, who came out swinging on the map. M80 looked so good there in the opening map in this series, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that Valorant is a game that has many variables, right? Many ways to win, very strategical. But in the wise words of Marshawn Lynch, one option that you have is just run through somebody's face. A lot of people aren't going to be able to take that over and over and over again.
And that's effectively what happened. Just some stats here because it's so absurd.
That's a really good
numbers here that I haven't seen before.
Quote
you
you,
know,
sir.
when you go to the post-game screen, you guys don't see that at home, but we see it. 142 econ score. I didn't even know that was possible. But look at the numbers there. 460 for the ACS. That is bonkers. 8 first bloods, only 3 first deaths. ADR at 257. Like, the numbers just all over the place.
You know what's actually impressive to me? The fact that EU somehow found a way to get 16 frags while Claude was busy wiping the board with everybody. Like, where did he find them at? There wasn't anybody to shoot half the time Claude Noob was out there.
Dude, Koala Noob was frying.
They only played 16 rounds, which is even more incredible. And then here's one last stat. You know, VLR and other services like that have their rating. 1.96, 0.04 away from a 2. Also something I didn't know you could actually do. Yeah. Just an absurd performance there. But Tanner, overall, I think you really just kind of give the nod to M80, just looking really strong. It was players like him, though, that were kind of like, okay, like, if this situation was going to be difficult, I'm not going to make it look that hard at all. Like, that 1v3 clutch in the final round of the first half is kind of like the epitome of this match.
Well, and, you know, I really hate it because I do think that DSG, and I did coming into the series, if there was going to be an upset this week, it was going to be DSG over M80. Obviously, we didn't get that here in map 1. And I think if you saw this type of gameplay from anybody, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never played on a professional team, but if you're scrimming and you have people literally just running at you and killing you in your scrim where you're trying to practice and you're trying to play, that's probably a pretty disrespectful scrim. And you're probably trying to blacklist that team. You're like, these guys just run it down. I think what we just saw, especially in that one from M80, is that they're
That's what
playing
they do.
the way that they probably scrim, right?
Yeah.
They are able to take those scrim bucks and actually print money. That confidence that they build in beating teams there, they're doing it here in the officials.
That's what you were saying, right, Moon?
That, like I said, I think Disguise has potential to upset M80. We just did not see Disguise show up in map 1.
I don't think that's far-fetched. I just want to put that one out there. Like, I don't think that was a hot take at all to think DSG had a chance to pull an upset here. Like, they do have quality players. We have seen quality Valorant from them throughout the weeks. Like, they're definitely a decent team, no doubt about it. But, bro, Koala was just on one that game. And sometimes when you're on a heater, there's just nothing you can do about it.
If I saw a player like that on any team, even the teams who are 0-3 currently, I would give them the nod in the week that follows or even the map that follows. I'd be like, okay, they're going to win this series. Just because that performance is so astronomical that it's hard not to ride that wave. And we talk about the series as it continues on. We'll take a look at the maps as well because we are going to be moving to Haven. I do feel like the map pool works well for Disguise, but obviously map 1 didn't, and map 2 is also a good map for M80. So
Really
this
good
is
map for
certainly gonna
M80.
be a difficult ask here, Dusk.
It is because, I mean, you know, Pearl was the map that was a little bit like up in the air for M80. You know, we had saw it play it twice. We had seen the good, bad, and the ugly from them between those two games. That one was obviously pristine. But Haven has been a map that they've consistently found success on so far throughout this season, and I just think it suits their players very well. Now, with that said, I don't want to count the skies completely out of it. I mean, hopefully they can kind of just take that loss and just kind of wash it away. They've so far looked good on Haven. The problem is the quality of opposition they've been playing to get those results has not been the best, right? This is a completely different type of team that they're having to face right now. It's the best team they've ever played in an official. And I don't think we're going to see quite the same like level of dominance, but I do think that there's a high probability of a 2-0 here.
And we've seen these players across the board for DSG.
I didn't
They
realize
found
Dirt Street
success.
was like
Clear is the
behind
only
on paying people.
unknown name really to this team. And as we've kind of been mentioning, right, Clear is starting to find their footing. And coming into the matchup, I said, there is nobody that I trust more than Steel to be able to rally the troops, right? To really be able to get everybody locked in and buckled in for one of the most important matchups. And that doesn't change after a 13-3 loss. I think coming into Haven, if we see a fantastic performance out of Clear, I think this is a map where he plays Jet. If Clear can find that confidence and allow Steel to just be the brain instead of having to kind of carry the weight like he had been in the weeks previous, I do think that we still go to 3. Coming into this, though, Haven was not
this is getting
in my realm of possibility.
This is getting shut down,
so
too.
They really got to show us something.
Here's the thing, though. Coming into this week, would you have said that Clear on Jet versus Koala Noob on Jet was an even matchup?
Come on.
You would give the edge to Koala every time.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
After watching that first map, it's only going to cement that opinion even further.
Yeah.
Clear is going to have to basically go like completely insane full Super Saiyan in order to try to match the performance that Koala Noob is currently outputting. And then you have to remember, you still got other guys on the team that could do the same thing. We saw multiple clutches from other players too. We saw Nismo come in with a huge 1v3. This is a difficult task for DSG, but it is important to note, M80 is currently sitting as the best team in the group stages right now. They're 3-0 with a +39 round differential. This is kind of the beast they're facing off against. I'm told that the agent select is ready, which means it's
M80's
been,
goodbye, I don't want to say steamrolling, but they've pretty well been steamrolling everyone they've been playing, right? Like OR Esports did steal the one
but that. I want 3 out of this one. I want to see this DSG versus M80 Ascent. Obviously, DSG have to get it done here on Haven, where things go back to being a bit more default. It's a bit more standard in their composition. This one right here, DSG.
I guess TSM took them the distance, but then they also TSM went on to beat the guard. So like, do with that what you want.
I mean, like, obviously, it's your controller of choice on this map. There's really no wrong way to go in that regard. Obviously, this is a big map for Sova. Obviously, this is a big map to have at least one Sentinel just because of the 3 sites, whether it be the KJ or the Cypher. We've seen both work. Breach has been a staple on Haven since, I think,
just a reminder, last time DSG played Ascent,
they latch on to that.
They lost 13-5 to the guard.
Times like double our triple initiator setups on this.
Granted, that was week 1.
So yeah, everything looks pretty neat and tidy. Like, it's pretty much a mirror matchup, other than Steel letting to go for Astra and Xander letting to go for Oma, which is a little bit more of a playmaking controller, versus Astra that's a little bit more of a kind of, you know, letting the utility set up plays for other people. But yeah, I think that the issue needs to shake that one off. They need to kind of call that one an anomaly. Even if that's not the case, that's what they need to believe. And again, I do think that they still have a chance to make some you know, magic here. You know, definitely they have a talented squad.
Did I say Ascent? I meant Haven. I feel like I said Ascent. If I didn't say Ascent, I meant Haven. If I said Haven, don't mind that. It is Haven. Indeed.
Really, all you can do in a position like this is DSG start on the attack once more. It's all 5 out towards mid. And early pressure here on this B site. Clear the first up. With that smoke, they'll back away. They say, hey, this guy's probably only got 2. Meanwhile, you take space somewhere for DSG. You know that M80 gonna try and take it away elsewhere. Walla forced back, Nebula smoke, shock dart, fault line, and he's still
everything at him
on the angle so much. They get rid of the Koala. Finally, the flash will do it.
But they haven't done anything but backed him up.
Just for them to get a lobby control. Like, they hadn't even got down the long A stretch. So, I mean, he is just putting a lot of pressure on. Now, Ziff, though, thought he might have found himself a little bit of timing here, but Xander is waiting for it. He's able to get it. Koala also tags one on the A side.
So now they know they don't have B access either, so you'll see everyone else rotating over. Makes sense.
Fortunately for DSG, still alive. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining have that spike in hand. No noise just yet. Paranoia queued up here off the contact, and it might not even be needed. Koala decapitates clear. Still gonna try and hop away, but the fault line will make sure it's too hard to do. The ankle's stunned. Gangsta flashed. Shock darts at his feet as he tries to dance around it. A near flawless round.
Damn.
Steal finding the first.
M80 looks really good, man. They look really good.
The attention to detail from M80 on the timing of the utility, again, it just shows you how much they've prepped during the offseason, how much they have worked to get this team as fine-tuned as they possibly could. I mean, again, Koala does so much work early, just burning a lot of the utility on the A side of the map. Then look at this combination of Paranoia, fault line, trap a guy in the corner, double shock dart. I mean, they are just efficient. I mean, I know I keep kind of saying that, but it is just the reality of M80. It's impressive. They are playing like a partnership level team.
I think we felt that way coming into week 3, right? I think we had this same conversation where we talked about M80 being that team that does look like the top. We've yet to see their future matchup against the guard. They're not quite out of this one just yet. Clear, unfortunately. Not expecting that angle back sight.
Dude, look at that M80 just shredding, bro. I mean, obviously got the gunnies advantage this time around,
a winning
but
round
still.
for DSG like we saw on Pearl. So all's well that ends well. Koala makes quick work. I mean, he's just so aware. On top of it all, killing everybody, but so aware.
Yeah, I mean, the team play for M80 really just throughout the whole season, but certainly today has just been so on point. And Koala Noob certainly keeping up the momentum. He's 4 kills.
All right, I feel better
rounds,
about
so trying to
kind of writing this one out off,
that
chat.
trajectory of just putting together a monster series. Which was EU last week, who went plus 25 in that series. Koala Noob is trying to see if he can maybe beat that record. DSG, though, on the buy against the bonus of M80, but it's a pretty hefty bonus. Just the one Spectre. Everybody else has a rifle.
And the pressure from Pearl to Haven from EU, right? Just with the spam. Meanwhile, pressure
trying to play super quick with that jet.
And he can't do it. Clear. We'll scoop up the first. Wants to try and find some more. Instead, it's Koala to trade it back, and he dances away to safety. Flashes off the table as Koala eventually dealt with inside the garage. Gives up too much to steal. And he'll take a bite out of that one as Gangsta looks to get this spike planted. 4 players still alive. Here for the attackers, turn defenders, and it's an Owl drone.
All right, so Xander's in first.
Sight. The calls are there. The shots to land. The aftershock
Paranoia.
behind it. Xander tossed out that Paranoia. And Gangsta, unfortunately, just a bit too far away. Try and take that duel. Could not see anything. Finding a couple bullets into the head. Meanwhile, they hop onto the plant. And for a second, it looked like Steel was going to get it done. But Nismo has the reign of terror.
Yo, Steel almost did that.
And they win the bonus. And I hope we get the overview of that again, because the way that they played a man down on that retake was so well done. I mean, great use of the Owl drone to discover the position of
quite a few ults almost ready on that M80 side, though.
Make quick work of him with spam. Again, the spacing's perfect as they're coming out of the back calls. Then boom,
2
Paranoia.
ults,
Smoke
1 away.
Just the spacing
1, 2
of these
away.
players to set up these trades. And really, there wasn't a whole lot of trading going on. It was mostly just them mowing people down. But it's just that fine-tuned timing that they have as a team.
I mean, you do got
it looked like
Cosmic Divide available for you here if you're DSG, but that's it.
Like
and you're not close to anything else either, so like you're kind of in trouble right now.
As damn close to it as you could be this series.
For real, for real.
You want to fight it?
And again, the timing just so good. Xander spots something, toss out that Paranoia, but once more, will look to dance away from the site. Does so successfully. Nobody punished this time, but the spikes, or the site, excuse me, has been given up. That spike will go down, and DSG now get to try and play the post, the drop. Somehow, picks up Koala there to help him out, just in case things go awry, but it's anything but that.
Wow.
Gangsta up towards long.
They look good,
on
man.
The flank. The alarm bot will reveal players coming this way. Again, isolated are the DSG members. They're just about to get run down. Koala aware after one shot to the body, sends one to the head.
Hey, can we just start the second match?
Yeah, they have won 4 rounds, and 3 of them have been your investor flawless.
Man.
One of them was a team ace as well. So, I mean, they are just trying to... I mean, I didn't realize it was Awesome Games Done Quick month on, you know, Twitch, right? That's not quite there yet, but M80, they seem to have a different idea.
I didn't know that Valorant was even in the running for...
I didn't realize that was a game that you could speedrun, but M80 has certainly found a way to make it that type of game. DSG need to figure something out quick. They need the coach of the Monstar screaming timeout here in a second, dude. That's a throwback.
Yeah. That's actually that's actually my favorite thing. We need DSG need to Space Jam M80, right? They need the Monstars. They need to try and take away some of the ability. It just seems, I mean, from Pearl to Haven, right? Two big maps where you want to play out towards mid, especially DSG want to play out towards mid.
Yeah,
but
sure.
anytime they do, they have to literally fight out of their spawn once more to get any space anywhere else. Look at where Gangsta's droning from. This guy's barely going to see in his sewers. And with the player down, Nismo, that just throws caution to the wind. He wants to fight forward, toss out the Rolling Thunder for himself, finds a kill, backs away, and look at the shot from Koala. It just doesn't stop DSG.
I don't care who wins this round. I need a slow-mo of that shot from Koala Noob, because that looked like just the most bonkers Vander one-tap ever. Exalt will eventually find the trade, but EU continues to apply the pressure here from the A side. Has a player trapped inside spawn, and Exalt doesn't quite finish him off with the shock dart, but at least keeps him pinned. Meanwhile, a little bit of craftiness from DSG to find a way to get this spike into A site, basically through defensive spawn. And they're going to play it from B link. This is a really awkward positioning right now.
I will say the best thing about it is, fortunately, Exalt has made it a 2v1 on the site, right? They've sent 2 players in M80 to go this way. Unfortunately, he gives himself up a bit too early, not expecting the defenders to still be here on the side as Nismo takes care of the Nano Swarm. Now bides his time underneath Heaven, and they don't have a whole lot of it. The swing from John Q to the kill goes the way of Gangsta. Now player up top in Heaven, and that player is Ziff. But what util does he have to try and answer back for this one? Nano Swarm is out. The spike is being diffused, and Nismo can just stick it all the way.
Ziff diff, though.
Sure, they're found, but the round is lost.
Ziff diff.
Yeah, I like what Ziff was trying to do there with the Nano Swarm. It nearly was able to be put into play, but what a great back.
Oh, but they got the disarm.
He kept the guy pinned in spawn forever, which honestly could have played against them because of the timing. Like you said, there was kind of a 2-on-1. Oh my god, dude. Thank you for giving me that. But anyway, to get back to it, EU just great support utility to keep Ziff kind of pinned in Heaven, to not really be able to get out there and stop the defuse. And I mean, M80 just are not slowing down at all.
DSG, they're going to try and match it again. Fast out towards C. Inside the smoke, though, Xander matches the fight, walks into the cloud burst, feels more comfortable there. Exalt and Gangsta looking to get this round back, and as Koala gets one, it's neutralized. It's minimized.
Bro, the back and forth, my guys. Holy shnikes.
Here on the site with 2 HP, a shock dart at the feet of Gangsta. And I mean, this guy, he's got 2 health. He's still peeking. He's still alive some way, somehow, and Nismo bails him out.
You gotta love the dueling owl drones there between the 2 Sovas. Like, I see you too. But Nismo is the one who actually rotates and kind of bails you out of a tough spot because he had such low HP.
6-0,
again, just
bro.
That fine-tuned team play.
Yeah, I'd be calling timeout too.
The attention to detail from M80
Good idea.
is just so good. Even that round where it seemed like DSG were getting the better of the mix-up at C site early. You know, Xander's only good for 1. He kind of gets traded out. You're starting to see DSG get some space. I think for a brief moment there, they might have even had like a 1 or 2 man advantage in all that mid-round chaos. But then M80 still find a way to bring it back. EU finds a frag, gets the owl drone, gets the info, you know, on Gangsta on the other side. Nismo's able to come over and start assisting. And it's that dynamic dude. I mean, that might be like the best initiator duo there
game
is
started an hour ago,
and Nismo, I mean,
and we are halfway through game 2.
And yeah, and then you pair either of those. Last week it was a lot. The pairing was very heavy Koala and Nismo. This week it's been very heavy Koala and EU. You know, not necessarily flashing for Koala or darting for Koala, but just being in a position to trade. When you look back to a couple of rounds ago where Koala gets killed, pushing all the way through C and then going out towards Garage, EU was pushing A main. So when Exalt got that kill, that was the round where Exalt gets forced back into his spawn because EU is there to make sure that that kill does not go unanswered. That's...
Yeah, the trading efficiency is just at an all-time high right now. By the way, just want y'all to know, the next match wasn't scheduled to start for another hour and 45 minutes. Might be accelerating that thing today, boys.
yeah, a bit on the accelerated end. Although... a timeout called from DSG. They are a long way from bringing this one back, but it's off to a pretty good start. 3 HP onto Koala. Only a hero rifle for Ziff. And the blades online for Clear.
Caster's trying to help it out.
Still trying to take
the Caster's curse on him.
And that's just Unlucky from Ziff as Gangsta works his way on up. Xander.
That's a good move by Xander. Paranoia goes
here.
there.
Tosses out the
Oh,
smoke,
he's
and
gonna
here
not
comes the
be
blades. The Paranoia's gonna be a second late. No clear. Whips it all, unfortunately.
No. Wow.
And the 3 HP Koala takes down Gangsta, and Clear is right there beside him. They go into the afterlife together.
Now they're both stuck on short.
To go and yeah,
because he had the jump on him. He had the timing. He beat the Paranoia. Xander was out of position.
Damn, man.
Clear just could not land the daggers. That was their one chance, their one hope to break open the site, and it's another flawless. That's now, I think, 4 of the 7 rounds?
4 out of 7, I believe.
Got it?
Granted, you know, that was an eco, just kind of off the back of an alt. So, you know, like, there's a little stat padding in that, but still, I mean,
insane, bro.
They're winning the full gun rounds pretty easily as well.
I guess, like, the thing that hurts about that round, too, is they had the tools to eventually say, yes, we are investing in this eco round, right? They had the blades, they had the Rolling Thunder, they had the Hero Rifle.
It smells so good.
Another stat for you, DSG through 7 rounds has 13 total kills. Qualu has 12 by himself.
Oh no, go to the right. Not that far right.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. It's impressive to say the least. I think impressive is an understatement here at this point. I think what's going to be more impressive is if and when somebody finally finds a way to silence this guy. Bit of information out towards mid. And I thought we were going to see Koala back away. No, instead it looks like he wants to continue the fight, so we'll hold the angle from Garage. Excuse me. Meanwhile, EU falls out towards mid. This B site now under fire. Clear going to go aggressive this time with the Vandal, not the knives. Revealed back sight. And the timing, it's everything for M80. DSG, they just can't catch a break. I can't even catch my breath about how
so gross
it is to watch that. Clear dances to the left of the wall. Nismo dances to the right, kills the planner, kills Clear as he makes his way back through, and the rest of the team just falls. DSG, they just can't breathe, man.
Bro, it is actually absurd how rapidly that round did a 180. Because DSG gets the opening pick on EU. They hold Qualu back at Garage. They get a double ult onto B site with Cosmic Divide and a Rolling Thunder that gets them into the B to A link. So you're thinking good post-match
Man has a family. Leave his body alone.
It's looking like DSG are about to make it. You know what I mean? And then in the blink of an eye, M80 peeks through the Cosmic Divide. Nismo gets the double up. You get a man on top of the boxes, boosted up, and then they just rain from above from there, man. 8-0. Only lost 1 player that round, and that was EU early. Good lord, dude. This might be the most dominant series we've seen all season, if this keeps up.
This is M80 absolutely making a statement. They didn't do it last week. They do it again this week against one of the stronger teams in the group, and Koala does it once more. Steal all on his lonesome. Koala there with Nismo in tow if anything went awry. But we've seen this series. We've seen it a whole lot. Nothing goes awry here for this M80 squad. As Exalt, the next to be dealt with. A beautiful stun inside Garage. It gets 2, and EU there to capitalize. Clear trades it back, sure, but it's just not enough. Only one dies, another near flawless.
Some stuff doesn't make sense. And it always is in favor of M80, I swear.
2 of them, they only lost 1.
Like, bro is literally jumping through the window in Garage. Jumps up, pops the heady on one.
I mean, I think
the dude's turning, knows where he's at. He has to wait to drop, and he's snapped.
Man, doesn't really feel like an I-0. Like, there's been some close rounds here, you know what I mean? This is all of an I-0. And honestly, if M80 didn't lose that anti-eco round 2 of the last map, this series could be over already.
Absolutely. So once more, the oppressive spam comes through mid, this time into window. Spam back from the Sheriffs. Again, just nothing found from DSG. They dash their way onto the site, and Zip just takes a round to the side of the head. Clear. Also going to meet that same fate as a flash comes out. Exalt just trying to buy some time, but he has nowhere to go. He's been hit by the shock dart, revealed by the recon bolt, and again, only a few die. M80, DSG are running themselves into the blender.
I mean, it's not for a lack of not trying different things or not having ideas to bring to the table. They are just, I mean, at the end of the day, as strategical as this game can be, all the different moving parts and variables that can come into play with different abilities and alt combos and, you know, map control and trading, and you know, you just think of all the micro that this game has and the different ways to success that are available to you. At a certain point in time, you do have to click heads, and M80 are clicking a lot of them, and TSG are not.
All right, let's see Koala with the
just that simple. You're just getting outgunned
with the up.
And anytime
Okay.
well, any bit of respite again for DSG, it's immediately taken away. They find a kill on one part of the map, they lose 2 on the other. Of course, it's Koala Noob to do it. Now gonna go aggressive here. The drone will try and get him off the angle, and he says, nah, I want more. Nah, give me more. And that's exactly what he'll get. Just stays to fight. Gangsta gets punished. M80 find their 11th, looking like a perfect half here for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, M80 are just blasting him right now. I love this NATO Swarm actually stops him from wanting to leave the corner and go to the drone.
It's just like almost not even fair, bro. Like
even just like that little small detail.
The whooping
is just showing you how calculated
that
this is.
Disguise is taking
some
it.
of it is
And it
system.
sucks because Disguise has been looking good, which just makes you think M80 is like that disgusting right now, bro.
Double op setup now, even on the defense, just because they have that many credits.
Okay, EU, maybe not as proficient as what we've seen from Koala Noob on the day, so that first shot goes wide, and now they know not B, but do they expect this op out towards A? Steel gonna try his hand at it. Not gonna get too aggressive. Koala will check the angle, fall off of it. Heaps of util and a Blade Storm. Should the Jet need it, and I believe it's gonna be a drone to try and clear things out. Smoke goes up, the cross comes through, the op's still here, the players about to walk into it, and it's Gangsta, the first one to go. First one up, and that one hit out of the park. Koala now gonna try and find some more. Clear will finally punish. Maybe this will be the confidence that DSG need to try and secure the round as EU gets a little shaky with the rifle in hand. DSG looking to find their first. The site's been taken. Spike is here. The Rolling Thunder, the lockdown. There's so much to try and stop this play from happening. Maybe will give it up.
We see Sif trying to come through to see if he can shut down that lockdown. Not going to happen. Xander able to get the frag. It's now a 3-on-3 post plant with the attacking side being pushed off the site. Way back into long A and A lobby. Now Rolling Thunder will confirm the clearance and allow them to start the defusal process. Aftershocks are dueling against one another here in the corner. Spike not able to get halfway, actually.
Shut up.
It's just so daunting. Again, Clear has to try and do it all. He swaps to the blades and inside the smoke. Xander sticks to defuse. It would have taken the ace from the young gun of DSG, and he just narrowly
big old
misses it.
Feels bad,
it's one
bro.
Of those rounds where everything's
like,
gonna go their way at the beginning. They limit, you know, Quality just the one frag. They trade them very efficiently, thanks to Clear. They get onto side with some good utility. Yeah, they get pushed off by the lockdown, but at the end of the day, it's still a 3-on-3. It's that follow-up Rolling Thunder and Nismo doubling up that gives his teammate a chance to sneak through a defuse,
12-0,
and it just so happens to happen.
We're about to see a
It's very
13-0 in NA Challengers. Like, there's no freaking way, right? I mean, I say no freaking way. We're like, we're not one round away from it, but.
And if they could win this pistol, they will have won the series, only allowing DSG a total of 3 rounds across 2 maps.
That'd have to be like a record, right? I mean, I know Challengers is kind of like a newer thing, obviously, but
they're about to cap it off.
At least
just
at
as
this
many as their
level.
rounds have been, maybe
With
here
the new
in flawless
franchise
fashion.
leagues, but still, like
5 players.
Timing.
Yep, lean out towards A, stealing Gangsta. Haven't been met just yet though.
They don't see him in short.
I don't think they know.
They didn't see them in short either, did they?
Still got there just a little bit too late to watch them make it onto A site, and now all of a sudden they're like, oh.
And they're tucking. Right, they don't want to try and fight this one. Expecting 5 players on the site. Koala goes aggressive. Clear once more will answer it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think
There's a bit of
DSG
that confidence that we were hoping to see as DSG starts to work their way back into this round. It's EU and John Cutie, the last ones to stand, but the trade kills are coming through. 4 players still alive. A tap onto the spike and no util to stop this one. Exalt should just be able to stick it here, and they can't quite find the spam. It's John Cutie with 3. It's Steel to collect one of his own. EU still finds a kill, but
they
DSG
got themselves a round, chat. Let's go.
Indeed, finally making sure they're not going to get completely shut out. Finally, and they get caught a little bit there.
But it's top 4 teams from
forward.
each
Finally, they get punished for it.
bracket though. That go to the mid-season invitational. They'll qualify for that. You have to
Still,
remember
though, they
in
wound up all dying. They won the round.
Group
so
B, you've got Mad Lions
sort of
and OR
interesting.
Esports, who are both
Quality
0
actually
3.
uses that
So
to go for a hero
Group B
Vandal
technically
this
knows
round.
everybody who's qualified for the
See if he can
midseason.
still get it done here and now, while everyone else takes a seat.
You know what I mean?
Can you blame him?
Yeah, no. I mean, when you're up 12-1, I think you can afford to take a couple of Hail Marys.
Oh, they've spotted out the alarm bot.
M80 was plus 39 going into
Should be
this.
called out here. Perfection is what it's going to take
12
for
to-
DSG for the rest of the game.
Imagine though they do come back and force
Even
overtime.
faltering,
That'd be
Steel can go
insane.
right back on the angle, and they're just going to try and spam him. They know that he didn't run away. And Koala will deal with him. Goes up top, but it's clear to do it again. 3 rounds in a row. The Jet of DSG has been able to answer. Back to Koala Noob. Exalt finds a kill onto John Cutie. Now it's all down to the last one. So the small glimmer of hope that was that Vandal in the hands of Koala Noob gets punished, and DSG
Here we go.
do it again. It's 2 in a row.
Yeah, they got the entry. And he
Don't
almost
call it
got
a comeback,
one
chat.
Top to side, but he got caught clear, did a great job from
Badge.
the link area to get a couple of frags. And Ziff also wins a key battle up close on Nismo, not allowing that Vandal to have any more impact on the round. So DSG, to their credit, not,
Right there.
losing faith, keeping their composure, doing all the right things so far on this attacking side to find a way to climb their way back into it. The problem is, it's just such a big mountain. they
M80
have
was
to
told
climb,
to
and
delay
know
the time a
eventually
little
M80 will
bit.
calm
That way
down when they
the
feel they
teams in
need
the
to
next
go ahead and get
matchup
the
could
job done
warm up.
with
Trust.
Bull by here.
And look at where the buy went. Koala bought the Vandal in round 3. John says, hey, man, you can have my gun. Here, take it. You take it. I'll take the Sheriff. Koala, you've been a bit more proficient on the day.
Hey, man. Oh, my God, that aftershock.
And the aftershock not even needed. They tried to plant their feet and fight, and Nismo punishes them for
sure?
it. 2 players stacked up out towards A long. And well, it's
That was
just the
such a
bodies.
deadly aftershock because it just made him freeze.
Yeah.
And then Nismo just guns him down. EU going to clear out the B site here with the owl drone for the plant, which is coming just now.
Ooh, okay, hold on. That's going to be stalled out, though. The Ares spam is there, and Steel will do it. Battles
Okay,
back
hold
into the
on.
round. Taking down Koala, finding the kill on the gangster, or excuse me,
Hold
on
on.
Xander as well. Nismo gonna get caught.
Let him cook,
creeping
chat.
Through this B side at Ziff on the opposite side of the map. Tagged up as EU, still able
Nope,
to find the
never
kill. It
mind.
was low HP, and now it's no HP. M80 do it. It looked like DSG was securing their third, but it's anything but. This series ends in 2-0 fashion.
2-0 with
Damn,
only 5
man.
total rounds for DSG. And while certainly
That's
I felt
crazy.
that was coming to this series as the favorite, and I certainly thought a 2-0 was possible, I just could not have conceived of it coming in this fashion. Like, DSG is just a team that I feel is higher quality than what we saw today, and I don't know what happened, if just they didn't quite get into it or what the deal is.
Nah,
but
I think they
this
just
is
overheated a little bit. I think that's all it was.
not the way I thought things would go down, I think. It's fair to say. And I think Box would probably agree as he comes in.
Bruh. Bust out the rosary beads and the holy water. That
I mean,
man's got
still,
a demon inside.
26
Oh
rounds
my
to
God,
5, you
Wallen,
know?
That was just ridiculous. An absolute performance. He was 19 at 4 at halftime here. I know it was 12-0, so obviously the stats are going to look really, really good. But M80 basically just said, hey, remember that map we lost in the first week to OR Esports? And everyone was like, I don't know if they're really as good as we thought. They're like, yeah, shut up about that because we're awesome.
See, but I've been telling people I think
if you
OR
were questioning
Esports,
their round differential either and where that would end up, good God.
even though they're
that
0-3,
cements them in a
man,
crazy
like, I think
position.
they're
And
better
on the
than
inverse of that, Dust,
a lot of
Disguise
people
is
give them
now
credit
a
for.
really awkward spot because their round differential just got tanked
Yeah.
in back-to-back maps.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, kind of like what me and Tanner have been talking about throughout the entire series is, I mean, DSG, I feel like they're better than what we saw today, like, just generally speaking. Like,
Yep, I agree.
I can't imagine that, you take this series
Do we
10
think
times,
maybe
that happens,
Disguise let their foot off the
many more than a few,
gas,
right? Like, I think that
knowing
the
that
games
they're
typically should be more
qualified?
close to, like, that 13-8, 13-10 range. I think that's its quality of team that DSG has
Possibly.
proven to be, just from the eye test. But M80 just, again, like we've seen all season long, they are a well-oiled machine. They are on the same page. They have the roles figured out.
I guess they're not
perfectly for
technically
each player.
qualified, but they're like
They
all but
all get to
qualified.
play to their strengths. They can all frag out. And when they're at their peak performance levels, like we saw today,
What if
they
Disguise
are
was in
so
Group A?
dangerous because they can play an oppressive style of Valorant that's still very efficient. They don't often overextend or find themselves.
I mean, I think if Disguise
even when QualiNoob
was in Group
A, he's got a great support system behind him to help him do it, to either trade or
they
to just
probably
get
still
in
lose to
position.
G2, but probably are like the second best team.
It's the master class of Valorant we saw today from them. It's that simple.
And in the world, right, the realm of possibility.
I'm gonna be really interested to see what happens
or we go to
in this next game. I know a lot of people are gonna be like writing off
that DSG have to play
OR Esports going up against TSM, with TSM coming off the win to the guard. But I think OR Esports might
off day for this team, right?
surprise them, especially because it's kind of like a trap game.
Unfortunately, did not kind of
for
live up
TSM
to the
for real.
that we set, and obviously nobody is kicking themselves more than those two players in this series alone. But you had to play perfectly, and it just kind of shows what happens when you allow M80 to have a great day and another team, unfortunately it's DSG in this situation, to have a bad day.
You know, honestly, Dust, I was having flashbacks watching that second map.
Yeah, I almost wonder if part of this is like a combination of M80 just being on their shit today and DSG not. Right, like I don't think DSG's this bad. I don't think M80's this dumb. I shouldn't say they're that dominant, but you know what I mean, like comparatively.
Might be looking good in the group stages right now, but it is just the group stages. There's still so much more to play out, but go ahead and let's take a look at the group standings, where you can see them very comfortable in first position over in Group B. Oh my God.
60 round differential. Jesus.
No one's catching them, bro.
Yeah.
It's going in hand the number 1 seed.
So
it's a battle
ridiculous.
for second now. It's a battle for second now, for
they
sure.
would have to get, so keep in mind, they only play one other team.
That's
they play
TSM.
The guard.
Oh, the guard, that's right.
Even if the guard 12-0s them, or 13-0s them in back-to-back maps, I'm still like not sure how that's going to stack up, because the series this week could bring the guards round differential down after we saw them struggle last week. So obviously that scenario playing out seems unlikely. There's still a world where
I think the guard win this week. I mean, they're playing Mad Lions.
Yeah, they're definitely no worse than second now. I mean,
I don't
no chance
think that guard can beat them even. I think that this team is just insane right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have clearly asserted
the one thing you worry about a team like M80 though is like when it's
again, I think G2 has looked stronger than I expected, and I want to give them their
when
props.
a team's this
I
good,
think
it's like
they had that
how
upset loss,
long
but
can you
they're
keep it
still amongst
going
the top
too,
3 in
right?
this league. But M80 just look like a level above the rest right now, just the way that they're playing.
And I want to probably just caveat and lock in M80 at number 1, right? Even if the guard beat them, head-to-head is our number 2, I think, in tiebreakers now. It's round differential. So having that plus 60 is basically just the icing on the cake. It's a
getting
nice
them like a good op player.
60 on top of it all for M80. Meanwhile, for Disguise, I guess to briefly kind of touch on that.
Who is their jet?
We won't see them for another week.
For Disguise.
This third, fourth place, I'm not too sure how exactly the midseason invitational is shaking out. I know last year when we were doing main events like this, the fourth place seed, like first place was getting a bye, fourth place was going down into the lowers. I don't think we're doing that, and I do think that they're in a good spot to still make the midseason invitationals, and they play TSM next week.
Yeah, the
So
other thing
that
too is like Disguise is still a
basically
new
that fate is kind of
team,
in their
you know.
own hand. You know, if they beat the breaks off of TSM, hopefully that'll.
And at
make
the
up
end of
for
the
round difference
day,
that they lost.
I think
but the problem is
mid-season
TSM's a
invitational
different
only
team
gets
now
you
than they
money,
were the
right?
first 2
And
weeks.
points.
We saw a drastic improvement with Campeki coming on board. Now, whether they'll keep that up, we're actually going to find out not too long from now, because they play OR Esports in just a moment. But yeah,
like it doesn't.
I think, like you said,
I mean,
Disguise
it gets you
shows
points
at
as far
least,
as like obviously
they
for
can
the
come
end
out
of the
this knowing
season,
that their
but
fate's still in their own hands if they can get the win next week.
Yeah, that was that was.
I think Disguise is
the
the team that we'll see have
at this point to
a
get
stronger
like,
second half
it's
of
like
the year.
you ever see a video of like orca whales tossing seals around in the air? Like I feel like that's just kind
Does
of.
anyone know? Do they reseed after
is the seal, and every once
the
in a while
split?
the seal maybe gets a bite. That's what happened in the OR Esports series, but ultimately, like the fate is sealed. But bad puns aside, you know, QualiNoob's performance was unmatched. You know what else is unmatched? The gaming deals at eBay. They offer 50% off of must-have
Good
brands,
lead-in.
new
That
tech,
was
and
beautiful.
free shipping. That's amazing. They carry all my favorite brands from Razer to HyperX to Alienware and more. eBay is a one-stop shop for all my gaming needs. Check out the deals at pks.gg/eBay. We're going to go ahead and throw things to the Investor Post Series highlights. When we come back, it'll be the post-match interview. Stay tuned.
I do hope that they are still able to start this next game before 7, champ. Would be kind of nice. I'm like hoping, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to think. I don't think there's even any other like esports arena for Apex that didn't even start till 7. Like, I wouldn't know what else to like put on right now to burn some time. I guess we could always put on one of the other challenger circuits, right? I mean, it looks like Brazil's got a challengers game going on right now. Yeah, I mean, they do got like a really good core. Like they got a good core, they got a good coach. Oh, this is the last week for Brazil, huh? Oh, and that should be a banging matchup according to what it's showing on chat. How y'all feel about
as francas favoritas a passar não só para playoff, mas também ser a grande campeã do campeonato.
Oh, they're not in a match right now. Never mind.
Eu acho que eram algumas coisas que a gente não esperava.
What do you think though? If we're having to do like a long in between, should we check in on some other challengers action? Thoughts? Takers? So it looks like over in Challengers Brazil, it's Audic versus Red Canids, and they're both 4-2, sitting at the top of Brazil. And then even the second game over there, although we'll probably oh, is that done then, maybe? Is the first game done, maybe, potentially? Been live for 3 hours. It's looked like maybe it's not updated on Wikipedia. Even still, the second game's decent. It's two teams that are like vying for one vying for an invite to the main event or whatever. So it looks like Brazil only has never mind. They just don't have a mid-season. Oh, they do have a mid-season invitational. I guess that's just their main stage. They just call it something different. I'm kind of confused why it's labeled differently. Anyways, chats, what's y'all's thoughts on XQC saying he wants to get into challengers? Y'all thinking NA, or do you think he wants to do something more
Welcome back,
EU
everybody,
side?
to the Valorant Challengers North America Week 4 of Split 1. If you blinked, you may have missed that last series. Man, I can't speak. I'm so scrambled up from that performance from M80, I can't even talk good. The words don't come out of my mouth well. But maybe they'll come out of Koala's mouth better as we brought him in for the post-match interview. That was an absolutely unbelievable performance from you. And let's start things off right. I need to know everything you did today from the moment you woke up until the moment you played that match, because I'm going to copy-paste that into my real life and maybe win a ranked game.
I didn't do much. I woke up, I showered, I had a salad. Always eat healthy on your match days. It gives you a lot of good natural energy. And then I played a ranked game before practice.
See,
He said, "Yo, just have a salad, big dog."
At home. That's all it takes, and you two
I love
can
it.
put up almost 500 ACS in a series. You guys haven't lost a map since week 1. against OR Esports. Looking back, do you feel like that was probably just some first match jitters since you guys hadn't competed in an official match in such a long time?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we face OR again, no disrespect to them, but I feel like 10 out of 10 times it's a 2-0.
Do you feel like today's performance is like what this team should be capable of all the time? Like this is the peak performance of your roster?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not me, it's Marky or Nismo. If it's not Nismo, it's John. If it's not John, it's Xander. If it's not Xander, it's Dan. Like, literally every person you're going to see while this team's a thing, like, pop off. Everybody on this team has the potential to pop off, and this week it was just me.
Are they...
When you guys are playing this well,
are they
obviously
staying together, M80 or no?
You for that. But when you're playing that well,
I don't think they are, right?
Does the team allow you a little bit of a looser leash to just kind of do what you want, or was it always the game plan coming in to kind of be like a little bit more aggressive?
11 to... I don't remember what it was. We were at like 11 or 12 on Pearl. I'm just like, yo, John, can you take this gun and just let me like run with my knives? Because like I ran R with my knives. I just did whatever I felt like. So like, we were obviously trying to close it out, but I just wanted to, like, when I'm feeling it like this, usually John just allows me to kind of just do whatever I feel like, because he knows I'm just gonna
play his game.
People.
I mean, after that first map, you guys obviously were feeling confident, but what were the vibes like in the team speak in the comms when you were getting prepared for map 2?
We just went downstairs and just like got like more water and stuff. We were, I don't know, everybody was dialed in. I was just like excited and like hyped up because we just like destroyed
you just say
them,
team speak? I said Discord.
Was pretty
You're gonna win.
Like nobody was like, okay, let's do this for Haven. Let's do this. Like we just knew we won. I feel like.
Now, well, I mean, obviously you feel really confident coming off of a first map win the way that you did, and coming out of the second map, you probably feel even better. You guys are in a pretty strong position right now in first place with only one series left to go against the Guard. But this final question does come from the fan zone. If you guys at home are wondering what the fan zone is, you can head over to pks.gg/Discord. This one's from Chloe. How does it feel to be so talented and hip and fresh and cool?
Got a girlfriend named Marissa who hypes you
up. Oh, how cute.
Oh, the GF buff is a good one. I'm married, and I don't think that's ever made a difference for my performance, unfortunately. But I'm also...
Fine, and your time will be soon.
Well, congratulations again on the match win. Obviously, you guys look great. I'm really excited to see what you guys do in the final week against the Guard.
Thank you. Yeah, we will be working hard.
Hard work indeed, although it didn't look like it in that last series. That looked like it was the easiest series win we've seen all series long here in Split 1 of Valorant Challengers North America. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. We've got another game coming up just after that. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Ooh. All right, what do we think, champ?
Check it out.
Is it worth
Wave Runners is too good to be true, or if I wear my kicks.
Actually, I'm looking over right now. It doesn't look like they've done it yet. Oh, they're showing map picks.
Checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box.
Chat, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put
every logo,
this
every label,
onto my other monitor.
Yeah, it's checked.
All right.
The luster.
Vai ter a 00 teve algum problema.
And we're gonna watch this for now.
We're
just gonna vibe, hang out, you know.
A 00 e tantas.
It looks like they're about to start. And then once the American broadcast is back up, we're gonna switch over. All right.
Faz sentido a escolha.
Deal?
E a Fracture que a 00 trouxe logo na primeira rodada, contra, se não me engano, com o time da VKS para colocar para jogo, mandaram bem e estão tentando, digamos assim, deixar esse mapa mais redondinho possível.
Concordo demais, e agora é o seguinte, não temos mais margem para erro. Perdeu, tá em casa, então vamos começar com seleção de agentes na tela.
Vamos que vamos então, bora pra
They've got challengers in a studio, huh?
TBK contra 00, o jogo da vida pros dois e tá aí.
Challengers is on land in Brazil.
Artesin na direita, o Riots vai picar a sua Viper e o Artesin vem de Neon. Forte demais, na sequência temos aí o Chase de Raze e o Prince de Breach. Depois Lukezeiro, o capitão aí com a sua Astra, capitão também o adverso de Cypher. Temos Denaro de Breach e Bartim de Brimstone. E para finalizar, então, Mateuzinho de Cypher e o Xion trazendo.
So, the team on the left chat, TBK.
Cara, bem diferentes as composições. Fazia muito tempo que eu não vi uma Astra nesse mapa. Eu acho que o último cara que jogou com
TBK
ela
is currently in 4th, tied with 3 teams at 3 and 3.
Geralmente o pessoal traz o Brim por conta do duelista, né?
0-0 Nation is on the outside of their
faz com que você consiga pinçar o mapa com mais
their main event.
De baixo.
So they only take the top 6 teams. They're in 7th.
Eu sempre gosto de frisar isso aí.
So this would be a big win for him.
Ela entra como um segundo controlador, mas principalmente
We're not going to watch all of it again. Obviously, we're going to switch over to NA Challengers as soon as NA Challengers is back. I just figured, you know, instead of watching ads and stuff while the teams warm up, we might as well watch some Valorant, right?
Então, é uma função da TBK de jogar um pouquinho mais lento. Em vez de acelerar o tempo inteiro, tirar a informação primeiro da equipe da 00 e depois fazer algo em cima disso. E da 00, XR, Neon, faz sentido com Brim, Brit, aquele combo que a gente viu, principalmente a antigo corda óptica jogar, né? Brit, Neon e Brim, estimulante, stun, duplo stun, né? Da Neon e do Brim. Então, assim, são propostas bem diferentes, mas vamos ver quem vai levar melhor, lembrando, né? É o mapa de escolha da equipe da 00, então eles precisam colocar ritmo de jogo e mais do que isso, cara, que eu falei quando estávamos no palco, que é... precisa parar de perder.
Here's something interesting, chat. I'm pretty sure from my chat with an old friend who works in the Challengers over in Germany. I think Germany also does theirs in like a studio for Challengers.
É isso, jogo que vale demais, principalmente aí para 00, né? Mas a TBK também vencendo já se garante nesses playoffs, garante os 6 times que avançam
I wonder why.
fase aqui do Challengers Brasil. E Fracture, então, mapa de escolha da 00 Nation. Artizin fez uma grande partida de Neon na semana passada nesse mapa. O Bartim também está sendo um dos grandes destaques individualmente.
E o que eu tenho conversado com alguns times XR do Challengers é que com a vinda da Neon com mais recorrência na mão dos duelistas, a Killjoy perde um pouco de espaço para a entrada do Cypher. Então a gente vai ver mais Cyphers aparecendo com o Neon do outro lado.
Alô, Tichinha! E vamos que vamos, hein? 1 minuto já no relógio, o adverso quebra o fio do outro Cypher e já tem o Artizin se encaminhando ali pela torre. E a 00 vem no sapatinho, hein? De pantufa, não faz barulho, mas já tá dentro do Spike Site. E o Luquezeira vai pegar a informação ali, tem uma brechinha na Smoke. Será que ele viu a passagem? Parece que não identificou. E é o Bartim quem já vai botando essa Spike no chão. 5 contra 5 ainda. Ninguém nem se viu, né? Mas a Spike já tá plantada e agora a TBK vai trabalhar nesse retake.
É, o único pós-plant que o time da 00 tem é o pós-choque do Prince, né? Não tem mais Molotov e o Bartim, não tem fragmento mais.
Bro, I love the free cam.
A TBK por retake.
I wish the NA
o
broadcast would use it more.
Foi feito ali na base para tentar ganhar tempo, então agora para segurar esse desarme é só na mira. Adverso pega o primeiro, olha o chase, Artizin Xion, Artizin de novo. E aí, Mateuzinho contra 4, já deitou 2. Será que dá pra acreditar?
Nossa!
Artizin, mais uma vez ele, balaça na cara. E ponto da 00 que sai na frente, 1-0.
Falamos desse monstro chamado Artizin, ele é muito bom, cara, assim, pegou a
Does Neon still get used in NA at all? I feel like I haven't really seen
uma aposta pro Spike Side
Neon
lá, né?
much.
E aí você tem um retake.
That's interesting.
Assim,
I don't know why it stands out to me so much, but that's like the first thing looking at this, right?
E aí a 00 teve a vantagem de ficar com 3 jogadores na escada, só trocando tiro. A Artizin tava de xerife, acertou ali 3 pedradas. Sai na frente a 00, a TBK tá de defesa, não pode fazer aquele esforço econômico, mas tem Shore na mão do Luquezeira ali, na torre. A gente viu que no Loquinha essa arma aí, XR, não precisa tomar nerf, cara. Não é possível.
Sim.
Quantidade de kill que a galera pegou com a Shore é brincadeira. Então tá aí, fica o recado. Nerfem, de fato, cara, essa Shore aí que tá uma piada.
Ah, eu acho que dá uma graça, viu, Spotão? E olha aí, adverso, já aproveitou o timing, pegou o Luquezeira ali, meio sem saber pra onde ia. De novo, a equipe da 00 já tem um domínio muito cedo do Spike Site e vai poder botar ali no chão o Bartinha, quem vai plantando mais uma vez. Vamos ver, né? Porque é muito complicado agora pra TBK, essa short, a chance era...
Chat, again, I promise we'll watch over in NA as soon as it started. Just figured instead of watching some ads.
Fica muito
you know what I mean?
complicado ela ter uma efetividade, a não ser que a 00 vá pra cima. Adverso pega mais um ali pelas costas, o Artizin consegue aqui pra cima do Chase. E agora, 5 contra 2, vai ser pressionado aí o Denaro. Vamos ver, ele fica já de Classic esperando. E ó, o Riots só rezando pra alguém atravessar essa smoke. E aí ele já percebeu que o Artizin vai dando a volta, o adverso tá perto dele também. E é o Xion quem garante então esse último abate, 2-0 pra 00.
É, round tranquilo, mais uma vez uma outra aposta da TBK pro Spike Site da A, deixando só o Luquezeira sozinho na B, mas ele teve que guivar a região da torre e o adverso que fez isso no Piston, então imagino que a gente possa ver esse Cypher
Big
do
round for
adverso
TBK here.
buscando mais jogo na região da escada da B, tentando dar um contato. E ó, mais uma aposta da TBK, hein? Me parece que eles vão deixar o Mateuzinho sozinho nessa A e vão colocar 4 jogadores pro Spike Side.
They should probably come back to this soon, right? Keep seeing people leave. We have to be over here. We will. It's fine. No, I'm just. This was the one thing that I was kind of concerned with, though, with the game, you know, the games being the matchups that they were. I kind of figured this was gonna fly through this game. I'm actually gonna refill my water real quick, chat. Yo, chat, how cool would it be if we end up be able to go down to DC and do some work with 2K at some point this year? $2K season starts this week. A lot of stuff starting up this week. ALGS starts this week. Gonna be good, man. All right, TSM versus OR Esports about to be starting off. TSM's page just posted about it. You know, they're probably starting early. Thank the Lord. Oh, my goodness. Hey, yo, chat, by the way, man, if y'all been digging the vibes, y'all can do me a favor, smack that like button for me, man. While we're on break here. Seems to help with the algorithm. Even on the lives, man. I greatly appreciate you. We've been popping live for NA Challengers here.
And we are back.
We're
on
doing
the
ALGS this weekend.
Nice Arena Valorant Challengers. Man, I can't speak good. I do the English well. Welcome back here to the desk.
So,
as we are ready to
y'all enjoy the vibes, man. Also, feel free to slap that subscribe button. Totally up to you.
First day of Split 1 for this 4th week, and we've already seen one team get up. Smack on the behind as M80 came out swinging against Disguise.
We also cover a lot of Valorant
Going back
Esports
and forth with
news,
each other on
interviews,
Twitter,
stuff
but
like that.
We all know
So,
who found the victory that mattered most, and it was M80 who picked up a massive 2-0. Their round differential looking very healthy right now.
Yes.
But let's shift focus to our second series of the day. It's TSM versus OR Esports. And you might remember OR Esports as one of the few teams that's made M80 bleed. They took a map off of them way back in week 1, and it was a surprise to all of us as we expected what we just saw against DSG to happen to OR Esports, but it did go 3 maps in that series. And they're facing off against TSM, who has been reinvigorated.
just beat the
Just
guard.
looking at this TSM roster just last week after the recent change, they look so much better than they did when they started out the split.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they went from a situation where, you know, they lost to M80 2-0 and, you know, had a win against Mad Lions and looking kind of a little bit all over the place to a team that was able to pull out a 2-0 upset over the guard last week with their new member.
how cool would it be if Tanner shouted out our interview when we talked about TSM?
In-game leadership. They looked like a really strong team tactically.
That'd be pretty sick, wouldn't it?
A short amount of time together with Gamal at the helm, and Gamal doesn't really even have like a huge in-game leadership past. So it was actually really impressive to see how quickly they were able to kind of turn things around and just look like a better quality team in, you know, just a week's time, basically.
I also want to toss in too that TSM did something really cool for us as fans of the esport. They showed us what Group B really was, right? They had that interesting win. We didn't really know what the team looked like against Mad Lions. Then they come in and they just get dusted by M80, which it seems everybody's doing. And then we were kind of thinking, right, M80 and the guard are going to be at the top, but then TSM come in and they kind of weasel their way into this conversation that maybe the guard aren't as great as we thought. And so I think with this change in Campecchi, this TSM team since last week is just going to continue to ramp up as we look to close.
I think Campecchi was a big pickup for them.
And look, I'll be honest, like this Campecchi pickup was one that I was a little bit kind of questioning because when he played with Sentinels last year, he didn't look all that impressive. You know, now back before that, he certainly did. Like he, on a crew, for example, you know, he certainly looked like he was a promising guy. That's why Sentinels took a chance on him. But things didn't go well there. But you have to wonder, maybe part of that was the environment. Maybe he just didn't fit in, whatever the case may be. But he comes in after, a pretty long off period of official play. Comes in as a new fifth at TSM, and he is currently in the league right now, number 1, I believe, in assists per round and number 2 in cast. So he quickly made an impact, is the point I'm getting at on this team, and really helped drive them forward against the Guard last week.
I think that most people, when Campeki was picked up by that roster, people were like, huh, wait, who?
Yeah.
I don't think that a lot of people heard that name and it immediately came to them unless they really paid attention to the Tier 2 scene. So when he under-delivered with that roster, I think people were kind of like, well, duh. I've never heard his name before, so clearly he's not that good. But the reality was he was a strong player. It just didn't work out for him in that system. I was concerned that we could see something like that play out again here, but obviously that's not the case. But again, small grain of salt. It was just one match. We haven't seen enough of him yet to really stamp that opinion solidly.
I want to just caveat on top of Campeki while we're still on this topic of his kind of
I'm gonna go rinse my ball real
to
quick,
success, right? Was a really strong performance basically all the time when playing with a crew, and then he just immediately gets thrown into this roster that not only is an incredibly strong roster, a lot of people were raising their heads, their eyebrows about it, and then you just have this fan base, right? Outside of how strong Sentinels were as a roster, you have this fan base that there's so much pressure. Not that there's any less pressure here, but he's already tasted that. So now on TSM, I think he's not really feeling that fan pressure, right? He also is one of those players, like we're seeing with these roster changes that are happening, in the middle of the split, that nobody's expecting Campeki to come through and just be incredible and drop 50 and get 500 ACS. Nobody's expecting that. So I think that the pressure is just on the rest of TSM to make him work in the roster versus him making it work.
Now, on the flip side, you've got an OR Esports team who, honestly, I gotta say, I think this team is a lot better than their record would indicate. When you look at them, everyone goes, oh, yeah, again, same factor as Campeki, basically. They go, who? It's that nameless factor that a lot of teams coming in from qualifiers suffer from. Now, some of these players do have playing history. Even Mummy mentioned playing with some of them on his time with Anbox and New York Fury. But it wasn't necessarily high-level play. Now, they did manage to find a map win over M80, which is impressive when you've seen what's happened to other teams facing off against M80. But I actually want to look at their last series against Disguised as almost a more impressive feat, even though they don't win. Back-to-back maps into overtime. They have serious fighting and staying strength.
People gotta stop sleeping on OR, man.
They won only one of those maps, but they were just a round away from closing out Pearl and taking the series 2-1 themselves.
Yeah, OR Esports is just a tough one to read, right? Because they're another one of these teams for this league that were kind of just brand new rosters with no real core coming into the roster building process. I mean, yeah, Jonas 6 and Lear had played with each other, on Zero Marksman Black, and prior to that, you mentioned already the Ambox situation. But then everybody else on this team comes from different academy teams. Like Pure and Zeldris comes from Knights Academy. Nilly comes from the Cloud9 Academy after having played for YFP and Squirtle Squad for a bit. And
you mean Turtle Troop?
All we really got to see was what they did in qualifiers, which, to be honest with you, like they didn't really do that great in qualifiers. Like they did well enough to get here, obviously, but they did lose to Turtle Troop, which has been one of the other weaker teams in the league, and they beat Sonics, in kind of a tight series to make it to the league. And then once they got here, they've gone 0-3. Yeah, they've gotten a map on M80. Yeah, they've gotten a map on Disguised, but I mean, they just haven't really been able to do anything consistently. And it's kind of damning that this is actually their best player, and this is the stats that he's got. Like, they don't really have a guy who's out there, like,
we're up to
really
78 on
towing the line and being, like, a big star player yet. They have a bunch of guys
Challengers
who are pretty solid, and, there are times where they look like they're getting their acts together, but they just haven't been able to really figure out, like, the fine-tuning of the mid to late round scenarios to be able to actually take a series down yet.
So, but I want to go back to these stats, Dust, because these are what his stats look like. It's not the most impressive in the world. It's not the best, but these are the stats after he had to try and pad them against DSG after getting whomped by the Guard and by M80, right? This OR team, nobody on this team at this point in the game should have any good stats because they started in the negative. It wasn't until week 3 that we really saw players like Zeldris actually have their time to shine.
That's right, bro.
Zeldris is like, I think, 12th from the bottom in rating. I think, like, when you look at the stats, everyone else is beneath them. They've got multiple players in bottom 5 of considerable stat categories.
They've had a tough draw though, man. Like I feel like we're hitting home on a top point. It's
measurables that we typically use to look at players and what they bring to the server.
Obvious.
They're in the bottom
You know
five
what I
in a
mean?
lot of those categories, and they're just not.
Or is it
hitting the
just
mark.
me?
And yet,
Do I sound like a
still,
mark?
They almost won a
Do I sound like an
series
OR
against
Esports
DSG.
mark?
They did take a map off M80.
That's
I feel
gross
like,
if that's the
honestly,
case.
and this is a hot take, and I said it before the show. If you put this team in Group A, they can have 2 wins right now.
That's fair.
I disagree. Like I think that
One.
most moguls would beat this team. I think maybe some of the other ones, maybe you could have a debate about it. But honestly, I think it is fair to kind of wrap back around to kind of what y'all two have been kind of alluding to, and let's just call it what it is. The strength of schedule for them was difficult out the gate, especially for a team that's coming from qualifiers that doesn't have a core, you know, to their roster, doesn't have a whole lot of history playing together. I mean, again, maybe like a pair of players play together over here, another pair of players play together over there, but not as a whole unit, right?
Right.
And so I do want to give them a little bit of leeway on their performance, just kind of considering that fact that they're so fresh and that they had such a tough opening 2 weeks with the teams that they had to play against. And I do think that there's a chance that they could show us something better than what we've seen prior in this series coming up.
There is a stat category they do lead, and it's rounds for clutch opportunities. 113 out of 162 rounds, they're in a clutch scenario, which is not a stat category you really want to be in the lead of. That's with 70% of the rounds almost where they end up in a 1vx situation. And unfortunately, they're only winning 11% of those. That's 18 rounds total out of 113. So it kind of illustrates the problem that you had mentioned earlier, Dust. The mid to late round is definitely proving to be problematic. Even the early round, they're just going down bodies and forcing themselves into those positions. But we will take a look at the maps. There's maybe a world where the map pool works out well for OR. We have seen them, again, find success on maps like Pearl, which is why it's probably not going to be played. TSM taking care of Pearl. They don't want anything to do with that. You're going to see Lotus banned as well, which is not entirely surprising. I'm pretty sure OR banned that one last week as well. So we're going to be going to Haven.
All
And
right,
then
Haven, Split, Ascent.
And then we'll see Icebox and Fracture banned, and then Ascent to close out the day. Should we need it, though? Tanner, I mean, looking at this, Haven, potentially a pretty good map here for both teams. I mean, we saw OR Esports have a serious fight. They obviously
What up, big dog?
Disguised 14-12.
How you feeling, homie?
Split is a question mark
Happy
for
Wednesday.
them. I feel like their performance in the previous week was not really all that great against Disguised.
Yeah, this to me, again, if OR are going to get it done, I think it happens in 3 maps. We go all the way to Ascent, which I think Haven and Ascent are relatively good maps for OR Esports. I also think at this point in the split, when you're kind of backs against the wall, you can play just incredibly careless. You can't, not careless, but you can just play with no pressure. And I'm hoping that that's what we see. Yes, exactly. So although Split is a weird pick, I would imagine TSM was watching close last week. I do want to remind everybody that Split was the map that OR wanted to play last week. So I'm wondering if there was a little bit in the vetoes of saying, like, hey, we're going to lull them into this because we know how to fix the mistakes that we made against DSG on that map.
Yeah, but we talked about it last week too, right, Dust? We talked about the ace in the hole, like that strategy of picking a map that maybe someone wasn't necessarily prepared for. If you were going to do that here, wouldn't Lotus be that map selection? We've seen so many teams shy away from it. I'm surprised that we actually haven't seen someone just go, you know what? Backs against the wall, like you said. We're just going to try this and see what happens.
The perception around Lotus is still known.
When I look at the map pool, I'm a little bit more concerned, right? Because, you know, the first map is Haven. Honestly, you know, OR has lost 4 of their last 6 games on that map. And then when you look over at Split, they've only played it once, and it was a pretty massive defeat against Disguise. So, like, it's not like our strong case
Just chilling
for them
today?
when
Hell
you look
yeah.
at this map pool. But to be fair, the sample size is kind of small. And also to be fair, when you look at TSM, it's not like they seem to be some type of, like, mega boss or something like that in these opening 2 maps in their own right. Like, we haven't really seen them play either map very much, right? I think the only time that we saw them play Haven was a loss against the Guard. And then Split, I'm trying to think. I don't think they have played it yet this season. It's particularly with this new roster, obviously.
Well, who wants to hear a bunch of nerds on a desk talk about video games? Not this guy, these two. No one wants that. We'd much rather hear from the players and hear their perspective. We
Hell yeah.
TSM and OR Esports to talk about
Let's
their
talk
upcoming
about
match.
it.
Let's take a look.
But we kind of took it on the chin, and we're just going to have to move.
Hey. Valorant production squad. I'm telling you, man, whether it's Challengers or VCT, always kills it.
The preparation in the split has been going pretty good. Unfortunately, we had to play like really strong teams in the first 2 matches, but we kind of took it on the chin, and we're just gonna have to move forward for the remaining matches that we have in the split, and we'll see what we can do then.
Make sure that we're coming into practice every day, like 100% ready to give it like everything into it, just because like these days really matter to us, you know. We haven't had like the time to prep, especially with a new player, so we definitely need to like make the most of our time and just really get on the gear.
Yeah, as an IGL,
I mean,
it's been a little
TSM
hard
looked
with,
good
like,
last week,
but that's where I like my individual like grind has really been coming in. So like I just do a lot of like
gotta
water
feel
view
like
and stuff, and I just try to get better at like
stock's
microing
kind
other
of
players. So,
up,
like when
you
I
know?
recognize situations in game, I'm able to like call the mid round based off that, and just improve on my calling. I don't think our prep is really gonna change. Like I said, moving forward against any of these other remaining teams, I feel like we're gonna follow our game plan that we know and trust, and just play our game, and it's just that simple, and just move forward from there.
Especially with these teams that are, I guess, like less structure based, you know, like they don't have as much foundation. They work a lot of like confidence, and it's very snowbally as well. So I think like the best team to beat like any quote unquote like pug team or anywhere like that, just like shut down their ideas early and then just kind of let them get into their own head.
Yeah, if you're an underdog, which I think they are, I think pretty fair to say they're underdogs.
Chat,
to, like,
should we look
to make sure that you don't let
at it much at the fact that
too many rounds like swing on their side, 'cause
two
they have momentum. They're young, as you said, young teams.
Teams that haven't won were both
you have to make
lower
sure that you
bracket
keep the control of the game.
qualifiers.
Don't let them like run away with dumb stuff. If you lose a couple rounds, take your time out and just try to. You don't want to let them have any momentum.
I'm not sure. Against TSM, I personally don't have them as like a super crazy team or anything. I think they have like
from like
a lot
their
of individual
qualifying
plays,
tournaments,
and they strive like mechanically.
Or does that not really
overall,
matter?
As a team, I'm not too worried about TSM, honestly.
I would hope that we're a bit more prepared when it comes to that match. I think there'll be like more of a like we need to make something work for them to win. So I think TLs, but for different reasons and for different like. But I also think there's a way that they play shy and play not to lose. So we'll see how they come out of it.
Probably like a lot of chaos, honestly. I feel like they're also going to be like a pretty aggressive team. So it's just like aggressive versus aggressive, and it's like rounds will be over in like 10 seconds kind of thing. So, you know, it'll be fun.
Well, we've scrimmed TSM a couple times, and I feel like, yeah, like our play style, I think we can catch TSM off guard a lot, and I think overall, I think we're actually the better team.
Yeah, I don't have a strong message against them. I don't have like a very, I don't know them enough and stuff. But you know, I'll be ready with my roster, like not looking at radar too much, making sure I'm ready if someone beats me. But yeah, I mean, I want them to win every game except this one. So good luck to them.
For TSM, my message is just good luck, have fun, I guess. I don't got much to say other than that. I really like Seven, Nature. You know, I think they're all really good guys and, you know, good friends. Just good luck, have fun. Message to TSM.
Let's get it.
Have to be free SM.
I have a friend over there actually. So I have a friend called Zeldris. He's my friend. I know him since like all the CS days. So I mean, like, good luck, bro. That's all I have to say.
Good luck, have
All right,
fun
here we go.
from the OR Esports side, and good luck from Seven to Zeldris. Both a couple of young guns coming into this series. In this one, it has big implications for TSM. They want to continue to cement themselves higher in the list here for Group B Dust and for OR Esports. I guess, well, maybe not for OR Esports, but for the Disguise fans that are watching, they're hoping that this is anything but that for TSM.
Yeah, certainly. And one of the big things that you're seeing with TSM, with Campeki coming into the team, is not only has Guimond take over the IGL role, he is now back to playing controllers, which is a role that he was very familiar with back in the day. So it's kind of cool to see him back
Omen in place of the Astro over on TSM.
And I think that's like one of the key pivots that has helped TSM thrive, is kind of getting him into that position, and then Campeki coming in as that flex, and then everyone else just kind of stays the same, right? The test will really be the
Should
fact
be interesting
that
here.
Guimond is not
I
an
really would
experienced
love to
IGL.
see
As
OR
it says
pull
last
off the
week
upset
against
here.
the guard for an upset.
I just don't think they
but,
do.
You know, maybe I think when you become an IGL like that, sometimes the stretch really comes over time, not right at the very beginning of your career doing that. So I'll be curious to see how that works. And also, I did hear kind of a rumor that like Jonah was passing off the IGL role maybe to Nilly or something like that. So there could be something going on over there as well that needs to be kind of kept an eye on.
Yeah, Nilly, pretty historically in IGL for the teams that he has been a part of, trying to be maybe not the tip of the spear. That role is tossed on over to Zeldris, but just hoping to make sure that spear weaves in and out of combat proficiently. That dart immediately dealt with. It's Corey out to grab that early orb, looking to get the Blade Storm online. Meanwhile, it's mid control here for OR Esports as they flirt with this B site momentarily.
Yeah, definitely looking to try to get in here as quickly as possible. They jump up on top.
We'll have to worry about the pinch, but nobody actually on it.
Zeldris into an elevated position as the spike goes down. It was a retake setup for TSM on this side as they were looking very A-heavy early. So now it's all about, can you get the retake to work or not?
I mean, look at the two attackers all the way in the spawn, right? The players here on the site, unfortunately, not in the best situation as Nature quickly makes work of 3. Turret, you get the information that the players are here. Front sight looking to defuse this spike. Unfortunately, 4 players still alive against Nilly here, and it's hard to IGL your way out of this position.
I'm
7
so
will hop onto the
confused.
spike. Sirvian is going to find a couple of kills, make it 3. No way! Pure just did that!
How'd that work, though?
My goodness, man.
That shouldn't have worked.
TSM, we're about to have that retake
How'd that work?
It's one of the things that can happen on Haven when you plant B.
Wow.
And
All right.
everyone
They're
is
smarter than me.
post-planting from
Never
middle.
mind,
You
chat.
don't have any garage control. You don't have control of any of the link areas. It can sometimes make it very difficult as an attacking team to stop that spike from being diffused.
I did not
where you're
understand
just
having
kind
the
of
2 back
surrendering
by
so much control all around the B side.
Spawn.
But
I think they got
somehow,
lucky.
Some way, despite the fact that TSM was kind of mowing them down on the side after the plant, Pure comes back around for a quad and
That's
completely turns
insane.
around on its head. I mean, that is an impressive individual move there to kind of save the day and get them out in front early.
I don't know how.
And a player that we
right.
maybe didn't mention as much, right? A player that was activated last week, and I think much more so with Campecchi on this roster, is Nature. Does good for 3 kills on the round. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Recon bolt early. They're expecting the aggression. GMD only able to find 1. So OR Esports mitigate the damage dealt. It's just your duelist going down. That's a lot of the times Zeldris' job, so helps take the space. Now they'll take the side of player backside, and Campecchi all on his lonesome as he waits for 7 here.
Hold on.
Free gun, by the way. We've seen the right clicks do good things, and
Campecchi
unfortunately,
had his
Campecchi
shoulder
gives
found.
up just a bit too much of the shoulder the way of Nilly. And with that, I'm wondering what information they have as to where 7 is playing. It seems like they know that he's coming on the flank, so they'll back away to play spawn.
Yeah, really smart move by them, thinking this is the most common area that he could be coming from, and they're going to stick together as well to make sure they can trade. Obviously, this grab wall is going to really stall out this defusal process from 7, as he doesn't really know where they could be. Obviously, gets pulled off, not going to be able to get it halfway.
No, don't go back!
Yeah, leaped out of the grab well. Both players to swing here. 7, just too many angles to worry about in that situation. So the anti-eco, it goes as expected. The round win goes away of OR Esports, but a Pyrrhic victory, you know, at the very least, at what cost? This bonus round is going to be hurting.
Yeah, that was pretty well done by OR Esports as far as how they played out the final stage of the round, but definitely lost to Campecchi.
Wouldn't
a few
mind
bodies
seeing
that
a
they were probably
3
looking to
mapper.
be a little bit more efficient with. Obviously, this initial scenario, pretty good trade 3-for-1 in that situation, but again, Campecchi kind of got caught a couple of extra. Makes it a little bit more costly than they wanted it to be. That means it's going to be a much lighter bonus. You have people actually sticking with pistols because of that. So that could be a chance for TSM to pounce right back.
Full buy. And, well, not a fully vacant site. I thought 7 might try and leave as a dash into garage. Zeldris going to look to take that space. 7 still here on the site. Beautiful paranoia across the site, and the spray comes through. And 7 finds 2. Now, unfortunately, stuck in a tough situation. They're
not gonna clear him.
Going to trade kills back and forth. Unfortunately for OR Esports, the bodies, they've all fallen. These pistols, the SMGs, they just weren't enough. And 7 damn near solo holds this C site for TSM's first.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit confusing because they stun the site, but then Zeldris dashes garage rather than trying to punish anyone who may have gotten hit by the stun. So you did see that the TSM member holding the site did indeed get hit by the fault line, but there was no follow-up to punish it, and instead TSM just kind of slowly gathered back control of the site and used his superior firepower to get the dub. So this seemed a little awkward there. I think there was a missed opportunity. Either way, we're all square on firepower now and 1 round apart.
Bro, how does my chat keep getting changed from
all square,
all chat to top chat?
You're also going to have that Cosmic Divide online. It's
My bad if I'm missing any messages, chat.
like another B hit. And with that, GMD is going to toss out one of those dark covers. It's like 1 of 2. So 1 went out towards A lobby. This one here at the front of B. Same stars go down. Campecchi on the site here. Aftershock maybe looking to slow things down for a second. Campecchi able to hang on to his life after he deals with the recon bolt. And with that, OR Esports now reeling in it. Gonna try and head elsewhere, but they're running right into the microwave. We saw what 7 did last time.
Indeed we did, and he's playing the corner right now. He's going to start getting some support, but that Cosmic Divide is blocking Campeki from truly being able to help him out. It's all about whether they check their corners or not, and they do, but it's an equal exchange on the kill feed thus far.
Good trades.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zeldris just a little quicker than the play, quicker than they wanted it to be. Campeki collects 3 kills on the round.
Campeki really?
To the newly appointed IGL.
Doing it right now.
OR Esports. And 1v3, and that spike is just out of reach. So Nilly in a tough spot to try and clutch this round out. And this is one of the many clutches that OR Esports find themselves in.
Yeah, that Nano Swarm didn't get deep enough as well to flush Campeki out of position, so he kind of missed a chance to try to get a 1v1 duel there. And so now he's still left in a very difficult 1 versus 3 with a spike in a position that's very easily watched by both Corey and Campeki, and he doesn't have really any time either.
10 seconds left.
Got one. Okay, allowed the first. Stun reveals the position of Campeki, but as you said, time now of the essence. It's only kills here for Nilly that will win the round. And he finds 2 of 3. Nature plays the waiting game, backs away from the site, and TSM ties up.
Have all square on the board now. A couple of ults are in play now for Campeki and 7. Lear, though, has that hard ult to counter.
OR Esports only has the 1 rifle here.
With that Hunter Shuri in tow, but weaponry not really available for OR
Saved
Esports
from
here.
last
So an
round.
opportunity for TSM to kind of grab back a lead as you're having a couple of stingers having to be forced out here. The attacking side.
You know what I mean. Sorry.
Looks like they want to try to go for something hot and heavy at A, and I mean TSM might be greeting them. They're kind of loaded up in that same position.
And this weaponry, not the best.
Yeah, excuse me?
Down, picks up 3 and makes it away to safety. OR Esports just can't do a single thing here, even in the eco round where players are stacked up, they have strength in numbers. It means absolutely nothing thanks to GMD.
Wow.
Now the high-low peak as well to finish things off as soon as Leader decides he wants to take a check over at TA side. He's going to be in a tough spot. And that's just one of those situations where you had both people looking to fight for the same thing as quickly as possible. And TSM just had so much utility between the fault line and the paranoia to really wreak havoc inside A lobby and set them on up for that triple. And so now Lear, not
that
much
triple
left
for
to do. He's
Gamam
got
is
Spike, and
disgusting,
that's about
bro.
the only thing that's on his side.
Lear's thinking, unfortunately, that he has the timing on this. Thinking that they spotted him crossing to leave the A site. But TSM,
it's too easy,
wise to
man.
the play, a 3rd round on the board. But now we finally get to see that equal firepower back and forth. Unfortunately, actually, yeah. Let's take another look here. GMD getting a little lucky on the 3rd. Obviously, the Stingers stunned up a little bit worse than the Phantom stunned up. But something that I think that everybody needs to pay attention to, right, is the balance of Hunter's Fury and Lockdown. And when these are available, Lear just uses Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, exactly.
So if this round goes sideways for TSM, 7 will always have that linchpin.
Yep. Yep, they come into this with 3 ults or with none. Economy very fragile as well for ORs. Corey getting super aggressive at middle. He will get spotted by the turret. No one there to peek window, though, to really punish him, so he's able to fall back pretty easily. As OR just kind of getting spammed at and kind of held at bay towards their spawn right now, but looking to try to start taking some mid-control at this point.
Pure on the angle here, expecting some aggression. Timing, narrowly escaping. Tosses down the star. Will now go back on the angle. GMD takes a bit of damage before backing away from it all. And OR Esports, I mean, still struggling to figure out where they want to end up here on the map. The B site, the A site, a little bit weaker in terms of defenders. TSM heavily leaned here to the left side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they felt like they could try to take Garage after spotting that aggression over at Long C, but they kind of missed the timing. Some good counter utility from TSM thrown at Garage to kind of keep them at bay. And
I
so
like
really what's
TSM
happened
playing
is
farther
TSM's
back
dictating
here.
the pace of this round on all fronts. They're the ones kind of poking and prodding and being aggressive. They're
I like
willing to
playing
play
a little bit
retake
more
on A.
back here.
They've killed a lot of clock. OR has not really taken too much space. Now they're finally going for the C split, but there's already a pretty good rotation here from TSM.
I was gonna say rotating on
Yeah,
this
they were hoping that
defense
TSM
here
had
really quick.
rotated off of this after OR Esports cut noise. 7 gonna get pissed through the cloud burst. Maybe
Ooh,
some more
hold on,
behind
though.
it. It's Jonah and Nilly taking this C site, refusing to allow TSM onto it. They shut the door in their face. Campeki is here to try and battle back, and now he has to do it all himself. The time was ticking. The round will go the way of OR. We're all tied up.
Yeah, that was an interesting round because TSM were doing a lot of good things early to kind of poke at the attacking side and not give them really any space to work with. Again, countering the C garage early. But
Got
OR
a bunch of ults over here.
Gathered up together, ran the C split, and
On this
traded
TSM
very
side, that's what's
efficiently on the
include
site.
that. You do have the lockdown available if you're OR Esports, but that's it.
Lockdown available, so we could be seeing dueling lockdowns in around here soon. Looks like we're going to see once again TSM trying to go for that aggressive A lobby setup.
Corey rocking the light shield on the
early
op there.
Now mid control the name of the game once more. Same turret out towards mid. No information garnered. The rest of the team will push behind it. Meanwhile, it's not Corey to get aggressive this time. It's looking to be 7. So he steps up on his front foot. He's got GMD in tow. The B site once more. Might just be pressured here. Bars are down. Recon Bolt is out. Killjoy Utilities here. Zeldris is going to take the site. Couple of shots sent through the link. Lockdown also used, but as you said, dueling lockdown eminent here in this round as the paranoia comes through. Pure VNS tries to punish the push out towards mid. It's him who gets punished instead. Looking at 2 players. That lockdown subsides. Nobody detained. Now OR Esports.
Let's say, did they throw up the other one in garage here?
Inside the link, 2 players will go. There's that lockdown in response.
I'm so smart.
And Zeldris and Lear, they're going to have to step forward here. Jonah also looking to do it. So a 3v2 here inside the link. Operator in hand, dashes on, nothing spotted just yet. Instead, it's
really
Corey
well
to get
done.
spotted. It's Campecchi to bail him out. The backstab comes
Nice
through from
by
GMD.
TSM.
The long con finally pays off. And the retake, it was swift and it was perfect. It's a flawless round here for TSM.
It's a really good retake.
Yeah, what you saw there was TSM be able to get Corey into sewers so he could just solo hold A lobby position, and it allowed them to kind of rotate everyone back off over towards B link. And what it also gave them was more personnel at middle, so even when the lockdown came down, they had people in place to look for a fight before escaping the detainment, and they were able to get that quick 5-on-4. Then they're able to put their own lockdown in place. And they know exactly where OR is going to have to play to. They're going to have to play that A link. And they had a good little bait and switch set up between Corey's operator and the rest of his teammates that were in the area to just kind of work together to get the job done. And so they are going to take the lead back 4-3 and again put OR Esports in a tough spot economically.
Get out of my way.
Blades for Zeldris, really all that they have to play with here. Rolling Thunder, we'll see if there's a green light for that bit of utility. Maybe a little less than a bit of utility, a little bit more than a bit of utility, rather. Maybe there's a green button for that ultimate.
They're trying to push
some
in
early
quick here.
damage. Zeldris back on top again. Recon Bolt reveals nature backside, but there's just so many defenders here. Shots from everywhere. Zeldris spinning here on the side is Pure VNS also on the receiving end of a shot through the wall in the C site. A quick rotation for OR Esports. The defense is just here. Corey, good timing. Flash doesn't matter. Nilly is able to scoop up 1, but Corey does it again. A shot through the wall. It took 2, but finally, here goes down. Lear tries his hand with a couple of right clicks. Not enough here for TSM.
This is where TSM starts to pull away, champ.
Yeah, again, one of
those last 2 rounds looked really, really good.
OR Esports, they're really just relying on the Blade Storm and trying to run one of their flash and dash plays in B, but this time around, Nature was able to silence it, force him to backtrack to C side where Corey was
weapons advantage wasn't there that last round, or was there, I should say, last round, but
knocks him down and puts them up 2. But buyback now for OR Esports. They have a Rolling Thunder available on Jonah as well for a site take. And it looks like we are once again going to see one of these early skirmishes for control of A lobby for both teams. There's a lot of commitment here from TSM.
Yeah, this early aggression, it was alluded to in the video that we watched. Seven said some of these rounds might be over in 10 seconds, and both of these teams are living up to that as once more the A lobby massacre goes the way of TSM as they push all the way through, and there's just no answer. Lear once more, the last man standing. In a 1v4 clutch, that's just not possible.
Bro, we talked about how fearless Koala Noob was last series. You see how fearless Corey is in that round? I mean, the dude's tanking nano swarm damage. He still wants to hold the angle with the operator. He doesn't even get to land a shot with it, so he sacrifices a lot of HP for not really any gain. And then his response is to pull out the Blade Storm, dash forward, and fight A lobby rather than retreat. And it's just one of those situations that can sometimes happen on this map where you kind of have to pick and choose your battles early as a defensive team. TSM was electing to go very hot and heavy at A early, which just happened to be the intended target for OR Esports at the same time, who have their own aggressive play style that we've been seeing throughout the course of this league. And so when those heads are going to butt sometimes, man, like you said, some of these rounds are going to be that fast. And it just so happened that Corey found a crazy timing to kind of blast past the Rolling Thunder and just light him up with the Blade Storm. That was crazy, man.
Keep momentum away. That was kind of the win condition for TSM against an OR team that might be a little more unconventional, have a little bit less time together. And they're making sure that, I mean, OR Esports can't even step a foot forward, basically, is what it seems like in some of these rounds. When TSM decide to change the pace, the game is TSM's to play. OR Esports, seemingly spectators at the start of some of these rounds. But we go back to it with the Rolling Thunder still available. VNS have that Cosmic Divide. The weaponry not the best. It seems like the B site once more.
Dude, yeah, it's been a really good match.
Smokes go down.
Like, even the first game, even though it was like
still not spotted.
Shut up.
This all an elaborate ruse. The problem with this elaborate ruse is it draws defenders to this side of the map from A. They're already on B. The hit's coming out towards C, and Corey's gonna have some reinforcements. But
nice shot by Jonah.
And he just doesn't have them in time. GMD trying to find a timing through the Nano Swarm. The shrouded step, but it's not to safety. He's atop the platform, and Nilly will punish. OR Esports, they take a timeout, and they seem to have figured out this defense of TSM, but they're not out of the woodworks just yet. Oh my God, maybe they are, as Jonah takes matters into his own hands with an enemy rifle, and Nature seemingly forced to back away from this one. Tail tucked between his legs with a save on the mind, a 1v4. With credits to play with the fault line at his feet, and he's running out of time. No way, no how for TSM into this round, and OR Esports seemingly secure their fourth.
Yeah, this was a really weird one for me from TSM. I don't really know what Gamal was going for there with that shrouded step to the C platform. I mean, things started out well for TSM.
Yeah,
that's
a very weird move.
On B
like, he puts you right out in the middle of everything.
We immediately see OR pivot to a C hit. Unfortunately for Corey, he's going to miss his first op shot and immediately get taken down. Great shot by Jonah in that regard. But after that, I feel like TSM, for some reason, tried to force an issue that they didn't need to. Like, they were still in a 4-on-4 after Corey goes down, and instead of gathering up together for a retake with superior firepower, Gamal just kind of went for a weird play, and it didn't work, and then the dominoes fall. That was an odd one for me.
Kind of a case of comfortabilities. TSM seeming that they had full control of the game, maybe biting up a bit more than they could playing a bit more aggressive than you would expect. I don't blame them. It had been working.
You should run.
This time, again, this one, anything but a fake 2. Ultimate's invested here. Becky wants to go aggressively, but will be stalled out.
Problem is, I think TSM still has enough to get
now coming on through it. It looks
buys
like this one,
throughout, I think.
For a second, wanted to go onto the lockdown. Now Nature just headhunting, and he'll find Jonah. So a player down. We've seen this go good. We've seen this go bad, but this B has been anything but 100% for OR Esports as Eldris plants himself on the site.
Yeah, he's on the boosted position. Everyone else is playing off-site over towards middle. So that's what the difference is here. Now they have control of a link area with Zeldris pressing aggressively. He finds the kill on Campeki, and that could be what saves them.
7 though, gets one back. 2 players here inside garage. It's always 7. It's always GMD working hand in hand. And finally, the play out towards mid. It's starting to work. But 2 players to worry about here for GMD as Nature walks on up. Completely unexpecting a player here in the corner, and it's Nilly to scoop up 2 rounds of his own. Stacks them together, and Corey forced to head for the hills. OR Esports once more seemingly have a read on this TSM defense.
Yeah, again, I
there
think
it is. Might be tying things up before
OR
half.
Esports in the post plant was that they were not pigeonholed to just playing B from middle. With Zeldris making that move into the link towards C side of the map and getting the frag, it gave them a little bit more breathing room to work with all across the map to have that post plant hold. This frag is so huge because now it forces to scramble. Pure is able to establish a crossfire. Nilly is able to kind of just stay hidden. I mean, it just all comes together because Zeldris is able to make that push. Without it, I think it very easily could have gone the way of TSM.
Them down.
And some angles going uncleared. TSM, GMD at the very least.
That was also Zeldris' first kill of the game, by the way.
Yeah. I don't want to say it because we cast our curse DSG last game.
Hunter's Fury, not gonna be able to find
here to Zeldris, who's been
nope.
Not hot to try. Anything but
unfortunate.
That, unfortunately. But maybe the confidence now starting to flow as OR Esports, a couple of rounds together. GMD getting the read right in the face of the attackers here. Seven gonna pop the nanos to try and buy some time, but that site's already been taken. Meanwhile, Nilly goes down and be forced to IGL from the sidelines.
I mean, TSM's had this happen a couple of rounds, though, man. They've had, what, 3 different 5 versus 4s that they have actually lost. So they need to make sure that they keep themselves composed here and organize this retake effectively. Good paranoia trying to set up their jet to get into sight. Seven keeping Zeldris at bay in middle.
Yeah,
Missed the
playing
move
the
to
long
garage.
here. Pure never gonna get cleared. The shots through the box, they land for 2, but it's all up to the young gun, who found his first kill earlier here in the rounds, expecting the player inside garage. There's 2 to his name, and it's the operator on the other side. The spike's halfway, the dash across, so he's got the information, a jump peek. He'll stay alive as Corey gonna hop onto the spike once more, and the time continues to tick as there's ice in his veins. It's Zeldris for the eBay clutch.
Yeah, Zeldris really turned it on the last couple rounds. He was at 0 kills for pretty much the entire half. In the final 2 rounds, he comes up with a huge impact frag on a post plant, and then that round he comes up with a massive clutch. So you have to respect the composure of someone like that. I mean, a lot of people, if they were, you know, 0 kills with only 2 rounds left to play in the half, they'd probably be mentally out of it, but he was just not going to be kept at bay, man. He kept up the aggression. He kept doing what he was supposed to do for his team, and eventually delivers on a couple of big moments to keep this thing tied up.
All right, pistols round. See if we can get us a little bit of idea of who's going to take this momentum going into second half.
OR Esports still in this one. Some would argue, though, the attacking side could be a bit favored here on Haven. We'll see if TSM also feel that way, or if OR Esports can show us stalwart defense. A recall on the smoke here. Zeldris almost gets something done. Good damage on the nature. He's going to have to play safe away from this one. Meanwhile, Seven almost getting caught up the timing, just escaping here. OR Esports at the top of the round, sure. Ahead in the round, sure, but they would have loved to have a bit more.
Now we're seeing the rest of TSM trying to close in on this C side of the map. They're getting some space, but they're not able to clear Nilly off the bat.
Nilly?
The 7 goes
Oh,
down.
Nilly!
Grab ball there. Nilly's able to play off of that too. Nature and Campeki and Corey, though, just immediately pinstripe the kill feed and get him back into a 2-on-2.
They're both back there.
For TSM started a bit sideways for the team. Now Campeki going to try and take matters into his own hands. No, instead it's Corey. Both
should
players
give them the
peeking,
ability to go
Zeldris
and at least get the plan.
Lear. In another clutch situation. Not as daunting.
Now you got to make sure you can
not as tall of a task, but still a 1v2. Only a classic. Both players spotted. Planted. Surely he just gets run down. No way he finds a kill into Campeki. And look at this. 24 HP separates Lear from a clutch. Corey plays safe. Lear not going to give up anything here. Both of the players low in HP. It'll only take a couple of shots either way. Hop up onto logs. Corey completely unnoted inside garage. He snuck away. And the spike's not planted for him. He's not going to go for it. Lear's just going to sink it. And this is everything that OR Esports needed here for the clutch.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I would have liked to have seen Corey and Campeki play more
Dude, if
together
OR
in that
Esports
2 versus
wins
1.
this,
They
I don't
kinda
know what
just
the fuck to
gave
think
him
about
2
the group,
1 versus
honestly.
1s there. I think they could have positioned themselves a little bit better and kind of forced him to come more out. Like, that fight should have never happened. Campeki needs to force him to come more into the open space where he and Corey can play together off a trade. And then, yeah, like you said, also, Spike not planted for the position that Corey was playing. So, again, it's just that those finer details that TSM sometimes slip on that really hold them back and
I mean,
how talented their
I'm pretty, like I
roster
said,
is
I don't think Mad Lions or OR can qualify for.
Not much more than you would expect here. Anti-eco for TSM. Smokes go out. They want to make this play out towards A. Clear. The Investigator here in this one. Tap onto the spike. Pure going to find it in way of killing Campeki there. Now Nilly trying to pick up the pieces. The backstab, the aftershock.
Literally sat there and took it so he could get the shots
but
off.
Still survives. Happy to tank that one. 7 now. The last one alive here for TSM. And unfortunately could not find the SMG and the kills in time. Nilly scoops up 3. OR Esports find themselves a 2-round lead. And TSM now going to show us something on the attack.
Yeah, they're going to have the full buy here against the bonus of OR Esports, so a chance to keep the game close with the superior firepower. No ults are going to be in play for probably another round or 2, so it's just going to be down to base utility and firepower. TSM looking like they want to fight for A control here pretty early. The Killjoy utility is going to be here to try to stall that. Might also see some aggression from Zeldris, who does have the Marshal. May look to take a peek through sewers.
TSM, they've been giving the space out towards A. Killjoy turret, making sure nobody peeks without being noted. 7. And play the lurk up towards B. Can't go too far, though.
Yeah, I think even if OR Esports beat the brakes off TSM, they still wouldn't have a chance to qualify, I don't think, out of Group B.
Towards A. 2 nano swarms to start cooking off back into this info here from the turret.
Yeah, the turret will eventually spot someone here, but not before the fault line comes out to get space for Corey to dash into the site, but he gets melted by some of that nano swarm damage, and now he's stuck out in awkward space trying to still make something happen, but eventually taken down. Nature able to get one, but still the kills are favoring OR Esports despite gets planted. They had the man advantage in this retake.
Yeah, damage dealt and completely separating Corey from his team. Meanwhile, 7
occasionally
it's caught on the lurk. So the 3 players remaining for TSM are here on this A site. They want to try and hold on to it, not get too far from it. Campecki can find the first onto Zeldris. Now the odds are even as an aftershock will force the player out from Graffiti. A beautiful flash, and everybody was hit by it. But it's TSM who get it done in the end. A Pyrrhic victory, no less, but they bring us within 1.
Yeah, definitely probably came a little bit closer than they wanted, considering the firepower they were bringing into that round, and considering that they got some pretty early open space on the A side, but OR Esports made them grind that one out. Came down to kind of just a critical 2v3, actually. TSM was down a man at a point here, but able to find those final 3 frags and keep it close, but full buy back for OR Esports. Zelda's going to have the operator. He's choosing to bring it to A lobby via the way of sewers.
Right here. All right, could be a big round here for TSM. You win this round, even things up at 8, plus they're not going to be able to buy on the other side.
Allows for safe passage here. Zeldris was hoping somebody was going to push through that smoke off the recon bolt. Instead, he takes heaps of damage, 17 HP, but an operator in hand is just enough for him to stay on his angle. Thrown out towards long. I don't think it spots anybody. Zeldris feeling comfortable to walk up here.
Yeah, he's trying to take the angle again, but Seven's waiting for it. That's
Why
easy
would
pickings
you
for
push
him
that if you're
up
Zeldris?
against the weakened target. That's going to cause the floodgates to open. TSM wasting no time trying to follow it up here with the attack, but Lear finding the timing onto sewers. Jonah slips in under heaven undetected, but Corey still finds the frag. How is that?
The flash.
Campecki both, no, not both flash. Only one flash found. I don't know what caused the other one.
They're just gonna have to...
Is there a player in heaven? I think Jonah flashed from heaven, and Zeldris got hit by a second flash, and Corey was able to win the duel.
I don't know, man. That was wild. Like, it was actually Jonah that you're referring to that slipped in undetected and then lost the fight. Zeldris got taken down by 7 a little bit earlier inside sewers. So that was a weird interaction. There must have just been some type of miscomm or just some type of like slight timing where I think maybe TSM got a bit fortunate there, because it seemed like Jonah should have had Corey dead to rights under heaven, and then that could have been a whole different ball game at that point. But as it stands,
OR was able to at
TSM
least save
win
2
that round.
rifles.
They tied things up and they retained 4 players, so getting that economy bolstered. And yeah, this is 7 taking it down. This is it right here.
Flash.
I mean, I don't think that
And
Jonah
just
was
still
blind
flashed?
there. Yeah, I feel like he dodged it. He turned away. I don't know. That's wild. Corey got away with murder there, man.
Absolutely.
Kind of. Yeah.
And
for
that is obviously just the bone. Well, I guess there was quite a bit of reinvestment, never mind, for OR Esports. So this one looks just as a bonus round would. So 2 bonus rounds basically in a row. And if TSM wanted to stop the momentum, that's a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, Corey wasting no time with Gamon here, trying to get some long A control.
Not gonna be able to get anything there.
Force OR back. They didn't really get any damage off on them, though. They certainly come into this round with the better firepower here. It's just a couple of rifles and 3 sheriffs for OR Esports. This is the same kind of A-heavy default TSM's been doing time and time again, while they just kind of trust 7 to guard mid. This time we have an aggressive push at C, though, from Pure, which is giving
I would
the
really
rest of
love to
his teammates
see
a little bit more flexibility to stack heavier
a little bit
towards
of a
A.
creep up
Can still
this way,
keep
but I don't
tabs
think we
on
will.
B with Nilly. And now B becomes a target for TSM.
Deploying.
Finished.
Only Nilly. Okay, only Nilly, but Nilly's going to be enough, right? Kind of your job as the pseudo anchor here is find your kill and get out safely. That's exactly what Nilly does. With the lockdown, it makes this round that much more doable. Tap on the spike will buy out the Hunter's Fury. Jonah still expecting somebody down there, actually expecting this play to be out towards A, and unless Gimon finds something, OR Esports have a beautiful read on this. Rolling Thunder comes through, should allow for the fight down into sewers. Meanwhile, fault line up towards A, and Lear survives. TSM have invested so much into this round, but they're just not getting anything. And finally, they make their way onto the site, but they're met by the Sheriffs and the Rifles of OR Esports. As 7 now reeling in it all with 10 seconds left on the clock. Will have to plant the Nano Swarm in a lockdown.
33 health in a dream here for 7.
I'm trying to just take the duels here in a 1v2 with 33 HP. Not a great spot to be in, but if anybody could do it. 7 here of TSM's, both players just on his left. The stars come down, they expect to play out towards short. Now with nothing being heard, nothing being seen, it's expecting long, and Nilly plays inside the smoke, keeps his teammate alive, and OR Esports grab the lead again.
Man, Nilly having a big round there, catching that opening kill at B, slows down the attack. The Hunter's Fury completely kills the B execute, forces TSM to roll back into A, but OR Esports were well prepared for it with their personnel in perfect position to.
You got 3 ults here though if you're TSM.
Trade out efficiently,
you have a lockdown available if you're OR Esports.
7 in a tough 1v2.
So potentially dueling lockdowns.
OR Esports taking that slight lead now, but there's a lot of ults on the board for TSM.
OR Esports has a bunch of ults available here
Nature
soon.
has the ability to use Hunter's Fury to cancel out Nilly.
Basically everyone but the Hunter's Fury.
Same smoke allows for safe passage. Oof. A reveal though, so now this one, Cat might be out of the bag here for this. As that dark cover subsides, there's going to be an operator holding the angle, and with that info, Lear wants to back away off the angle. Spots 2 players. Backs away safely. Fault line comes through. It should force off the angle. Corey out with the knives, and the upshot still lands. Zeldris was not stunned. And now he wants some more with knives of his own. But he has to answer to Nature. He gets cut down. If Nature had some blades of his own,
they'll know that
for the defense.
Long's available, or that Long's free.
7 still sitting on his. Instead, it's a Hunter's Fury to try and deal with this one. And that's exactly what it'll do. One more shot as the lockdown goes. Pure VNS. The tallest of tasks, and unfortunately doesn't want to risk the economy. Looks like he'll back away from it.
Yeah, the big thing about that is TSM's able to do that without having to use their own lockdown. So yeah, they use Hunter's Fury to cancel out the other, but they still have their own lockdown in play for the next round, which is kind of nice that they didn't have to spend it here in this moment. They just were able to get the better end of the fragging. Even with Corey going down early, that he still opened up the door for them to get some space on the site, and everybody else was able to collect.
All right, it's a big round for TSM.
He was the only one that went down.
Able to fight back.
So a really good trade
OR should be able
TSM
to
on the A site. Will tie this thing back up at 9 apiece. Economy is going to be the name of the game here. Not a lot of it for OR Esports. Nilly able to buy a rifle. Pure stays one, but outside of that, it's slim pickings. Now, Jonah does have Rolling Thunder for retake, which could be huge. 7, though, is going to have that lockdown that's at least secure them a plant, more than likely.
So they lighten the load a little bit.
And there is
they do still have
Pure leaving that round with a weapon and full shields means only had to
a
invest
lockdown
a
available on
stars
TSM side.
and could buy a rifle, I believe. That one went into the hands of Lear.
Yeah.
You see Jonah, Zeldris.
This would be a big game to lose here if you're OR Esports.
Full util inspectors.
Of course, we could still don't know how Split would play out, right? But
rotation from Lear to try to reinforce C-Side. That smoke at garage window is going to further kind of put that pressure on the C-Side of the map and kind of keep these 2 players at bay. Still, though, we do have 2 defenders on the A site, and Jonah's not too far away, and he's got Rolling Thunder ready to go if his teammates need it. As TSM have often liked to really just test the waters here at A. The only difference is they threw an early feint at C first.
And that drone will reveal. Ooh, Opshot goes wide. There's a Rolling Thunder. Heavy on the mouse one was Jonah 6. Any bit of info. And that Rolling Thunder is going to make its way on through, and that's exactly what happens. It's Corey who gets punished for it.
Yep, and these 2 C defenders never rotated off of that initial pressure from Corey, so they're still here while TSM's trying to bounce back.
30 seconds
and
left.
This is going to be tough to get through.
Yeah, smoke down. Player logs. Lear's able to collect 1. Pure somehow finds another through his own smoke. And the rest of the team is here. The rest of the team for TSM is only GMD. What a round for OR Esports. A beautiful read here. Stalwart in their defense as if they were stuck in the mud.
Bro, this back and forth is...
That really did. Really well done by OR Esports. That was a great rolling thunder to shut down TSM's attack on A, and they didn't over-rotate the C, right? They put one extra guy there. That was it. They still had good presence at A for
Good
the
call for
defense
TSM
there, so
here
they
on the
really buy
timeout.
the fake that TSM was trying to sell. And then once TSM does try to pivot back to C, well, you've already created that rotation, so those two players are there ready to go. They just weren't able to break through. And so OR Esports do find themselves yet a round ahead. 10-9, close game. TSM calling the timeout here. Still up for grabs. I mean, both economies are fragile. The last 4 rounds in a row have gone back and forth. No one's been able to find a consistent success.
But the pendulum right now is kind of what
it's very
is
hard
important,
to read where
right?
this is headed.
Because whoever can end up just taking that second round,
yeah, nice
since
little
we're
back
so
and
close
forth.
to the end, would have such a big
Refreshing
advantage.
here. I don't know, again, if anybody was really expecting this OR Esports team to be putting up something like this kind of on their way out, being down 0-3, but playing with nothing to lose. And to really just shake things up in Group B as a whole. And they're doing that here on Haven. So timeout taken. Way of TSM. Still have that lockdown to work with from the shadows still available. Nature, well, momentarily was the only one without a weapon. It is just going to be a stinger in the hands of the Sova. So not the best weaponry to deal with. Won't be a full arsenal here for TSM. One on the other side of OR Esports. Sitting pretty with 5. Rifles alive. They want to go fast.
Yeah, they do.
He's in
Look
the
at this.
spawn.
Just really trying to pinch onto C, including the ult here from Gamon. Catches them completely off guard.
Oh, but
Huge
Pure got the
frags.
big
Pure able to
frag.
get one back and maintain control of long C, but there's still a man down on this retake.
I thought the spike was down the hallway. I'm an idiot.
They know
Never
where
mind.
one is. Nature gonna go fishing for the next 2. Only spots 1 of 2 though. Nilly still unnoted in their positioning. Flash available. And that rifle from Lear looked like it was trying to get out of dodge. He ran away for just a moment, but he comes back to try and help his teammate out.
Oh.
The drone does collect. Information garnered. GMD now headed for the hills. No real way to get back in without having to run into 2 players or take the long way around. And although OR have made this one doable, a barrel spotted, a player killed. Here
There
on
it
the
is.
site, then Corey will make sure that the 2 1v1s
So TSM
go
needs
his
to get a
way.
second round here,
We're all
man.
knotted up at 10.
Yeah, that was a really just haymaker ult from Gamon into the back halls, and it completely caught the C defenders off guard. I mean, so often you see from the shadows used to get into A heaven or under A heaven or something along those lines. Not like this, and they also just went so fast C garage with the recon bolt being there for Corey to kind of guide him forward, but it got a little dicey when TSM decided to push back
All right.
calls there. Like, they almost let that one slip, but luckily Corey able to hold on the site itself and tie this thing back up at 10 apiece.
And it's been a battle of rounds and a battle of economies that
OR
have been
has
pretty
to
darn good for this entire second half. We're
little bit of
seeing
room?
light buys from only 1 or 2 players. This time it's Jonah who has a Spectre, but the rest of the team has everything that they need to try and reclaim.
That's gonna
the
buy
lead.
them
It's a
space
rolling
on A.
thunder.
Everyone's
Three
gonna
A
rotate
site
over
that's
now.
vacant. It's open for Occupants and TSM. We'll do that. They'll occupy.
Yep, combo of the lockdown and rolling thunder to make sure the site is clear and secure for the plant. Takes a long time getting this spike down though, and there's still a player in heaven here defensively, but it's gonna be that 5-on-5 retake, but Cosmic Divide could be a part of it.
And the setup here, Kempeki under heaven. Utility to try and stall.
I wonder
It's
why it
full
took so
util.
long.
Here for the stall. Cosmic Divide. Gonna cut the A site from long and short, so the players here won't have help that way. Vault line queued up. Flashes are out. Nilly gonna find the first. Now the Cloudburst come down, and Nilly does it again.
Oh.
When this player's playing well, so are OR Esports. And it's down to 2 for both. As Lear's been left in a clutch situation once more. Plenty chances here on Haven, here on the map. Now has another one here. A flash is out. Kempeki not
TSM.
blinded. Lear, however, is.
That's the
TSM
2 rounds in a
reclaim
row
their
we were
lead.
talking about, Chad.
Yeah,
That's
Cam
probably
did a really
exactly
great
what
job
that
there,
should be exactly what they
cycling
need
through
to
his
help
utility from under heaven position to
the
stall that retake out with the aftershock, with the fault line, and yeah, there was a couple
momentum,
of kills
because
that
they're not
went
going to be able to
the
buy
way of
rifles here
Esports inside
on the side of OR.
Jamal uses a great paranoia to double up, and Kempeki has his 3, so a full house of frags between those 2 players will put them
You do
at
still
11.
have good
And this was
timeout.
what
You do still have a
was
lockdown
on the
available.
line,
That's all
was
you
the
have.
economy issue. That's why that round was so big. That's why TSM committed both ults to try to secure that victory, which they get. They know now that OR Esports is in a bind because they have to either elect to give TSM map point for free, essentially, or they have to force spy to survive the rest of the game, being around down, right? I mean, TSM are knocking on the door of a victory here. It's not been an easy one. Certainly been very scrappy, but they do find themselves in a very advantageous position right now. And what is OR going to do to respond? That's the question. Like, how much do they want to invest here? What type of play do they want to try to see if they can tie this thing back up? I mean, this one's going to be so difficult. Looks like they're going to elect just to go for a couple of sheriffs, maybe rely on that Hunter's Fury as a stalling tactic of some sort to provide quick rotations. But they're going to have to gamble here. Playing standard with this setup is not going to cut it.
I'm looking at that Hunter Fury, the only ult available for both of these teams. And this might be the best time to just try and send it and get something done here for the team. Use that tool. You only have that classic in tow. You don't have to worry about the lockdown.
Ooh.
Gonna be an aggressive push. Just dealt with.
my
GMD does it again.
goodness.
Another 3K on the round, and they gambled. They tried to take the space.
Bro,
they
if he would
tried
have
to
ended up
take the
getting
fights.
Jonas.
It's GMD who wins it out. Jonas 6. Trying their darndest to make this round winnable for OR Esports. Once more, it's Lear at the bottom of the mountain, and it's 3 players tall.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those rounds where if you're OR Esports, you don't really have a choice but to try to go for some type of gamble like that. Just didn't pan out. Come on, well prepared for it. Triples up. That's pretty much the round done. Means Hunter's Fury can't really even stretch its wings to try to have impact, but the one thing going for OR Esports is at least they have that ult next round, and they will have a full buy. So there is still a chance to get a couple of rounds in a row and force an overtime here.
Well,
but TSM are in the driver's seat. They're the ones controlling things now. Took a long road to get here. Let's be honest. It's been a very back and forth affair. I mean, I don't think we've ever really seen more than 2 rounds of separation for ages at this point. It's been very nitty-gritty.
If anything, it wasn't since the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
You know, a couple pistol rounds and stuff. Maybe 5-2, 6-3 at one point. But yeah, it's been neck and neck. And the rounds have been so close that we haven't been in this conundrum of one team loses, is forced to save, then can buy, then forced to save. It's been both teams taking huge hits economically. This time, it's a utility hit. Fault line onto 4. Zeldris is aggressive. This could be everything for OR Esports. They're all stacked up, but does he know? He takes the first. Can't find the second. A 1-2-1
if you would have just
trade,
sat
Jets
there
are
and
off the board.
sprayed, that'd have been so
Hunter's
huge.
trying to come in to collect more. It does, I think, get a tag onto Campeki, but it doesn't actually finish the job. And so everything kind of stalemates at this point. TSM maintain control of A lobby and long. They still have a 4-on-4. Now, Campeki is very vulnerable with his HP, but Gamal still has ult. He can still use it to maybe try to backstab this defense or make things difficult or transition to spike quickly if need be or just whatever he wants. But they're going to test A. There's only 2 people here, but his paranoia is likely not... Oh, no, it does hit. Okay.
Yeah, hits the first, doesn't find the second. Shrouded step. Unfortunately, that one again, not to safety. Rolling Thunder up close and personal, but 7's unaffected. Meanwhile, the rest of TSM are stunned
that
up
was a big
shore. Feeling a
play
little
by
bit
7
dizzy
there.
after that one. But a player ahead, Campeki, needs to be careful sitting on 22 HP. 22 health separating this one from a 2v2. Meanwhile, Nilly on the back lines, and Campeki's got help. He thought this was going to be a free kill. There's going to be one more behind it. Nilly seemed ready for it. But it's all up to Lear once more. A 1v2, a tag onto one, the information on the other. Spots the nanos to come on down. Those will be dealt with via shock dart. Looks to run down 7, but he plays the wall perfectly, and TSM have done it. Back and forth we go until the very end. 23 rounds is what it took for TSM's map 1 win.
Yeah, it was definitely a very scrappy game. There was definitely some situations where I feel like TSM tried to overplay their hand, and it kind of came back to haunt them. But what I will say is when rubber hit the road on that final stretch, you did see TSM come together and effectively close the game. Like, they played the final 3 rounds really well. Definitely tightened up, like, in those critical moments to come up with the W. And, you know, tip your hat to them for that.
Yeah, not to have this one lean either way from individual players at all. I feel like for TSM, when this game was close, everybody doing well. A bit slower of a start from OR Esports, and you come out the gate swinging a bit forward. This is, you know, could be a 13-10 victory their way. We saw Zeldris heating up towards the back half of the map and almost You find that kill on Kempeki there as well. He chipped him down to 22 HP. We saw it in the first series, and we get it in this one where the losing team, although this one a bit closer to what we saw earlier, is just missing out narrowly in a lot of these rounds where it's a timing here or it's extra damage there, and who knows how round 23 plays out should Zell just get 2.
Yeah, I mean, most of that game was rather chaotic and came down to just like a couple of critical kills in the mid to late round. Again, it wasn't really until like the final 3 rounds or so where it really felt like TSM had kind of hit their stride and were like dictating the pace a lot better. But even that final round was critical because they were all gathered up in that smoke, and if Nilly lines them up, then all of a sudden, or Zell just lines them up, all of a sudden it's a whole different story. But they're able to trade 1 for 1 there and then play it smart from that point forward to get the W. So again, tip your hat to TSM that they've made a big roster move midway through the split. They're trying to sort things out after a bit of a cold start, and even though that one wasn't the prettiest victory, they still got the W regardless and are still looking to try to be a factor in this group.
That they are 1 map down, quite possibly 2 maps to go. I mean, this first map not telling at all as to how this one will end up. It's all up to OR Esports, though, to find this reverse sweep in our 3-map series, or for TSM to close us out 2-0. But all of that comes after this short break.
Do you want to ask your favorite player a question after their match? Or get their in-game settings? The Fan Zone encompasses fan banners, a player settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers Fan Zone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go refill
Pick
my
your
water
favorite
here real
team
quick
from the
between games.
drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans, ask player questions, and rep your team properly.
Actually, I think we're gonna sit down for the last one. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. Every time I start to sit down, I get more tired. I've noticed it when I watch back my stream. So we're just gonna vibe. We're good. We're chilling. We're right here. Yo, but for real, man, I really appreciate everyone coming in, kicking it with your boy, watching some NA Challengers, man. I know right now we're on a break, and I've been seeing our numbers kind of fluctuating whether we're in a break or not, but you know, I've been seeing our viewer list has been growing quite a bit on our NA days, so I just want to say I appreciate you all for vibing with me, man.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
And welcome back to the desk here for Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America, as it is OR Esports who goes down in the first map of the series, but Dust, not without a fight. This is what I was saying. Even though that wasn't particularly inspired Valorant play, it was still a close game. They put everything they had into it. It just wasn't quite enough. But still, they forced it to a close game. It was tied at half. That's not bad for a team coming in from a qualifier.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, I think one of the things that kind of hurt OR Esports there out the gate was it just took a long time for Zeldris to get going. I mean, he has been their best player. Granted, still not stats that leap off the page, but he really has been kind of the guy doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And it wasn't until the very end of the first half of regulation where he had a couple of big moments to help them get a couple of rounds to tie the game up. Like, he had a really big 1v3 clutch to tie it up 6-6. And then from that point forward, it seemed like he was really, more a factor in the game overall. But it was just a wild, wacky game, right? You have two aggressive teams, two very scrappy play styles kind of going head-to-head. And, at times they would meet very early and rounds were over within a couple of seconds, it felt like. Other times it felt a little bit more played out. There was a couple of, like you said, uninspired moments where people were kind of making some weird mistakes or just kind of like weird gambles. But in the end, like that final 4-round stretch from TSM, they played those rounds really well to close. Like, I have to give them mad props for like collecting themselves and kind of tidying up their play.
Yeah, they definitely looked like they were able to kind of really lock it in at the end.
My favorite of Valorant is the wild, waving, wacky.
Tighten up the loose edges, or tidy up the loose edges, or however you call it.
During the break, a little bit inspired by OR Esports and kind of what they were bringing to the table and some of the changes they were making, and they were heavily pressuring this B side. And although it was really iffy whether or not it was working, I liked this different look of a smoke on top of the box. You smoke a link, it allows for Zeldris to get on the site. The problem with that is, in reinventing the wheel, instead of just smoking C-Link, smoking A-Link, and taking the site, Zeldris dashes top box and now can't leave because he's exposed to backside. The box is to his left. He's exposed to C-Link because there's nothing else there. You can see the innovation. You can see the wheels turning. I think the reason Zeldris got such a slow start was because OR Esports didn't really give him an opportunity to actually effectively take fights by the way that they were attacking that B site.
So you can see the stats here. Nilias actually has a near identical performance to the game they had against Disguised. He was 24-16 in that game. He's 24-15 here. He's got 290 ACS, and he had like 260 ACS or something like that in that game. But the stats are very close, even down to the same amount.
I didn't even think they needed to turn that music down the way they just did.
Here on the attacking side, you mentioned it. He was a slow starter, 4-11 on the attack compared to last
man, this
week,
TSM team looks so much better with Kenpecky.
That's what kind of gave them
like
that little bit of
so
an
much better
nudge to take the win over Disguised on Haven. And you had talked about it before we even got into that first map. This was a 3-map series. If they were going to take it the distance, OR was going to have to, pick up the win on Haven. Now, Tanner, I'm a little bit concerned of whether that's even going to be a possibility.
Yeah, I try to kind of shed that glimmer of hope of, hey, last week OR Esports, they chose Split. They wanted to play Split. They lost it. This week they let it go on through. I think rightfully so because TSM just showed Lotus. I don't think anybody really wants to play Lotus right now. So Split being map number 2, it doesn't bode well for OR Esports. But what I do want to mention is coming into all of this for Zeldris, I know we keep harping on this kid, but he was the best Raze in all of the open qualifiers to make it into Split number 1. And he's had to transition into a Jet player since then, and he's done so proficiently. It's unfortunate that when we get him on some of these Jet maps, that he does still look a little shaky. They were running the Raze on Haven before, right?
True.
Split is another Raze.
That's a good
map where you
point.
can get, again, that ray of
That
hope
difference
for this
to that
OR Esports
nerf
squad, because that's where
hit
Zeldris
them
is
kind of
gonna feel
hard.
the most comfortable.
I didn't think about that.
This is definitely not boding well for OR Esports. This is a win they desperately needed to keep their hopes of making it into the midseason face-off alive. TSM, on the other hand, though, Dust, this is a game they desperately need to win to make sure they're comfortable going into that final week of the group stages and going into that midseason face-off. So I think TSM is probably happy to pick up map 1, but let's be honest, do you think they're happy with how it went? Because I feel like they made a lot of mistakes they need to rectify.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a couple of
I
like
mean, that's the
questionable
story of
shrouded step
TSM
maneuvers from
season,
Gamon,
though, right?
like on the Omen, where I felt like he was kind of trying to go for a little bit too much. There was definitely a few like little moments like that, but he also had like a really clutch ult that got them an attacking round on a crazy C split. That was like a really well designed set piece. So you could like see at times that they had some like really good like set plays in motion that they were able to use. My big question though is just like with Split, they've never played it, so I don't know what they look like on this map. Obviously, these guys will have played Split in the past, and yeah, Split's changed a little bit, but it's not like a completely turned face on how the map is usually played. Whereas OR Esports, all we've seen is them getting wrecked by Disguised on the map. So, I mean, the sample size is just incredibly small on having kind of a read on these two teams, on Split in particular. Again, you kind of just lean into TSM just because you feel like they have the more experienced players. In general, some of the stronger fraggers in the league. And so you kind of just go off of that. But in reality, as scrappy as that game was, if we see the same thing happen on Split, who knows how it ends?
I mean, I think OR here is showing yet again that, like,
where TSM need this win,
I
or
think for
Esports need this win. It's
qualifier
really close
team,
between
they're
TSM
good.
and DSG right now, and nobody wants to be fourth in any
It
capacity.
shows, I think,
on
the
Group
depth
A
of
or
group
B, because then you have
of
to
the
play this
group.
G2
I mean, it's
who's been
just-
looking super strong, or you have to play this M80 team who's been looking actually unstoppable. So it really is, if the rounds are so close, if TSM want to give themselves as much wiggle room as possible, Split right here needs to be, just as we saw Disguise do against OR Esports, 13-6 or better.
Well, we'll see if that's what TSM is going to bring to the table. Again, OR Esports is jumping into a second map that we haven't really seen much success from them on, and TSM, we haven't seen anything from. I'm told that the agent select is ready. We'll see what both teams
All right, let's see what they're bringing to the table here, champ.
Thanks, Bach. Down to the wire here in week 4 for these two teams. They're going to have one more chance looking into the next week, but obviously want to set themselves up for success as we take a peek. Double Duelists, the dive, looking quick for both sides. We'll see if this is what TSM locks in, because as we've been alluding to, we don't actually know. We're assuming that this is the information that they've given our production team. That way they don't come into this one completely blind, and it is. Double dive against double dive, it seems.
All right, time to go to Split,
Indeed.
chat.
The flash and dash. The only thing missing is breach. But
Remember,
we still have
here
the
recently,
Sky
the
being
teams
put into
picking
play for
Split
both teams. Both teams
aren't
also,
winning Split,
let
so-
them play double controller, which is not crazy unfounded. Like there's definitely a history of that in the past. And again, we know double duels on this map has been used effectively by several different teams across the last year or two within North America in particular. So yeah, pretty much a mirror matchup. And we'll see who's better prepared. Again, OR Esports, big loss to the Skies. Looked out of shape there. TSM, we don't know what kind of shape they're on this map because I haven't seen them play it yet. But they certainly have the roles well defined. They certainly have, again, a lot of talented players. So I wouldn't be surprised. You know, they did mention in the interview that they had been playing some scrims against each other. So I don't know if this map ever came up or not. But they might have somewhat of a read. But for us, on the outside, we have no idea what TSM's going to bring to the table, other than probably just a fast-paced, high-octane play style, which they're very well known for.
Yeah, and like in supplementing that, right, it was Corey on Haven on the Jet. Now Seven kind of gets to spread his wings and fly a little bit here, coming off of that Killjoy Sentinel role, back onto a role that he kind of got noticed playing at the start of his career. So Viper utility, gonna separate the players for just a moment. That'll go down, and it's Eldris in a 1v4. Unfortunately, not the way that you wanted this one to start, as Kempeki and Corey make quick
So you
work.
got a couple
Defenders
tags
here,
on the
close
7
to
and
the A site. 2 more still
Kempeki,
hovering
but-
around vents. But for now, A site is TSM's.
Bro, when
Not
that
enough it
orb
matters.
fell, Zeldris is like,
Unfortunately,
I'm not
you know what I
where
mean?
need to be right now.
That's the way it is.
That is a tough one. And TSM are looking to take this one with dominance, it seems, as they still have all 5 players up right now. Pure has been discovered in the back halls. They know where Jonah is as well. Jonah able to get one, but it's immediately traded by Corey.
Okay. Man, the vision was there. The vision was there. Unfortunately, just too many resources in way of bodies for TSM. They could afford to send somebody into that smoke and make sure that Pure VNS gets absolutely nothing. So TSM secure that pistol. We'll see what they opt into buying here. Coming to the next one, 7. Flirting with the idea of just hanging on to the ghost. We'll see if that changes.
Yeah, it's that they're wanting to stay pretty
All
light
right, what are we
on
feeling,
this round
chat?
so they can full buy
Is
next, not be
TSM
stuck in some
sweep
weird bonus
here,
situations.
or do
So
we
you do
think
see a couple
OR
of Bulldogs
Esports
in
takes
play,
map
but
2?
definitely don't want to get stuck with a bunch of SMGs next round.
And we
Corey
end up
actually
going
able
to
get
a
a
set.
Vandal in play. Others will go pistol.
Good snake by here. That's going to slow it
See,
down.
I'm
Right?
trying to
TSM
push
wanna
up
play
through
fast,
B
whether it
main
be
here
A, whether it be
quick.
B. It's a good way to make sure it's a little bit harder to do so. Unfortunately, once that molly subsides, now the gates are open again. For
This
the
is
TSM.
actually really scary, bro. I mean, OR is stacked here, man. 5 players strong on the site that TSM are looking to hit.
And they're not investing too much utility directly here on the site, right? Smokes aren't down just yet. Trailblazer up in heaven. Now the stars come through. 7 gonna jump atop the billboard. Corey to find the first. Now 7 dancing around with the ghost in hand. And that's the first kill for now. Lear goes unchecked, though. Picks up 2 of his own. And he'll get some backup as GMD looks
Doesn't know about
flank
the
around the pillar
right.
here. Backstab or a sidestab, I should say. Pure VNS and the rest of TSM gonna find their way into the kill feed. A bit of damage, but a round still secured.
Just keep it up.
I imagine that's weirdly, I know this is going to sound off, but that's going to feel good for TSM. You fought the stack and you won.
Yeah.
You ran into the worst case scenario and you still came out on top. Pretty clean as well. I think they only lost 2 players there. That's actually kind of impressive considering they ran to a 5-man stack, and definitely things got a little bit dicey there on the half wall, but they do make it happen. They come into this with 7 already on an operator. Everyone's rifled up, so this is not even really
Esports?
a bonus.
What
This is
the
pretty much a
fuck?
full buy versus full
All
buy.
right, he's OR's got the
And this is a scary prospect, right? 7
Rifles
taking
here.
this first half of the game to get warmed up with the operator on attack, but a couple bullets through the wall, tagged the head, and he's not feeling the best. He is going to receive that heal, though, from a teammate, and there it is. Goes back to it. Bullseye onto Zeldris. The Trailblazer, that may have been enough without armor. Could have done the damage to take 7 down, but fortunately survives.
Yep, really well done in the meantime. Mid kind of being watched by nature, at least making sure that no one's pushing sewers. They still have some presence outside B as well with Gimon. So, you know, definitely not putting all their eggs in the basket of the A side of the map, so to speak, because they're actually all transitioning back over to middle, maybe looking for a mid-B split here. Trailblazers are going to lead the way to help them get some control of mailroom and into B heaven and get that intel, and they're following behind it rapidly.
I think the thing that still worries me, though, is there's a smoke separating the rest of the team here from B main. So Corey's going to work his way on through that gravity well, but so slow and taken down. There goes the op as well. The defense is holding tight. It's Pure to scoop up 3. Finally, Nature's able to get those kills back, and we're even across the board. With 44 HP, will drop down from heaven. Look to take the fight with Lear, and he's forced to back away from it.
Oh, Nature repositions on side the rafters. I don't know if Lear will have read that. Guiding light
There's
goes
not
out,
gonna be expecting him there,
nothing.
right?
What an angle Nature
Oh!
has, but it's been sniffed out.
He is expecting him. Oh.
I mean, unbelievable that he spotted the barrel but loses the duel, and now it's the dueling skies. Flash almost available for Kempeki, but he peeks too soon with plenty of time on the clock. Lear will find the kill and take the round.
Expensive round, though.
I will admit that attack from TSM was a little bit sloppy. Like you were saying, that smoke was blocking.
Would've been
the
big if they
B-lobby
would've been able
players
to pull
from
that
being
off,
able
though,
to
for
sync up with
TSM.
the heaven push to really effectively
I'm
split
glad it's
the
more of a
site the way
game,
that
though,
you would
honestly.
want to. They also kind of got stuffed by some paint shells and B heaven, so I kind of wish that once TSM got that control of B heaven, if they just would have kind of held it for a second, kind of waited it out, wait for that smoke to fade on lobby. That way you put more pressure on Pure. Instead, Pure is able just to kind of put his back up against the crate here and just kind of, you know, fight a bunch of 1v1. So Just a little bit off on the timing there from TSM, and OR Esports going on top. Great clutch there from Lear. Just great round in general from him. That's going to keep the score close once again. Very similar beginnings.
Flash out reveals nothing. A little bit of a team flash, and Seven actually receives some damage as he works his way into mailroom. He's there. It doesn't feel the best. He's on 15 HP. He's got a judge. He's about to be met by a judge. Meanwhile, Zeldris, it's good damage on the Nature. So OR Esports really punishing TSM's investment into that last round. And I mean, the health bars are already so low.
Oh my god.
That's unfortunate.
Well,
I mean, he was destined for failure when he got stuck in that mailroom. Again, that attack just felt a little bit disjointed. Like, where was the follow-up? Where was the support? Like, they kind of just seemingly put Seven on an island inside mailroom right there. It just, something just feels a little bit off about some of these attacks, but in the meantime, we are going to see them starting to gather up together as 4. Over on the B side,
back over to B main.
It a man behind, but the site itself is somewhat clear. It's just going to be dealing with players inside the heaven area.
A bit of self-damage there. Ori. Last packs into the paint shells, but the site has been retrieved. OR Esports, the 5-player strong, and they're expecting somebody to look for a desperation play. Right here, the Trailblazer. Nature pushes forward. Spots the first, the leaping Jonah. Steals the kill right back.
Boy, jumping through with the shotty.
In favor of the defense
God.
once more. Ults are just around the corner. Gravity Well goes down. Spike still ticking, though. Somebody's going to have to deal with that one. As Campeki tries to duck away. It's Corey and GMD to scoop up a couple of kills of their own. And now it's all up to very familiar Lear. A 1vx situation. It's his forte, but Corey steals it away. Some way, somehow, it's TSM on top.
Yeah, remember how I was asking if this was going to be them coming back? I don't think so, chat.
You can't just play standard and expect to win. You're going to lose out in the trading game. So Nature decides to take an aggressive little angle over towards back halls and follows up a Trailblazer for a frag to even the numbers back up. And then they can kind of fall back into sight and just kind of play the trading game. And ultimately, Corey just tees off with the hat trick. Really well done there from him. So a good response after a rough start, I would say, from TSM on that round.
OR Esports trying to battle back with something funky themselves. Good flash, paint shells for paint shells. And it's just utility.
Ooh.
Well, I say just utility, but that did a bit more damage, I think, than OR Esports would have liked to have received here in this eco.
Yeah, and TSM has a pretty good read of the lay of the land at this point. They're going to go ahead and start hammering into A. They're going to clear out ramps with Trailblazer just to be 100% sure. But, I mean, they got a lot of intel off that Trailblazer, and they have pretty much the site in their hands now.
Nobody to deal with this one. Zeldris peeks a little too far forward. Singularity Sheriff spotted, and now in the hands of GMD. We'll reassume that position up top to heaven. Is actually about to be welcomed, or about to welcome, I should say. 3 players here on the flank. Nearly steps into the swamp.
Only problem is they're all pistols, man. Like, what do you do?
I see what you're doing there. I got that one.
Just setting it up for future use, you know?
Yeah, I got you.
It'll be there. It'll be there when we need it.
Damn. Whole squad just waiting on them.
That round, it kind of a wash after that paint shells. Heaps of damage. They get nothing with the little setup that they had of their own.
Exactly. Zal's just again having a cold start here, 0-5, but this is his first chance with an operator defensively. So
I would say you got 2 ults over here on the side of
impact now that he has that weapon in his hands.
OR.
I'm glad we got both angles of that.
You got both of these available. You got 3 of them things available. Oh, that's a very ugly circle. 3 of them things available on the TSM side.
Oh! Wow. Some way, somehow, so much thrown into the face of Zeldris. He unfortunately couldn't hit the shot. And look at that. Everything goes down. Nature collects the first. It's kill out towards mid. Showstopper goes wide. Sabrosa somehow makes an appearance here on the server as TSM just run through this defense. Zeldris able to steal 1 back. Shorty now in hand as that smoke subsides. We'll go back to the operator. Just not an angle to deal with. Nature does it again. Zeldris just has to back away from it. There's no way in.
That was
5-1, man.
one of the fastest B hits you're ever gonna see in this game.
How about the?
I mean,
how about GMD with the star, suck, smoke,
oh,
stun?
dude. I mean, the guy like looked like he was playing some StarCraft 2, trying to max out his APMs or something like that, man. Like the guy was literally all over the place on his keyboard. I feel bad for it. Just smoke, and a beautiful grab well that was combined with a nice flash from Campeki, and just, I mean, they completely canceled out Jonah's showstopper. It got nothing.
Oh.
And the op will not get saved.
Yeah, that's it gets literally hunted to take away that operator. I've also heard that much like back in the day we heard from Sova players who would up their DPI during the Hunter's Fury, GMD also has a DPI button that he hits when he goes astral form, so he can go crazy like that.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, I just made that up.
I could see it.
I just made that up.
I
should have let it fly, but I didn't want to get too much flack for
Tell a
lying
lie.
like that.
You know? Yeah.
I shouldn't have said anything at all.
Word. Hate word. Word.
Yeah. Production, we were
It
muted,
would make
right?
sense.
Okay.
It would make sense. I could see why.
Well, we were muted. I didn't hear that.
No, just like that secret we had earlier that no one heard.
Yeah.
Just me and you. Got a little bit of a timeout here from OR Esports, trying to figure out probably how they want to spend their credits this round, because it's pretty bare bones, if we're being honest. I'm sure Zeldris will commit the Blade Storm. Maybe they can try to make some play happen that way, but outside of that, TSM's in a strong position to go up 6-1 here. Have a couple ults of their own. Again, I have to say, that B attack we just saw was one of the more impressive strats they've run today. Like, just the layering of the Astra utility with Campeki, like, there was a little bit more mind behind the madness of that attack, I guess you could say. Some finer details were polished on that one.
Important to note, too, that the chaos that they're creating is chaos for them, too. So to be in that situation and just into the smoke, find a kill here, find a kill there, right? Playing so well in the chaos that they've created for themselves and around the chaos that OR Esports is going to add to the mix. It's a melting pot of that. And like you said, it was piloted pretty perfectly.
So far, TSM just kind of trying to get a little bit of space over on the A side. They're still in Ramen and watching for a B push as well, though. They know that this is around. OR Esports don't have a whole lot. They know that there's probably going to be some kind of gamble push. They're trying to make sure that they're set up to kind of have their options. Timing could be everything here as Zeldris catches Gamon. 3 men strong push for OR Esports at middle. And what's the response going to be? Looks like they want to try to go A. There's still 2 defenders here, though.
And you saw that kill in the making, right? Nobody there to trade out GMD, so even if they went 1-for-1, it
I
would
love
still be a
this
rifle. That one
map
found
how
its
played.
way
I just
into
admittedly
the
don't
hands
know it that well.
Jonah, toxic screen, gonna block off the sight lines of the operator, but everybody else also receiving that same treatment as Lear. Unfortunately, met by Sky of his own, and Campeki, okay, get a little crazy, a little sleepy on the angle, and will be punished for it. Jonah 6 has a spike at his feet. Now TSM are forced to make the play here, and the only person directly close to it is Seven, who's forced to pop the blade. The right click doesn't land, and Jonah capitalizes on the situation. Unfortunately, he's eventually met by Nature and Zeldris with the blades at the start of this round. Just needs to try and buy some time. That one goes wide. The rocket doesn't land either. And with 6 seconds on the clock, needs to stop the plant and survive.
Nope.
It's just not possible.
That was way closer than TSM were hoping for, I promise you that. Zeldris made some plays with that Blade Storm, man. Came up huge on the mid push.
That was a good try.
Almost able to kill it off the clock in that moment. But now we settle back into a full buy round for both teams. I'm actually liking the fact that Seven no longer has the op. I think that was a little bit awkward for him a couple of times. He's got the rifle now in his hands. I think it's a little bit better.
Chat, we'll be back live
So many
again
close
tomorrow,
corners on
too,
this
for
map
the
that you're
same
trying to
thing.
clear on the attack
Don't
side.
forget, by the way.
Meanwhile, Zeldris, though, is going to have the operator in hand defensively. Looks like he wants to try to get a little bit aggressive over towards A here.
Tomorrow we got G2 Turtle Troop to guard bad lines.
TSM wasting no time pushing in the vents, and nearly got overwhelmed there.
I might take
And
them
I
all.
love the split across the map. Zeldris does eventually go down, or does find the kill on the Nature, excuse me, but the play that's happening across the map is that double dash and flash, and it works out perfectly. Meanwhile, Zeldris, once more spinning here, couldn't quite wrap his head around where this TSM attack was coming from, and it's all 4 players through main now. Nobody up inside heaven as that Cosmic Divide comes down. Paint shells go out. Jonah trying to work his way onto the site through Blast Pack, but unfortunately that satchel was not quick enough. So the jetpack is stripped from the from the Raze, excuse me. Oh no.
Oh, hi there.
Yep, Gampeki's here. Gampeki's got PRVNS. He was trying to hide in the corner. Knees were shaking, and well, that sound cue was heard.
TSM looked
now
good.
6 rounds the lead.
This is another really nice set piece from TSM. We've seen a couple of them throughout the series, kind of intermixed between all the chaotic rounds. We've seen these like little set plays come out from TSM, and that was another one where it was just really great utility and great timing of that double duelist kind of flash and dash where they surround Nilly inside events. Like, he's got no chance, basically. And then from that point forward, they can start leveraging the A split. They did so very well. That was an impressive attack from TSM. I'm going to give some credit on that one.
Yeah, and to your point of, talking about Seven being out on an island a couple of times, having that operator, it seems that TSM also realized, right, that the 7 go kill strategy, it's a great strategy when you have a young cracked player who's as good as 7 is, if it's working. If it's not working, hey, we need to go back to, playing this the way that it should be, right? Let's play this double dive together with the flashes. It looks good. Unfortunately, unlike Haven, OR Esports have been in that conundrum of I save. There's been no breathing room in terms of economy.
No.
Yeah, it's been really tough for him here in this game.
Damon has control of B lobby as well. They still have presence outside A with Nature, so it's a pretty good little default here for TSM where they're kind of poking all across the map. They're not really giving OR any information. And they've done a really good job about kind of cloaking what their intentions are. But now they will gather up for the big explosion on the A side. Seekers will help lead the way. The only defender here is going to be Nilly, who is stuck at the back of the site, and he's getting run down by Seekers.
Heaps of util toss this way too. Not vulnerable with the grab well.
30 seconds left.
Biting at his ankles, but still taken down. Corey was met by some of that spray from the Stinger and is playing on, well, the left side, but it's the right side of the wall. If somebody wanted to peek that way, Corey would be first to contact. Now it does disperse, dissipates, flashes come out, smokes go up, paint shells to fall low, and things are getting weird. We see some double dive on the opposite side. It's a dash on in, it's a glass packs, but it's Corey to go unnoted. But there's still more work to be done for TSM. 2 players still to worry about as the paint shells right at his feet for Nature. Put him in a tough spot, then Pure hops on the spike to get it halfway, won't stick it the rest of the way, will take the fight for 1. Now needs to do it again, and it's GMD. Off the site, the spike's halfway, and that's gonna be the round. Pure does it in the clutch.
What they needed.
Oh man, TSM, they looked pretty sharp at the start on that round. They ran Nilly down with Seekers. They had a 5-on-4 post plant. They had some pretty good positioning, but tip your hat to Jonah, who's competing in the X Games this year apparently, because that man was doing aerials all over the place, getting some big frags, really scrambling the site, and opens up Pure to be able to get on the spike, and he pulls off a great 1v2 clutch there inside the guard of his smoke. 7-2 now the score, full buyback for OR Esports, but again, those credits are vulnerable if they lose this round.
Yeah, big investment.
Yeah, they could be really in
the
trouble.
Biggest of the investment here is Zeldris, who gets shaken by a bit of damage.
Oh,
no way, lines up
what a
TSM give up way too much to the young Jet, and he's happy to oblige in way of kills. Corey, now the next one up.
That was a really good round. That's what they needed.
Used, maybe a bit of overkill either way. An investor flawless for OR, and life has been breathed back into this defense.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed that round. If they lose it, then they're back to saving, and TSM are likely up, what, like 8-2? They're probably knocking on the door of 9-2 at that point.
Yeah.
Because this would be a save round, so yeah, that was a big-time win for OR Esports to kind of keep themselves alive. TSM, though, still with a pretty solid lead here on the attacking side. Still able to full buy here. Op back in the hands of 7. Interesting choice.
Bomb buddy out.
A lot of info off that boom bot for OR Esports at middle.
And TSM maybe a little fed up with the quick style that they've been playing, so they look to change the pace a little bit. But this guy right here on your screen, right, this Astra, has been huge, not only in getting rounds for OR Esports, but even in holding down this B site. He's done so successfully on his own.
Pure has had some big kills.
Time he survives, they spot out the operator from 7. TSM kind of stuck in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, they put a lot of pressure at B with that operator, but they don't have any control of middle. They don't really have any threats on A ramp. Now they're finally clearing middle back out with the Trailblazer. They do spot Zeldrish's op with that. 7 using it to get forward. But look, I mean, he's pushing Vince close range with an op. Like, that's just so awkward.
All by himself, too. No trade potential, no flash behind it. Meanwhile, the play, the flash and dash, or the flash and satchel is happening out towards B, but it's met by not only the rifle of Pure VNS, but a beautiful grab well to keep Corey locked in place, and the duelists are gone. TSM, the round is gone.
TSM is such a weird team for me, man, because at moments you see them have these really well-coordinated set pieces where they're able to just push together as a team with some good utility
it's just
support
a team
and
that
actually
needs,
give
it's
themselves
still
some good map control. Or
getting themselves together, really.
And then you see rounds like that where you're left scratching your head wondering what the game plan was. Like 7 just by himself with an op pushing Vince with no backup, no real fallback plan. Like, it just seems... I don't know. They're just such a weird team in that way. And I think part of it's probably that they have a new fit they're still integrating. I'm sure part of it is the fact that Gamon is, you know, a less experienced IGL who's having to learn very quickly with limited practice. You know, there's definitely some reasons as to why that would be the case. But again, like, TSM is just an anomaly where, again, sometimes they look, like last week, for example, just in general, they look banging. And then today, it's just been kind of a back and forth where at times you're impressed, at other times, again, you're left kind of wondering what the heck's going on.
Yeah, I feel like outside of the guard against weaker competition, I don't know if they play to their their competition's level.
If I
maybe
erased all the names and I was showing you some of the plays that are being made by 7 here, you would probably think it was Qualanoob, the way that he was playing earlier. Unfortunately, 7's just not having that day, right? What's been working is when they are putting 7 and Corey playing together, when they are having Kempeki find ways to supplement. I think the best rounds we've seen thus far from TSM, and I would imagine it's being talked about in this timeout, are the rounds where they're able to use the utility to actually help one another instead of just putting somebody out on an island, right? It was the GMD play out towards B. It was the 7 Corey up into Vents, which are probably plays that you can't do every single round. But, I mean, go back to it, right? Why not? Until they punish it, go back to it.
Blinded.
Kind of a duel for mid control here from both sides, investing some utility to try to grab this real estate here. Boombot will detect 7's presence inside sewers. Trailblazer though from Kempeki looking to try to take this area back. Nice blast pack slows the Trailblazer down from really getting a lot of info. Didn't even get to fully clear Vents.
All right, TSM
they now
really
double up inside mailroom.
Get this round here, at least get you 8-4.
Aggressive as ever though. Didn't really
the
clear
lead,
Vents,
but
but
it's
they're
like
still comfortable, confident in taking the space up towards mailroom and OR Esports. You back away from it, and off angle being held by Jonah.
More unexpected.
This has been one of the best early round scenarios TSM's found themselves in, though. They were able to get some good map control for very little commitment. They didn't lose any health along the way. Now they actually can threaten the defensive rotations. Like, this is something they have not had very often. They're still kind of creeping around other areas of the map. Zeldrich is still holding B lobby, so there's still some potential problems here. Jonah had a great angle there, but I like Nature's immediate response on A ramps. He is going to spot Lear as well. He's going to look to run him down, and he gets it. Finally, Pure trades him, but the damage has already been done.
They know they're going in on A.
Zeldrich goes aggressive. Meanwhile, Pure goes from locking down the B site to now trying their hand here at this A site. Smoke goes up, and 7 is able to capitalize on the kill. Blades of his own. And we're equal in firepower. 2 players across the board for both of these teams. Knives for the Jets. It's both duelists alive for OR Esports to the 1 flash that's available. And the regrowth available, but unfortunately not in the position where they want to put these weapons away. Expecting player on the angle at any moment. From the blades to the rifle, 7 now wields the Vandal. Speaking of rifles, it's a scoped rifle for Zeldris. Updraft to try and create some chaos here and it all. The push onto the site, then Jonah capitalizes. The duels go the way of OR Esports. So does the round, and the half is the best they could have gotten.
Yeah, Zeldris just does great work that round with the Blade Storm, able to run down the B lobby, catch the player lurking in that area, come all the way across, and then help clutch out in the post play here in the 2v2. So, I mean, kind of a similar sentiment to what we saw in Haven. It's been a very scrappy affair here in this first half, and there was certainly an opportunity for TSM to have like a big lead. Like they could have.
Yeah, they looked like it could
been
have been like 9-3. Yeah.
If they win that
Jinx,
one
you owe me a
round,
Coke.
that would have put the economy of OR Esports in the dumps. Instead, they took an L there. OR Esports uses it to build a little bit of momentum, and instead it's going to be a 5-7 score instead of something like 3-9.
And for all the fans right now for OR Esports, these guys need your energy, right? This pistol means absolutely everything here, and you're hoping that the changes made to split are that for the attacker sided.
It's definitely made it easier, particularly on the A side. Like, you have a lot more options to peek from, which makes it harder for defenders to hold aggressive angles on A and be confident in their crosshair placement. It's also way easier to clear A heaven on the attacking side because it's less elevation change and such going on there. So you definitely could make that argument. There's no doubt about it.
The flash got a little weird. Zeldris gonna push on through. Paint shells. Keep nature at bay for now. Meanwhile, though, Zeldris getting a little too far ahead of the rest of the team. Smoke goes out. What the heck, Campecki? What's in your classic?
Yep.
It looked so good.
I was about to say that
this
this pistol round could tell us a lot, but...
Did he right-click?
Dude, he just dominated him with the classic, bro. I don't know. That was wild scenes. Now they're just going hunting.
Oh, that seems unfortunate.
Yes, it does. I think there might have been a little bit of a tech issue there, maybe.
Yep, tech pause.
Yep. Definitely would have gone TSM's way no matter what, but either way, we are going to have to cut to a break here due to this tech pause. We'll be back shortly.
My boy slammed his desk, punched his router. Like, I don't think I've seen anything from them to be able to, like, for me to comfortably say, like, yeah, I would put TSM over people like M80 or G2. But I don't know if there's anyone else in the league that I'd put under or put over them. I think they're better than FaZe. Although the numbers might not show it. I don't know, man. I still can't also help but wonder if maybe the guard, you know, we're thinking about some things, as the homie Moon might say. Thinking about some shit. So what do we think with the tech pause? Had to have been a lost power if they were going like to break, right? They're expecting it to be a minute. Dude was probably moving and all of a sudden power went out. Oh, so we like on a break.
A bit of technical difficulties as a player disconnected in the round, but I believe everybody's back on the server and ready to go as the clock ticks down. TSM, well, they found themselves a pistol. Did so in pretty convincing fashion, and they're picking up right where they left off. Not much time lost here on this one. A 7. He didn't quite find the value with the operator, but the Marshal, however, does. That didn't look too bad.
Enemy remaining.
That looked pretty good, yeah.
Down A.
And sorry for the abrupt throw. We didn't know how long that technology was going to be. When you hear something about a computer blue screening, you never quite know when that thing is coming back. You know what I mean? So, luckily, it didn't take too long to right back at you. But TSM now up 9-5.
She told y'all it was probably
going
going
to
to
pistol and winning the follow-up. Now comes the bonus.
I didn't think about a blue screen, but
opportunity for OR Esports to strike back early.
Yeah, we're also kind of encroaching on the score line that TSM needs to close out the game to really secure their place in third place. I guess that's kind of where they're what they're fighting for. So anything
Meanwhile,
more here.
if OR loses,
they've already secured that.
I mean, they're not going to make the midseason event. They're going to just have to wait.
I'm pretty sure OR was already out.
Trying to get some points
because of their round differential. Tag. I think they would have needed to come in here and done.
Situation for him to get the tag at all is pretty impressive.
What M80 did to disguise, basically.
Swinging that way, and he does find a leg on the way out with no trade, although healed up. Jonah armorless here in the round. Meanwhile, this is not where the play is to end up, though. Look at the defenders leaning out towards B. Meanwhile, OR Esports starting to pressure this A side of the map.
Yep. Just nature here. Does spot one, though. Gets the frag pretty quick. Gets that rotation through Vince right away from Kanpeki and from Corey. So they're going to be ready to retake real quick.
Yeah, just nature. Seemingly more than enough, especially here on Split. Starting to become activated as Corey was just blinded up, and he was just following himself. He was... The yellow brick road led him, unfortunately, to his death.
I still think OR Esports better than their record shows.
So OR Esports, to get that spike planted, I think they play defense on top of it and only have 3 to worry about. That Marshall shot won't quite land the way that 7 was hoping. Zeldris able to deal with that one. GMD battles back for the next, and unfortunately, these Bulldogs are starting to get scary here. They're barking with 2 more to worry about. Lear's next up, and he's got low HP. Now Nilly has to try and hang on, and unfortunately, they're both swinging him. The retake, it looked shaky for a second. It'll come down to just about the wire, but plenty of time for TSM to take the round and find their 10.
Dude, that round is like the perfect personification of TSM, where it's just 2 different teams that happen at once. Like that retake between those final 2 players, a thing of beauty. That weird push through the poison orb into the grapple and just running 2 players dry, that is like the other side of TSM where, again, you're kind of left scratching your head a little bit. Like, man, just wait for your teammates to get in place and work it together. It seemed like they were trying to force that issue at Stewards a little too fast. It almost cost them the round. But Kanpeki and co come back together, still get the job done. They put it up to 10-5. That's a big bonus round win for TSM. Meanwhile, OR Esports is going to be in a tough spot with credits, likely having to take a save, so TSM has a great chance at getting to 11 pretty quickly. And I mean, at a certain point, I mean, I hate to point it out, but Nilly 1 in 13 needs to come online. He was such a big factor for them in the last map. He was their best player by far. He had like 24 kills on Killjoy on Haven last map. This map on Viper, he's had some, good assists, but he has not really been able to get TN off. Meanwhile, TSM doesn't have a weak link. Like everyone's performing at a pretty decent level.
And you could almost argue at this point in the game, too, that the duelists have done their job for TSM, right? They can kind of take a step back and allow the support players not only to continue to support the duelists, but, nature to play lockdown defense, GMD to play lockdown defense off their own utility, right? It's... The torch has kind of been passed for 7 and Corey. Obviously, they're still going to do their part, but TSM really comfortable on this defensive side, and it's nature at the helm of that.
Yeah, we do see the force up of Stingers here from OR Esports. We're looking to try to get some mailroom control early, but that Boombot will slow them down as well as the paint shells. So getting some map control, but being kind of halted at passing into B Heaven. They do get some vents though. Seekers out from Campeki to confirm this.
Things are about to get weird on the other side.
Oh, nice paint shells.
While OR Esports stopped in their tracks for now. Bot goes out. I mean, Gravwell and a stun just behind it. 7 gonna get flashed up. He's forced to reposition with Ash actually to safety and find some respite here in the arms of Corey, who catches him, carries him back sight. They'll play the alleyway. Although it seemed difficult to take this side, OR Esports, they've done that. Now they need to try and halt this attack from TSM, but they haven't done so successfully. Flash is gone, Jonah gone.
4 of them up top mid,
Now
though.
aggression. The name of the game is 2 players look to push back into the alleyway, and TSM can afford post a player up.
Or sorry,
Let
Heaven.
the rest of the squad work their way through the site. It's a nice little triangle setup here. Nilly takes down GMD, dropping on. TSM working against the clock, so a bit of chaos maybe to be found as Nilly finds another kill for himself. The backstab was there, and Zeldris just needs to try and hang on. Just needs to buy a bit of time.
Not enough time, though.
It doesn't seem like that was going to be enough. It's another round where the clock ticks down to just about the last second.
Yeah, 2 seconds
TSM
left.
get the defuse.
That was a little bit more comfortable. That was 2. Last one was like 1.03. So a little faster that time for TSM. Again, I like the discipline that time around at least. Like, Corey gets the heck out of there. He's like, nah, I'm not even bothering.
He's like...
And they just play for the retake together as a team, and it works out pretty darn well. Obviously, it's tough when you run into a bunch of stingers in close range. That's where they're the most deadly, even with the nerf, but TSM able to get the job done. They're up now 11-5. Full buy now for OR Esports.
This is
the
basically
last
OR's
chance saloon for them.
Yep, last chance
Not
right here.
only for
Literally
this
what I was about
map,
to say.
but for the whole split.
Seven flashed off the angle, but nobody takes that space. Another flash expended. Smoke down behind it will force 7 away. So the reposition back out towards A. Throw the spike in the hands of Lear.
The counter utility here from TSM. Like, they're not really letting OR Esports get deeper than this first level of mid. They're not really able to get into vents or really threaten B Heaven or mailroom just yet. In the meantime, TSM have an aggressive angle on A ramps. It's really freeing up Campeki to be able to support mid or B as soon as it's called for.
Oh, Jonah? Okay. Blast pack deep, unfortunately, runs into 2. Had it only been Corey, that play works wonders as Zeldris goes up and over the top. He's met by 7, but a 1-for-1 trade here at A, and that trade out towards mid makes things even across the board, and they do it again. They find themselves equalized here in the round. It's doable for OR Esports. They have the spike. Lear needs to get it onto the site as the Seekers go out. They'll ping both players up in heaven, and there goes the spike. Nature does it again. Viper's pit is down, but unfortunately Nilly has to leave it and will lose the round because of it.
Down already
TSM looking to put a pin in this one.
Yeah, it felt like he didn't realize he didn't have the spike when he first shot that Viper's pit. It's like, oh, I got to go get that real quick, and led to his demise.
Damn, man.
Respect to 7 for, like, just staying alive for as long as it did. To buy time for people to rotate to help him out inside A Heaven. That was a bonkers ride he was getting sent through. But now it is map and series point for TSM. They're going to have 7 chances to end this thing in regulation with a 2-0 victory.
Get out of my way.
Slim pickings here for OR Esports. A Stinger, a Spectre, a Bulldog. Nature, why are you doing that? There's no need.
This is back where we get TSM start play.
On the Trailblazer there, didn't spot Zeldris, so Nature, lack of information, gets punished for it. Operator here, though, shoulder spotted. Surely they know that 7 still has this in hand, and with the paint shells out, Jonah just could not punish the angle. 7 goes back to it, a cloud burst down, and a backstab from Corey. Find the kill onto Nilly. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is starting to get cut down, and Zeldris needs to try and match as the right click goes wide. It's all up to the rifle with 53 HP. Make it 18. GMD a bit more worse for wear,
There
and
it
that'll
is.
do it. TSM, they best the 13-6 that DSG was able to put up. They do it one better.
Wow.
And they close out the series in 2-0 fashion.
That is impressive,
Yeah, a
Jeff.
little bit of a cleaner win that time from TSM, though there were certainly still some questionable
They looked
moments.
a
They still
little
did get the
sloppy
job
at
done.
points, but I feel like they played
Relatively
like their
stress-free if
competition
you're
at
just talking
times.
about the overall score. They won both
But-
pistols. They had hot starts both halves. And, yeah, I mean, a win is a win at the end of the day. Am I right, Bach?
I mean, yeah, a win is a win is a win. We always joke around with the old the adage from the classic historian and prophet Vincent Diesel. He says, you know, it
Love
doesn't
that
matter
guy.
whether you win by an inch or you win by a while, winning is winning. But at the same point in
Winning
time,
is
when there's a round differential tiebreaker, it does kind of matter how much you win by. So this was big for TSM because not only does it put them in a position where they have a
puts them
3-1
positive.
record, they now have a much healthier round differential coming out of the series than they did coming into it. Coming into today, they were -6. This should push them over into the positive category. But all in all, that was what we expected, Dust. We expected that level of performance. I think on both maps in general, TSM felt much cleaner on split.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing I was kind of talking about during the game itself is like at times you see hints of brilliance from TSM. Like you see some of the set pieces that they have in their play.
That's a really good point.
You see some of the team play that they're able to orchestrate on some of their retakes. You know that they have good individual talent, but then at times you'll just see some like really wacky things happen that leave you kind of wondering what the heck's going on. Like, is someone just trying to get away with too much? Is it just like the fact that they need more time to kind of fine-tune their mid to late round kind of protocols? Again, I'm sure part of it is Gamon kind of just getting used to the IGL role, and you're still getting used to a new fifth. Like, I'm sure there's different factors that are causing it to happen, but again, there are just these like weird bonehead plays that you'll see TSM try to make sometimes that just again leave you wondering what's going on, and then the next round they'll do something incredible that you know really impresses you. So again, I think it might just be a time factor thing for them, or it may just be that their play style, that's just the repercussions it can have if things backfire. But all in all, they still certainly look like a better team these last 2 weeks than the first 2 weeks.
And I should have prefaced the start of the show. I should preface every start of the show with this, but I'm okay to be the dumbest guy in the room. So if what I'm saying you guys disagree with, please let me know, because for TSM to kind of construct a point around your point, Dust, a lot of times we see teams try to play with the pace of the game.
All right, chap. I'm going to go and get up on out of here, man.
Guessing. It was when TSM.
Y'all know me, man. I'm not usually much usually too keen for hanging around afterwards for the breakdown at the end. I'm mostly because we're there to come back and there and talk with somebody, and you know, there's a lot of stuff that they're gonna be doing. Plus, I'm gonna be honest, man. I've had a rather long day. I'm not gonna have a video out today, but keep it. If y'all haven't checked out the Challengers video that dropped late last night, y'all could check that out for me. And then tomorrow, hopefully, I should be dropping the Nasky interview. I got a little bit more editing to do on that. And then we should be starting to work on the Pocus interview shortly after that. So, so far, things looking pretty solid. You know? But yeah, man. Appreciate y'all for coming in, hanging out with your boy. We'll be back live tomorrow. We got 2 more matchups tomorrow, so we'll be back. Kind of the same deal as today. I don't normally get to pop live until after we picked up Little Man, so we'll be live like 3:45, 3:50, something like that. Tomorrow we got G2 versus Turtle Troop, and the Guard versus Mad Lions. So probably similar to today. We should be expecting some 2-0s, but we're gonna tune in, see you know, how Turtle Troop does coming off their win to Moist. See how the Guard does respond to their loss as well. See if it's them crumbling, or will they, you know, get back into hitting their own stride. So I really appreciate y'all guys coming through, hanging out with your boy. Till we catch up back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. Oh, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, all that good stuff. All right, man. Have a good night. It's your boy Q. Signing out.